applies to me. He told me last night. He's telling me this week.
Process.
That's what they do.
Yeah. Oh, madam. Please relax. I'll get for you in 24 hours.
Hey, Goroma. So you never change? Eh? You get passport for someone within 24 hours, Madam Obwa. See, the normal working hours is 9 to 5. Eh? Not 24 hours, I'm fat. You guys have made a very big mistake by trusting these people. Now, through digitalization, passport application has been made so easy. Now, you don't need to stress yourself and join any long queue for your passport. All you have to do is to log on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website and begin your application. By buying a passport application voucher online. Simple and easier. And very soon, all you need to get your passport will be your Ghana card. What is it true? Obisa.
It is possible.
A show off. Vote number 1 on the ballot.
Hey, you're strong. Hey, you're tough. Syntax is coming on radio. Syntax is coming. Today we are in Nima. Syntax, your trusted brand for everything water tank. Domestico, industrial use, and we are promising all our communities listening or watching us right now. And oh, high five. That's right. Still Ghana's first to introduce double layer tank. The whole. Free water for everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please make sure you nominate your community. We will be right there to serve you. Papa Sintas, what's the next week? Hey! Yeah!
Keep nominating your communities on our social media handles and trust us, we might be at your doorstep.
Sintas, are you strong? Are you tough? Yeah!
5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, number 1 on the ballot.
You're still watching Joy News today with me, Sweetie Abochi. Moving on climate focus today, we look at the nexus between climate-induced migration, peace and security. We'll take you to the northern region of Ghana, the northern parts of Ghana, where the impact of climate change has gone beyond weather and related matters to issues of employment, peace and security. And this piece was put together by our partners from Youth Bridge Foundation. There's more in this episode. There's more.
In the heart of West Africa, beneath its burning sun and upon its parched earth, a story of survival, conflict, and the quest for peace unfolds. This is northern Ghana, where the consequences of climate change are not just statistics, but stark realities that shape the destinies of its people. The Fulani and nomadic people and the Dagombas, farmers rooted to the land, find themselves at the crossroads of tradition and the harsh realities of climate change. Dams that once sustained life have dried up, leaving behind more than just barren land.
In the dry season, the little water remaining in the dam for us to use becomes muddy, making it difficult for us to use it. The dam used to be deep with clean water, but with the dirt in it now, it renders the water dirty, even if the quantity is much. As people fetch the water, some fetch it home for their animals to drink, but we ourselves do not have a clean source of water to drink. But we have no other option than to also rely on this water for drinking and cooking.
For the Fulani, migration is not a choice but a necessity. As water becomes scarce and grazing lands vanish, they move driven by the ancient rhythms of the earth and sky. But their journey is fraught with challenges.
The only source of water we have is the place where we are. The small dam we can use to harvest some small water. It will take us, after when the rain stops, it will take us maybe 1 or 2 months. Then it will finish. After that, we will not get any water unless we move to different places and get water for we ourselves and our animals. Because of we are suffering from getting water, so that's the reason why our father, he said we should organize some small amount so that we'll get people to come and help us to redig the place so that we harvest more water.
The arrival of the Fulani and their herds in Dagomba land sparks conflict. Lands once
for these people.
Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Justice Emil Short, has called for the immediate prosecution of those responsible for the violence and killings that characterized the 2020 general election. Speaking at the West Africa Policy Dialogue Series, Emil Short stressed the importance of prosecuting individuals involved in the violent incidents that occurred during the 2020 polls, particularly those implicated in the deaths of several Ghanaians. He argued that the failure to hold perpetrators accountable undermines public trust in the democratic process and could encourage further violence in the future. Kenneth Jesse joins us live with more. Kenneth, what else has Emil Short been saying? My colleague Kenneth Jesse has details and joins us live right now. Kenneth, what else has Emil Short been saying? Kenneth, we understand the commissioner has been saying some things, Emil Short. What else has he been saying?
Hello, Sweetie.
Yes, Kenneth, I can hear you loud and clear. Emil Short is saying that we should prosecute perpetrators. What else has he been saying?
Yes, he's been talking about the need to prosecute individuals who participated in the violence that resulted in the killings of some people in the 2020 elections. He's also been talking about the Ayawaso West Warbot by-elections where nobody, according to him, has since been brought to book, and according to him, having been a commissioner himself before, he feels like if we want to protect the peace and sanctity that Ghana has become known for in the sub-region, we should take immediate steps to make sure that these things are dealt with so that it does not embolden people, because if people realize that nobody was prosecuted for engaging in this particular election, then in this election, I can also go ahead and do so. Aside Short, there are representatives of the various political parties. When I exited at the door, I had Richard Ahiaza, MPP's communication officer, on the floor. He was quizzed about the question of vote buy or voter inducement, which Short also talked about that it needs to be rid of our political terrain. And then a representative from the IGP has also been sharing her thoughts. She says that the police is ever ready, and as we speak, they have already done their deployment to the various polling stations that are going to take part in the election. Now, Deputy Electoral Commissioner Dr. Bosman Akari is also here, and he's also saying that the commission is also ready to execute this election, which is barely 2 months away. So as we speak, there's still some deliberations ongoing, but so far these are some of the key ways that men and women have been sharing so far.
Right. Thank you so much, Kenneth Jesse. And he mentioned that deliberations are still ongoing, so we'll bring you details as and when we get them. We'll take a break. We'll return with business news.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got. Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Today's contest is like Kingdom Filipino Fighter.
The stage is set, the atmosphere electric. These are the minds ready to engage in the ultimate battle where every second counts and every answer could make or break their dream.
You can contest with us, but you can never compete us.
Beat everyone. This one all out, no stress.
And for some, it's all about that one word. While others, their hearts beat in sync with every point earned. And for some, the pain of defeat lingers long after the final riddle. The national championship of the 2024 National Science and Maths Quiz this October. Catch all the contests on JoyNews, Joy Prime, and Joy FM, and follow the action across our social media platform. Who will be crowned champion? Let the quiz begin.
Best wishes to all three schools.
The 2024 National Science and Maths Quiz is produced by Primetime Limited and sponsored by the Ghana Education Service in partnership with Gov't PLC and supported by Pepsodent, Lead for Ghana LBG, Junipay, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Better Malt, ALX, Kivo, Bell Beverages, Flora Tissues, Accra College of Medicine, Academic City University College, PMMC Jewelry, GTP, and YFM. The broadcast of the National Science and Maths Quiz on Joy News is supported by NASCO, Vitamil, Virtual Security Africa, Ace Medical Insurance, Build Financial Technologies, DBS Roofing, Syntex Tanks, Family Health Medical School, Shopbox Technologies, Action Secondary Technical School.
Reformation 2024. The Evangelical Lutheran Church of Ghana Trinity Congregation is coming your way once again with a Reformation program. The theme is Reformation for Restoration and Service, Joel chapter 2, verse 25 and 26. The Reformation month will be launched on the 22nd September 2024. On 5th October 2024, there will be a seminar. There will be a walk on 12th October 2024. On 20th October 2024, there will be a handing over of the library project. There will be a musical concert on the 26th October 2024. On the 27th October 2024 will be the Reformation and Homecoming Sunday. Be there to support the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Ghana Trinity Congregation to make this program a memorable one. All are cordially invited. Reformation, the word of the Lord, endures forever.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to Business. My name is Darrell Kwao. The Finance Minister, Dr. Mohamed Ahmed Adam, insists Ghana's economy is back to pre-pandemic level. According to him, the country has recorded a trade surplus in recent times with a trade balance of $1.8 billion. The Finance Minister adds that the government has put in place prudent measures to ensure the economy is robust. Some economists have cautioned that the economy is still facing some challenges, but speaking at the maiden edition of the Boardroom Governance Summit held in Accra, Dr. Amin Adam said the macroeconomic indicators show the economy has recovered.
The action by some of the banks, we understand, has been influenced by the fact that
economic growth is robust, and we say that the rebound has really been strong. Last year, we projected to grow at 1.5%. We grew in real GDP growth at 2.9%. In the first half of this year, 2024, we grew at 5.8%. And ladies and gentlemen, this is more than first half year growth of 2019 by 0.4 percentage point. In effect, what I'm saying is that economic growth is returning, in fact, has returned to our pre-COVID growth trajectory. And this is why we can say that the economy is really back. We also have brought the surplus, the trade balances from deficit to surpluses. Our trade balance is now in a surplus. Half year this year, we've already recorded a trade balance, a trade surplus of $1.8 billion United States dollars. And so the economy is really back, and we must be poised to take advantage of the opportunity the government has provided to the people of this country to accelerate the growth further.
Now, turning to other news, technology company Tecno has announced the launch of an AI, artificial intelligence, cutting-edge platform poised to enhance productivity and bringing out the creativity of the user by transforming the world of innovation. Here's more.
Tecno, Africa's leading smartphone manufacturer and global technology innovator, has launched its first artificial intelligence-powered ecosystem. The new lineup includes foldable smartphones, AI-enhanced laptops, gaming systems, and smart assistants. According to the company, these innovations are designed to offer customers personalized and interconnected technology solutions.
AI is going to make life easier for all of us. Okay, so Tecno AI is focusing on two core principles: enhancing your productivity and bringing out your creativity. So how does Tecno AI make us productive? Okay, so now we have a situation where people tend to allow language to be an impediment to their communication. With Tecno AI, you can be able to translate the conversation somebody is having with you if the person is speaking another language. So for example, you are speaking with a Chinese, you don't understand Chinese. Tecno AI will translate the conversation in real time for you to understand. And that is a part that is going to enhance your productivity.
National AI OT manager Godlove Kweku explained that the company's move into creating an AI ecosystem is intended to complement and enhance the lives of its existing customers.
You see, AI is here to stay. And Tecno has really sat down to think of how the consumers who are buying their phones can benefit from AI. And so they have to take time to come up with devices that will complement anybody who is using a smartphone. So just take it for example. If you are in a market trying to transact a business, and then there is noise here and there, and then you want to just listen to a call, the struggle of trying to put the phone in your ear is quite difficult. So this is why we came out with what we call the smart audio. such that whilst you have your phone somewhere in your purse, you can easily place a call with a smart audio.
If you read the exam finish, you had the chop last.
I come from a home where there are certain things that you want. Once there you want, but you won't get.
I have that mindset that there would be another Orikwan for Sunday. You can't fight. It's the same with football. Messi was on top. Now there's Kylian Mbappe. Wow. The day I go to sleep, I'll come down.
These days I speak to people and like, I don't want to work for anybody. I don't want to. That sounds amazing. But how long would you be able to sustain if you are not a student of organization, a student of structure?
I paid for my tutorials when I was learning. $300, $250. I'll teach everybody everything. You come internship, whatever it is, there's no hidden thing.
You dare not read an announcement on Joy FM on Doreen Ando's watch where you mispronounce a word or a name. She doesn't care whether you're on air. She would give it to you.
How do you navigate people who feel that operate, especially people from your background?
Friendship is an exchange of value. I can't be your friend and I'm only giving you. That's what people don't want to understand. We are only sitting here talking because I get to show myself on your platform. You get to also get my time to provide something. I don't know if you get
it makes sense.
Even with this NGO that I'm doing, I've put in a lot of work, I've put in a lot of time, my own resources, and I can speak with my whole chest that my father has not given me like big money that go and used to do this. My father has not done that.
People are insecure due to comparison and due to what they've been exposed to. You don't have a car, but as soon as your friend gets a car, that's the problem.
I look at my friends and look at what they're doing and look at what they're putting in. I don't want to be that guy that's always waking up and asking people for money. No.
Let's bring you sports now on Joy News. Today, I am Muftau Nabila Abdullahi, president of the Ghana Football Association. Kete Kriku has asked Black Stars players to quit playing for a senior national team if they do not have the desire of representing the country. Speaking to them during a dinner on Tuesday night, Mr. Kriku said their performance against Angola and Niger were under par.
Let me roll the time back. A few weeks ago, we played against Niger. How did you guys feel when you went back home to your bases? Having drawn against Niger, how did you feel? Were we happy? Were you happy? Niger! Come on, guys. You drew 1-1 against Niger. That was the scoreline. No joke. 1-1 against Niger. 4-5 of the players who played in that squad, cannot play in my club. That's the truth. But Ghana played 1-1 against Niger. What did we see? We saw a Black Stars team without energy, without passion, without the desire to play. It is not possible like this. The minimum I expect, the minimum Ghana expects, is a team of boys or men who will show passion and desire to play for our country. Not when you are dribbled and you be seen walking on the pitch and the ball is heading towards your nets. That is impossible. I told the coach, you see that you guys decide to play for Ghana, to play for the 30 million plus people, or decide you will not play. Then you'll never be selected. I prefer being the man, being the leader, going out to the public space to say that, look, this is a group of dedicated players who want to play for Ghana. They are not ready, but we'll stay with them until they are ready. I'm prepared to make that statement. In our palace, we say the honeymoon period is gone. It's time to show aggression. It's time to show desire. It's time to show the willingness to go the extra mile for Ghana. This is the time. Why must we find ourselves in such a situation like this, that we need this game, these 2 games, like never before? Why? In this group, Ghana, no chance. It's not possible. It's not possible. We drew 1-1 against Niger. You need to be crazy. Sorry, total disrespect to Niger for me, yes, but it's crazy. I can't understand it. Yakubu and Cole playing for Niger. They were celebrating the draw. You guys saw it. I've told coach, for me and for Ghana, the 30 million people, the message is very clear. It's either you are with this family or you are out of this family.
It's either you are with the family or out of the family. And the Black Stars will be holding their final training session later today at the Accra Sports Stadium ahead of that Match Day 3 encounter against Sudan at the Accra Sports Stadium on Thursday. And kick-off that game will be at 4 p.m. and we'll have commentary for you on Joy 99.7 FM. That's your sports for now. We'll have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time.
Hello there, good afternoon. Welcome to the Showbiz segment with me, Jacqueline Ansama Yabwa. Well, to our first story, Nigerian singer Tems recently graced the Jennifer Hudson show, spilling some sweet tea about her experience with Canadian superstar Justin Bieber. And if you thought it was all about hit songs, think again, it's about the heart too. We have more in this report.
Tems gushed over Bieber, calling him one of the purest souls she's met. She said his kindness and supportiveness were as real as it gets. The pair first connected when Tems invited Wizkid and Justin Bieber to join her set at Coachella earlier this year. While Wizkid was already in town and ready to vibe, it was Bieber's unexpected text that caught her by surprise. He simply offered to join her on stage. Talk about humility in the highest form.
Performed at Coachella with a special guest. Tell us about that.
Coachella was insane. What happened? So basically, I was meant to do this Coachella performance, and Wizkid was in town, so we asked him, "Oh, would you mind coming out?" He was like, "Yeah, of course, I'm gonna come out." And then the day of, I get a text from Justin Bieber.
What? A text?
I get a text. And he's like, "Oh, by the way, you know, I'm around just in case you want to bring me out." Wow. Justin is one of the purest souls I've ever met. He's so kind.
Yes.
He is just such a supporter, and yeah, I just really love him so much. And he came out, the ground was shaking. Like, everybody was like losing their minds. I was a bit startled. I was like,
Thames couldn't stop praising Bieber's down-to-earth nature, sharing how grateful she was for his willingness to jump in and help. But it's not all sunshine on Bieber's end. Even though their hit collaboration on the remix of Essence made waves globally, the Canadian singer later revealed on Instagram that his career took a turn after that. In a now deleted post, he hinted that things haven't been quite the same since. Whether that's a drop in the beat or a temporary low, one thing's for sure: Thames remains high on Bieber's list of good vibes.
Let me show you how it's gonna be. You don't need no other body.
Well, moving on to other stories, Gov't Kentucky Teku Churu II has urged government to invest in films that spotlight Ghana's untold stories. In a speech read on his behalf by Joy Sports journalist Nathaniel Atto at the second edition of the African Cinema Summit in Accra, the overlord of Ga people emphasized cinema's vital role in preserving culture.
Today, my speech is going to be read by Nathaniel. Where is he?
He's right here.
Nathaniel. Take up the responsibility of funding some high-budget productions from here in Ghana, as well as some features and documentaries, which would feature key elements of the history of our nation. One random one, considering that we are on Ga and Gadangui land, and considering that he is the custodian of Gadangui culture, is the story of one of the most achieved athletes on the African continent, Berima Professor Azuma Zunzu Nelson, who is a son of Gasoil. His story has that of culture, it has that of inspiration, and it has that of projecting for the future the African way. This is one of many stories that can be pursued in a very vigorous way by the government that takes over in the year 2025.
Now let's talk about Joy Prime's famous cooking show, Big Chef Tertiary. Dr. Hila Liman, Technical University's journey on Big Chef Tertiary came to a disappointing end over the weekend as votes from viewers weren't enough to save them from elimination. The eviction marks a tough exit for the university, whose skills and creativity has been remarkable since the start of the competition, but ultimately couldn't secure their spot in the next phase of the competition.
For winning last week's task, you get the chance to halt a team's, cooking process for 5 minutes. It's Mystery Box Challenge. 3, 2, 1. You have 30 minutes. Open up your baskets. Kumasi Technical University, is your time to use your veto power. Which team?
Who technical?
Stop cooking for 5 minutes. So please move away from your workstation.
I really don't know why Kumasi would choose us now, but it's a game, so we have to play with it.
The heat in the kitchen, everybody is like so... You see, the drama is the tension, the way people are feeling right now. 3, 2, 1. It's stop work, hands up. You're plating. But hey, how about the taste? Tamale Technical University. Let's see what you have on your plate.
confident in our dish. So when we presented it to the judges and Chef Anaman gave us a standing ovation, we were very happy, very, very happy.
Ghana voted, judges passed their comments. Dr. Hilary Mann Technical University, this is the end of the road for you. You've come a long way. I think you guys are good. You can do more. Don't stop cooking.
Well, it's a wrap for the showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline and Sama Yabua. Over to you, sweet.
Jacqueline, I've been in that studio before, and it's really painful when you don't make it to the next group.
Yeah, you can see the tears and all that.
Sorry for them. But that's how we are wrapping up for JN today. And for more news, log on to myjoyonline.com. There you find the latest stories like updates on the GMA's decision not to participate in organized labor. And Professor Titus Bayo is calling that disturbing. And he is former General Secretary of the GMA. Many thanks for your time. My name is Sweetie Abochi.
Growing up when I was young, we used to do this milk conco stuff. We use them for cars, all right? But when I completed JHS, I couldn't continue, but I decided to go into apprenticeship training. That is where I found my dream.
This Wednesday on the Joy Business Van, Icon Autotech, the automotive service center providing comprehensive care for vehicles. Founder and CEO Isaac Nate will tell us what makes Icon Autotech unique.
If you cannot bring your vehicle here, call us. We can come to your house, pick it up, work on it, and give it back to you or deliver it to you. We also have mobile vans that will move around to service vehicles for customers. You know, some big cars, they don't want their cars to come out. So what we do is that we move to your house, mount the paint booths, then we paint the car in your house.
Icon Autotech on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online, and on ground. The Joy Business Van, powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today? Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up, LPG marketers warn of possible product shortage and further hikes in prices at the various service stations. Also coming up, some banks deploy strategies to discourage opening of foreign currency deposits as it becomes increasingly expensive to hold the funds due to recent regulatory measures. Also coming up this afternoon, cement sales yet to pick up despite surge in construction activities, according to second quarter GDP estimates. My name is Darryl Crowell. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. And thanks for staying with us, everyone. First up, LPG marketers are warning of possible shortage of a product from next week. This is due to the current state of the LPG reserves in the country and challenges with new rules for importing domestic gas. It is also projecting prices of the product are expected to go up further to current due to current developments rather on the international market. Gabriel Kume is Vice Chairman of the LPG Marketers Association. He joins me on Zoom. Good afternoon to you, Gabriel. We've been dealing with supply challenges in the last 2 weeks. Now, explain to us what this new challenge is, because we're told that the situation was going to be resolved the last couple of weeks. So what's new?
Thank you very much, Daryl. I mean, the supply situation over the past 1 month has been very erratic. We're dealing with a very hot pan situation where any drop of water you put in vanishes in no time. So we need a to be able to stabilize the situation, we need a very, very consistent supply to be able to yes, indeed. Some quantities came in last week. We started selling that last 2 days. And now our expectation is that by end of this week, that will dry up. So if we don't get any vessel coming in from the weekend into early next week is going to be very dire. Because at Tuabo, we know we take LPG, we take LPG from two main sources. About 45 to 50% of our national needs is being obtained from the Automotive gas processing plant. For the past 1 month, the gas processing plant has been down. It's not operating as we speak. I don't know, but even if it's operating, it's not churning out LPG for us to load onto the market. That means that the entire country will have to depend on the imports at Tema to supply the whole nation. And that has really put a lot of pressure on the imported products. If Atuabo is still not operating, as I said, and like I said, what came into the system is already dried up. By tomorrow, Friday, it will be dried up. Our checks from the Ashanti region indicates that about 60% of LPG stations in the Ashanti region are not having the product, especially in Kumasi. In Accra, we have about the opposite. The 60% of LPG outlets in Accra are having the product, 40% are not having. But by weekend, the situation, we are going to dry up. And if any ship doesn't come in early next week, we are in for trouble. But I think MPA has picked up the signals, and I want to believe that they are working at it to ensure that the product comes in as quickly as possible. One other reason why we haven't really had a consistent supply of product is also the current policy of MPA of the tender, using tender to bring in the product. I want to believe that MPA had a very good motive for doing that, but the results have shown that it's not helping. I mean, for the past 5-6 years, we've never experienced any LPG shortage in Ghana, and this was because each BBC was allowed to import the product at will. Anytime they feel they need to, they import the product. But now we are going through a tendering process where only one BDC is allowed to bring the product at a time and share to the other BDCs. And even in that process, there's a lot of bottlenecks. I mean, about 2 weeks ago, about 11,000 came in, we discharged, and for well over a week, we were not able to pump the product onto the market because there was a lot of issues with the administration and trying to take stock to make sure all the products are intact, and that took too much time. Formally, when any BDC brings in the product, he discharges, the next day he's on the market selling. So we believe it's about time MPA take a second look at the tendering process and liberalize the market, allow the BDCs to bring in the product as and when it's needed, so that we can avoid this shortage. The Christmas is coming. From next month, our Boga friends and sisters and brothers are going to start coming into the country. This is going to put a lot of pressure on domestic consumption of LPG. So it's about time we up the planning to ensure that we are able to get some LPG to cook our chicken during the Christmas holidays.
Right, thanks for reminding us that Christmas is around the corner. We can't afford issues to do with LPG supply. So how confident are you about the assurances given by the MP of fixing the situation?
We will want to see practical measures being put in place. We needed to abrogate the tender process. It's not helping. It's not helping the industry. It's not allowing for free flow of product onto the market. And now that Atuabo is even down, it's even call for more urgency in abrogating that process, so that BDCs are liberalized, BDCs are allowed to bring in the product as quickly. There are BDCs who can command product into the Ghanaian market within a week or within a matter of days. But they are not allowed, they are being restricted by this tendering. Like I did indicate, we want to believe that MPA had a good intention, but the results have shown that the tendering process is not helping us. So they should just liberalize the market, allow the BDCs. Let's go back to the former regime where each BDC is allowed to import its own products.
And that should be a permanent fix to the problem.
That will fix the problem. Like I did indicate, for the past 6 years, have you ever heard of any LPG shop? That was because the market was open to all. But now we are all depending on one BDC to bring in the product. When it comes to, it takes so long a time for us to distribute the product to the BDC, take stock. Sometimes you hear some stock are missing, so it pulls everybody down. And this is what is contributing to some of these shortages that we are having. I mean, and more importantly, Atuabo that gives us at least 45% of our needs is down. It's not producing. So I think that should really push MPA to see the need to ensure that we abrogate this tender and then give the BDCs the go-ahead to import the product. We are really suffering. It's not good for business at all. Last month, our volumes were very down. This month, we are not seeing the volumes that we should be doing. And consumer is also suffering. And in Kumasi, my report we had from Kumasi this morning indicates that people are carrying stairs and roaming the town of Kumasi trying to find the LPG. They are not having it. So, and my fear is the Christmas coming. The pressure by November, the pressure start coming on the usage of LPG. So if we don't take very concrete and smart moves now, we will have a lot of challenges going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, we had a report from Kumasi and the situation there is not so good. And so it's not just the clients affected by this, the consumers, but your businesses as well. And so we'll continue to monitor and see how it goes. Gabriel Kumi, Vice Chairman, LPG Marketers Association, thank you so much for your time this afternoon on the marketplace. Now, turning to some other stories, some commercial banks are deploying strategies to discourage opening of foreign currency accounts as well as fresh deposits by some customers. Here's more what Joy Business is picking up from the market.
And the action by some of the banks, we understand, has been influenced by the fact that it has now become more expensive to hold these foreign currency deposits. This was after the Bank of Ghana asked all the commercial banks to hold a fraction of all the foreign currencies in Ghana cedis with them. So imagine a bank having about $10 million in deposits, and due to this new directive, it is required to hold about 20% of that in Ghana cedis. This, however, has become a major cost to most of these banks. Meanwhile, one of the commercial banks, for instance, have told Joy Business that this move is not targeted at firms and individuals that are making use of these accounts for business purposes, but rather those that have tried to use these foreign currency accounts as savings and investments. Another bank also told Joy Business that you cannot have $200,000 in your account for a whole year for not being touched. Therefore, some of these actions are targeted at these account holders.
Now, cement sales are yet to pick up strongly this year despite a surge in construction activities. This was contained in the Bank of Ghana data on real sector activities for the year. Here's George Affe with more.
The last time cement sales in the country crossed more than 300,000 tons was in January 2022. However, it has been declining since that time. The Bank of Ghana puts the current numbers at 200 and 38,000 tons. However, for some, the development can be described as interesting, especially when data from the Ghana Statistical Service revealed that construction activities are picking up based on the second quarter GDP estimate. The data is also coming at a time that the Trade Minister is trying to push a new directive that cement manufacturing firms may not need license before they can operate. Some of the cement manufacturing firms have told Joy Business that the data from the Bank of Ghana is accurate, arguing that demand for their products have been badly affected over the past years due to the current economic challenges and the debt service freeze, which resulted in halting major government construction works in the country.
Meantime, the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry has identified taxes on imported equipment for projects as a threat to the operations. The Chamber is of the view that these taxes are a disincentive for private companies that wish to expand. Here's more.
The pace of expansion in Ghana's construction industry has been relatively slow in recent quarters, reflecting subdued investor and consumer confidence amid rising inflation, currency fluctuation, and disruption in merchandise trade. The Global Market Research in 2021 said the industry was expected to register marginal growth in 2022 as a whole of just 0.9% in real terms, down from 5.7% in 2021. Growth is expected to pick up steadily in 2023 to 2.3% and then accelerate to an annual average of 5.3% between 2024 and 2026. But players within this sector say the growth projected by the Global Market Research may not be achieved with government introduction of the new free taxes, especially the growth and sustainability tax.
If we talk about the tax introductions in the country and its effects to we the industry players, in as much as the manufacturing sector is also being suffocated or being choked with tax being passed, the same applies to us as well, because as a construction industry players, we deal directly with the manufacturing sector and then the financial institutions as well. So anything that affects them affects us adversely. So immediately there is introduction of new taxes in the industry, automatically our businesses are also affected one way or the other. Because for instance, if you should go and bid for a project possibly last year, that you are on site, that's supposed to have been taking 2 years to do. Now, with the introduction of a new tax, automatically the goods and services within the industry will definitely rise. So if that happens, it will affect the build-up of the rate that you have in the your contract document. So if you're not very careful, care is not taken, you may finish the work, but you run at a loss. So that's the reason why most of the times you see that most construction project doesn't see the completions, because the prices of the goods in the market has skyrocketed, and then the contractor cannot match it with the existence. So therefore, he needs to go for renegotiation. So if the client is not ready to at least adjust to that upwards increase, definitely the contractor may walk out of sight, because he wants also to break an even, not to run a loss at a go. So definitely, as we speak now, any tax introduction in the market affects us, especially the exchange rates, the how do you call it, the import duty, the freight, all those things. For instance, today we are witnessing the launch of a new product of CMAF. It's a good product that has been introduced to the market. But the question is, if they are clearing the freight, the export, the import duties and what have you, all those things, they slap it on the product. It makes the price also a little higher. And we, the contractors, we normally go and purchase these items. So that tells you that the prices of our product, that is the construction works, automatically also increases. So we are hand in hand, just like egg and chicken affairs. So anything that affects the manufacturing sector it affects construction industry as well. Anything that affects the financial sector affects the construction industry as well. So that's our challenge now.
According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the construction industry's value add fell by 1.1% year-on-year in the first 2 quarters of 2022, falling from 6.8 billion Ghana cedis in January to June 2021 to 6.7 billion Ghana cedis in January and June 2022.
All right, time to discuss the latest headlines in the tech world. I'm joined by Lead for Eyes of Africa, Henry Kobler. Good afternoon to you, Henry. So, Ghana's Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has launched a government mobile app called CitizenApp, which is designed to help users digitally interact with government entities. What more are you learning about this app?
Thank you very much, Laro. So one amazing app that we'll definitely find on our Play stores to try and solve the issues of government and payment. I mean, rolling into the digitalization agenda, I think that it's one of the steps in the right direction where we're having all of government's solutions on one application, and that comes in to help citizens to be able to make simple payments as to their utilities and taxes, and then their state contributions, to be able to see all of them directly in one app. For me, I think that I've taken a look at the application. It basically has a bit of a prospect and could definitely help if we put it in the right direction. And again, we're making efforts to make sure that this is not just one of those applications that finds itself on the Play Store and does not get to be updated over time, but it gets to be one of the innovatives where you're going to find quite a number of solutions sitting on the application.
Yeah, you make an interesting point. I mean, we've seen government launch some of these projects, and at the end of the day, they become useless. How do we make it useful, and how will it benefit our economy?
I mean, first of all, let me just chip this in that generally for me, I'm always up for development of applications with private sectors, because I feel that when we're empowering some of these companies that could build these applications directly, it would have been better off to channel some of these funding into businesses. I have seen most of the solutions already being deployed on applications which have been already built by private sector, youth, individual-led businesses in Ghana. And so I feel that it's just one of those duplicated applications. But again, government always wants to be able to find its solutions at one place. And so that is why I would definitely say I would support it on a single application. And so for me, the focus really is not just about launching it, it's more about how useful it has been. I think that the government basically has tried to prove in time over the past 2 years where I've used this to pay my taxes directly, especially the main web portals, to pay my taxes directly, and also to make someone or two purchases, and even to apply for my passport. I used that to make payment. And so I think it's a good solution in the right direction. For me, I'm looking at how the management is really going to go, and even the funding awareness around this. I've cited publications that are coming in to mention that this application is costing close to almost about $3 million, which is basically a very huge amount of money, considering the application itself and the functionalities currently sitting on it. I am looking forward to a lot more of this application being in use, especially being able to connect well for the Ghana card and different solutions in terms of, let's say, the mapping service, which has already been out there for years, and I've not seen a lot of prospects around it. But for me, generally, number one, I'm just looking at how the management of this application is going to be. I mean, amidst change of government, or who basically rules up the responsibility in picking up and managing this application, and then the build thereof.
All right, I'm going to ask you two questions. One, what opportunities would this open for the techpreneurs here in the country? Plus, should we be concerned about security?
Yes, I mean, I'm not in the past where this has been launched on the web portal heard of any security breaches therein. And so I'm thinking that some level of good work has been done in terms of security, but you can never always be perfect when it gets down to security. And so I am looking at, as much as a lot of people, I don't know the numbers, there've never been any publication of the numbers of the people that are sort of using it and how much of payment have gone through the application in itself. I mean, some of these things are the things I'm looking forward to, the publications from the government side being able to throw in, and we see the rapid growth of that application coming in. I'm just only seeing that now it's getting onto mobile application, and so we can be able to do some level of tracking on that. But I think that the government can do a better work in terms of informing us as to how many people are using the app, how many people are basically making payments on the app and all of that. and could grow, that becomes important. So security, I don't think that there have ever been breaches, or even if there has been, it has never been reported. And so I can only hope that it gets better off in terms of that. Again, secondly, I think that for techpreneurs and people in the industry, they could look at how they could do a lot of build onto this application, or even still find alternatives to what the government already provides. Because I know that there are fintech operators that are already running some of these utility payments and other ones on the application. And so it could always go rivaling this application. That gives a bit of competition in terms of being able to have the usage and the user experience on these applications also on other fintech applications. And that can give the government some level of head-to-head competition as to improvement of this app and being also innovative on the applications as well. I think there's a lot of opportunities that anybody could look at this application and build, and it can get to me. One of the most important things that I will be looking out for is job opportunities and then procurement services directly on this application. That'll be exciting to see a government channel most of its procurement processes and thereof on this application.
All right, Henry Kobler, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time on The Marketplace. That's our program, everyone. Thanks for watching. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Head there for the latest news stories. We will be back same time tomorrow.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got. Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Media freedoms must not be taken for granted. They have to be constantly justified, constantly reaffirmed, and constantly strengthened. We need the media badly in a growing democracy. There must be the trade of ideas when it comes to the politics. And the attacks on journalists certainly must stop. As a lawyer who defends journalists who have been assaulted, I can say that the circumstance is worrying and it has to stop. Defend media freedoms. I am Samson Ladi Anyanini.
Today's contest is like Kingdom Filipino Fighter.
The stage is set, the atmosphere electric. These are the minds ready to engage in the ultimate battle where every second counts and every answer could make or break their dream.
You can contest with us, but you can never compete us.
Beat everyone. This one all out, no stress.
And for some, it's all about that one word. While others, their hearts beat in sync with every point earned. And for some, the pain of defeat lingers long after the final riddle. The national championship of the 2024 National Science and Maths Quiz this October. Catch all the contests on JoyNews, Joy Prime, and Joy FM, and follow the action across our social media platform. Who will be crowned champion? Let the quiz begin.
Best wishes to all three schools.
The 2024 National Science and Maths Quiz is produced by Primetime Limited and sponsored by the Ghana Education Service in partnership with Gov't PLC and supported by Pepsodent, Lead for Ghana LBG, Junipay, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Better Malt, ALX, Kivo, Bell Beverages, Flora Tissues, Accra College of Medicine, Academic City University College, PMMC Jewelry, GTP, and YFM. The broadcast of the National Science and Maths Quiz on JoyNews is supported by NASCO, Vitamil, Virtual Security Africa, Ace Medical Insurance, Build Financial Technologies, DBS Roofing, Syntex Tanks, Family Health Medical School, Shopbox Technologies, Action Secondary Technical School.
Welcome to a quick tutorial on the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank. Visit www.gksb.gov.gh to access the platform. In this tutorial, we will take you through practice questions on the platform. To do that, you must first log in. Find and click on Practice Questions in the menu bar. Click on your preferred exam tab, choose your subject and select the year available. Access both Objectives Section A and Subjectives Section B. Select a mode. Solve the questions, submit for grading, and view your results instantly. Need a second shot? Use the retake option anytime. That's it for today. Keep learning and good luck.
Empowering women, a look at how some jobs at Oktoberfest are no longer just for men. Sparkling spoils, why 2 Swiss men risk their lives for crystal. And healthy treats, can a jelly snack benefit people with dementia? These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Few weeks, Munich has been in Oktoberfest fever, drawing in millions of visitors. But what's it like to work in the thick of the crowds, especially as a woman? We had a closer look.
Munich's Oktoberfest, the world's largest beer festival, has long been a male domain. But today, women are seen in jobs traditionally held by men, as festival hostesses or rickshaw cyclists. Is it equality in practice, or not such a great idea? Flashback to opening day. Celia Steinberg is the hostess of one of the biggest Oktoberfest tents, and she's running late. She arrived with the other hosts at the fairgrounds in a horse-drawn carriage. The tent managers number among the festival's highest-ranking business people. For years, they were exclusively men.
30 years ago, nobody could have imagined having festival hostesses, but that's changed now.
They made it at the last minute. Some 10,000 people are already in the tent waiting.
Welcome to the 2024 Fairgrounds and the magnificent Hofbräu tent.
Only a couple of this year's 14 large tents are run by women.
It's a whole different world from a normal pub that you run 365 days a year. Here, it's in full swing right from the starting shot. And you never have a lull, at least not as far as the stress level goes.
Over 6 million people come every year to party. Bavarian gender cliches like the women's dirndl and men's lederhosen are a huge part of it, as are the flirting, alcohol, and even harassment. But sometimes it goes too far.
When you run around here, it's like open season. You really have to be careful.
Quite often you'll find a hand on your rear end.
Alcohol and men always give the same result.
It's a tough environment for the women who work here. Outside the fairgrounds, Rickshaw Rosie gets ready. An estimated 200 bicycle taxis are on the streets of Munich during the festival, some of them pedaled by women.
You've got to deal with these wasted and sometimes unpleasant people and make an effort to keep nice and cool and get through it somehow. That's always quite a challenge.
Rickshaw Rosie is independent. She owns her bicycle rickshaw.
Right. Off we go.
Even before she sets out, it's obvious this won't be an easy run. You have really great legs.
Careful. Leg up. Hey, not pants down, leg up.
Keeping these passengers under control isn't easy.
Now he's getting out. I've got a great customer. Will you be good? Do you want to keep going? Then you have to get back in.
There at last.
You take care, you rascal.
Was that normal? What just happened?
At this time of night, yes, that can happen.
Back in the Hofbräu tent, just before closing, the party gets going. Sometimes being a woman has its upsides here. At least Silja Steinberg thinks so.
In a way, it's sweet when I come in and my security people say, "Oh, the hostess," and they lift me up or something. They probably wouldn't do that with a man. It's kind of sweet the way they treat you and appreciate you as a woman.
As hostess to the patrons in her tent, she hasn't experienced the aggressive behavior some Oktoberfest guests have.
This is my job, as if it were made just for me. I love to be with the patrons, with the co-workers, and I love the organizing. And you're making people happy. You sense that, and it's great.
Also great are the millions of euros in revenue the crowds bring in. And Rickshaw Rosie is also building up a financial cushion for the winter months.
I'm a night person, to be honest. So it doesn't bother me that much to be out and about at night. And you see some weird things at night.
The happy patrons, the revenues, the adrenaline. All these upsides balance out the negatives for most women at Oktoberfest.
Switzerland is almost unimaginable without its stunning mountain scenery. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people are drawn here, and with views like these, it's not surprising. But some come for what's hidden within the peaks, where true treasure lies.
This quartz crystal weighs several kilos, and it's worth thousands of euros. Men and women risked their lives to hunt for these sparkly wonders. Among them is Thomas Steinbrugger, a former world champion ice climber. He's been to the most dangerous regions of the world. He and his brother Philip hunt for crystals in the summer months in the Gotthard Massiv mountain range. A helicopter keeps them supplied with provisions and equipment. At an altitude of over 3,000 meters, Thomas and his brother set up their base camp for crystal hunting. Good preparation is everything in this risky business.
When we're working up here all week, we need a flat spot or a level plateau to sleep on.
They both love the rugged life high up in the mountains and the feeling of vastness and freedom it gives them, far from the rest of the world.
It depends on the weather. If it's good, we stay up here for up to 14 days.
Summer up here is short. By mid-August, the first snow has fallen. It covers crevices, so caution is needed. Climate change is causing the Swiss glaciers to melt rapidly. For crystal hunters, it's both a curse and a blessing. The melting ice reveals new rock crevices with quartz crystals, but the risk of falling is heightened.
All the equipment will come down in the next few days. We need to secure the block so it won't slip. If someone is working there, it's extremely dangerous.
Safety is the top priority. Almost every year, a crystal hunter has an accident in the Swiss Alps. The melted ice makes it easier to reach the crystals. Now, patience and a delicate touch are necessary.
You can see right through it, crystal clear.
A short time later, the Steinbrugger brothers make a sensational find. It's called a Gwindel, a twisted quartz crystal. Gwindels are very rare and can fetch up to 10,000 euros.
This is the best find of the entire season. It's an extremely exceptional piece.
Anyone looking to make sensational discoveries has to venture where nobody's ever been. The crevices near the road have long been 14 days. They finally return home to Thomas's workshop. Nowadays, he sells his crystals mostly through Instagram, as the market has changed significantly.
No matter how long I've been up there or how tired I am, the first thing I do is head to the cleaning room. I bring the good stones here and immediately start processing them before I even shower. This way they're ready for sale within half a day.
These rare finds, showcased online and in his showroom, secure his livelihood. A whole community of fans closely follows his work. Many of his friends have had accidents in the mountains, and Thomas himself has survived serious falls. But quitting is not an option for him.
The biggest challenge is the mental part and having to endure for the long haul. You also have to be prepared for it all to end quickly. But that's my life. I've lived it extremely intensely and to the fullest. I'm not afraid of death.
And Thomas Steinbrugger accepts such a risk because for him, the fruits of his labors are worth it.
There are people in this world who achieve big things with simple ideas. One of them is British inventor Lewis Hornby. His jelly drops can make life easier for people with dementia.
Water as a snack? These so-called jelly drops are 95% water, but they're sweet with flavors like orange and strawberry. Lewis Hornby and his team developed them. They're meant to help people with dementia stay hydrated. But do they really work? We went to London to find out.
It's a simple idea, it's a simple concept, and I think that's why so many people have really understood it.
He wanted to make a difference, so Lewis invented jelly drops after a frightening personal experience. His grandmother, Pat, who has dementia, was hospitalized with severe dehydration because she forgot to drink. After she recovered, Lewis looked for a way to help dementia patients stay hydrated.
When I initially presented it to her, that was that video. That was the first time she'd ever seen them, and it was amazing to see her engage so enthusiastically with them. And she passes them around, but she soon wants them back, and to have that sort of social element to it as well was really amazing.
In the UK alone, over 900,000 people live with dementia, and around 50 million worldwide.
Pass me a blackcurrant one. I could get addicted to these now.
Dehydration among dementia patients can lead to other major health problems.
Sweet and some kind of fruit, I think.
The jelly drops are sugar-free and are enriched with vitamins and electrolytes.
These are the best.
They're a hit at the Alzheimer's Society coffee table.
It cannot replace water, but it's something to have in addition to your usual water intake, and particularly where we find people may have challenging behaviours. For example, often carers come in and be like, Mum, you need to drink water, and it can cause a lot of dynamics and things like that. So whereas with this, if you just leave it, and people can just sort of help themselves.
Lewis Hornby invested 18 months in developing his idea. Before that, he spent a month in his grandmother's care home to understand the needs and wishes of the residents.
These taste better. One of the biggest challenges was getting the texture right. Texture and mouthfeel are a really important sensory aspect of people's enjoyment of a product. And when we first launched, actually, the texture was slightly crumbly almost. It wasn't what you expect from a jelly. So we did a lot of development to make sure we could still keep that elastic, familiar flavour and texture.
The Alzheimer's Society, a major British dementia support organisation, has backed up Lewis from the beginning. So far, jelly drops are only available in the UK and North America, but that is set to change.
They joined our accelerator programme. We offer partners up to £100,000 of investment alongside access to people living with dementia to provide insight and input to their products, and also access to our dementia innovation collectives.
Foods like water-rich fruits and vegetables are harder for many people with dementia to consume. With jelly drops, Lewis Hornby made it onto the Forbes 30 Under 30 list, which honors exceptional entrepreneurs under 30. But something else is more important to him.
Often when I would visit my grandma in the care home, the language wasn't always there. Often you found yourself sharing, moments over props such as books or, the TV, but having a sweet or a product that you can share together and enjoy and, use as a conversation starter was a really valuable prop to really aid that social interaction.
Jelly drops, not a replacement for water, but a sweet sugar-free supplement and a simple invention that is having a positive impact.
To meet the people making Europe's heartbeat. Just follow us on Instagram. Experience lifestyle, traditions, dining, and the arts along with the local people. For you, we'll get up close and personal. Join us. Become a part of our community at DW_Euromax.
Clams, anyone? For many, these shellfish are a matter of taste, but in Belgium, they're part of the national dish. So how are they served there? We try out a combination that is uniquely Belgian.
These are the crown jewels of Belgian cuisine, moule frite, a steaming pot of mussels and piping hot fries. And we'll show you how it's done.
Donc voilà, la moule à la marinière.
The Belgian capital Brussels is home to hundreds of restaurants serving up the dish. Among the most well-known, sister establishments Chez Léon and Aux Armes de Bruxelles, operating for more than a century.
My
name is Cédric and I've been the chef at Aux Armes de Bruxelles for 5 years. Chef Calenach cooks up hundreds of kilos of mussels and fries each week. The magic starts with freshly rinsed mussels and a few ingredients: butter, salt and pepper, celery, and onions.
On met la matière grasse,
You add the fat,
le céleri,
the celery,
les oignons.
the onions.
Donc toujours les légumes
The
en dessous.
vegetables always have to be at the bottom.
Parce que les
If you put the
légumes
vegetables
vont
on
cuire
top of the
en
mussels, they
premier
won't
et
cook
vont parfumer
properly.
les moules. Un peu de sel
A
poivre.
bit of salt and pepper.
Si vous prenez le couvercle,
We put it in a pot.
ça c'est la
That's
dose
about one
à un
portion.
couvert.
It's roughly 800 grams of mussels per person.
Le feu puissant, très fort.
Onto a high heat
Posez la moule.
for around 4 to
Et
5
comptez
minutes.
Plus ou moins
It's very
4-5
quick.
minutes de cuisson. Ça va très vite.
And don't forget, around halfway through, shake up the pot to make sure the mussels cook evenly. Meanwhile, Chef Calinard preps the side dish. The world might know these crispy treats as French fries, but this chef has a message. Only Belgians know how to make fries. In Belgium, fries are usually cooked in beef tallow and in 2 stages. First at 140 degrees Celsius for 4 to 5 minutes, then again at 190 degrees for a further 4 minutes. Before they're tossed with sea salt. And the finishing touch. We eat the fries with mayonnaise. Brussels' love of mussels was cultivated in the 1950s with the advent of paid vacation days. City workers who could visit the coast for a few days of fun returned longing for a taste of the seaside. And these restaurants were ready to cater to locals' new tastes. Most mussels served up here in the capital are still sourced from the North Sea around Belgium and the Netherlands. These days you can find moule frite in Brussels all year round, but fishmonger Veronique Vermeulen says the standard varies depending on the season.
The best quality of mussels, you eat them in October, November, December, January. And then for us, we fishmongers, we only eat them during that short lapse of time.
She carries out vigorous product inspections.
To check the quality of a mussel, you have to open it up. Like this one. See, it's nice. It's pink and it's fleshy.
The sweeter the mussel, the better, Veronique says. And there's a way for professionals like her to check quickly.
And this is how we eat it. Raw.
Mussels are also sometimes sourced from Spain. They were once seen as a simple and cheap dish for the masses, but over the years they've become a more sought-after and expensive choice. Back at the restaurant, a portion of moule frite will set you back more than 30 euros. But the price tag isn't deterring these customers.
Every time we're in Brussels, we always try and at least have some mussels, seeing that they're the typical dish.
I'm just a fan of mussels, so it's as easy as that, and that's a very special place with a long tradition, and the food is very good.
And they're not the only ones. Manager Thierry Scares has welcomed some distinguished guests over the years.
At this table we have served the former Queen of Belgium, Madame Hillary Clinton, some jazzmen, but I tell you, everyone is more than welcome.
Customers here can also sample famous local beers. But it's the moule frite which make mouths water, beloved by Belgians. It's our traditional dish, it's our culture, it's our culinary heritage. Moule frite is a dish popular all over Europe, but it's a match made in Belgium.
At first glance, this structure looks like a Greek temple, doesn't it? In reality, it's a memorial called Valhalla, located in the heart of Germany. We took a deeper dive into its history.
Valhalla. Conceived in 1807 by Crown Prince Ludwig of Bavaria, this memorial is a hall of fame honoring distinguished German-speaking politicians, sovereigns, scientists, and artists. Like Mozart, Beethoven, Rubens, and Goethe, for example. Incidentally, it is mainly men who are represented here, as it often has been in history. Valhalla was built to celebrate the German nation. So, to find out more, let's head inside. I'm meeting Dr. Thorsten Mahr to find out why Valhalla was so important to the Bavarian prince.
Crown Prince Ludwig just thought we should stick together if there are external danger, and if there is external danger, we should stand and fight together. And with this monument, he hoped to strengthen the patriotism and the national consciousness among the Germans. You can not only see busts, even memorial plaques, And both together are commemorating notable figures who together embody the greatness of Germany. That's what the idea.
Where did the name Valhalla come from? I mean, that's a Nordic name, right? Why does it relate to, or how does it relate to Germany?
In the Norse mythology, the Valhalla was the hall of the heroes. And in the hall are all these brave or the bravest warriors fallen in battle. They were coming together. And all these fallen warriors who are here are immortal because of their personal merit. Ludwig took the characteristics for his own Valhalla.
So how does Valhalla hold a valid place in German thinking and society nowadays with Germany's history?
After 1945, it was impossible to think about the German greatness or something like this. After Holocaust and Nazi barbarism, it was definitely impossible. And so they were thinking of looking for another meaning. Another aspect became more important, in fact. The memory of the eventful German history. Sophie Scholl opposed the Nazi regime. She was captured by the Gestapo and finally murdered in 1943. With her, all the persons who resisted will be honored here. But that's very strong. That means everybody who resisted. And so we get politics into the Hall of Fame or the Valhalla, and it's not the Hall of Fame, it's the Hall of Memory. And so that's what it is today.
Wow, well, that was quite the experience. A real slice of German history. And to top it all off, the view from up here is absolutely incredible.
And with that, we wrap up another show. Don't forget to follow us on social media for more fun stories from around Europe. As always, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you again soon.
I'm the CEO and founder of Haven of Love Children's Foundation. I'm an agricultural engineer.
My last name is Yu. If they arrange us in exam hall, I'm part of the last. If you write the exam finish, you me at the chop last.
Me, I come from a home where there are certain things that you want. Once there you want, but you won't get.
I have that mindset that there would be another Orikwan for Sunday. You can't fight. It's the same with football. Messi was on top. Now there's Kylian Mbappe. Wow. The day I go to sleep, I'll come down.
These days I speak to people and like, me, I don't want to work for anybody. I don't want to. That sounds amazing. But how long would you be able to sustain if you are not a student of organization, a student of structure?
I paid for my tutorials when I was learning. $300, $250. I'll teach everybody everything. You come internship, whatever it is, there's no hidden thing.
You dare not read an announcement on Joy FM on Doreen Ando's watch where you mispronounce a word or a name. She doesn't care whether you're on air. She would give it to you.
How do you navigate people who feel that operate, especially people from your background?
Friendship is an exchange of value. I can't be your friend and I'm only giving you. Yeah. That's what people don't want to understand. We are only sitting here talking because I get to show myself on your platform. You get to also get my time to provide something. I don't know if you get
it makes sense.
Even with this NGO that I'm doing, I've put in a lot of work, I've put in a lot of time, my own resources, and I can speak with my whole chest that my father has not given me like big money that, see, go and used to do this. My father has not done that.
People are insecure due to comparison and due to what they've been exposed to. You don't have a car, but as soon as your friend gets a car, that's the problem.
I look at my friends and look at what they're doing and look at what they're putting in. I don't want to be that guy that's always waking up and asking people for money. No.
It is 59 days to the presidential and parliamentary elections. Good afternoon and welcome to Election Brief. My name is Faustina Safa. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125 on all our social media handles and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol Platinum Energy, Energizing Dreams, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, also brought to you by German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty, as well as Chopbox Technologies, a convenience service, and Youth Bridge Foundation, bridging the gap for positive youth development. Please stay for details. Thanks for choosing us for your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Now we start with the former Shraj Commissioner, Justice Emil Short, because he has called for swift prosecution of those behind the deadly violence during the 2020 election. Speaking at the West African Policy Dialogue series, he emphasized that bringing these perpetrators to justice is critical to restoring public confidence and ensuring peaceful elections in December. Short warned that failure to act could fuel more violence in future polls, including the 2024 elections.
Citizens are enticed to vote for political parties through monetary and other material incentives. The most tragic aspect of this scenario is that it is carried out publicly and no one is prosecuted. Recommendations. As we prepare for the 2024 general elections, we must seek to address the challenges that threaten the credibility of the elections. 1. To ensure peace in the 2024 elections, I call for the prosecution of the perpetrators of the killings during the 2020 general elections. This will serve as an assurance to the electorate so that they will not resort to violence when confronted by opponents. Recommendations for investigations of violence during elections such as the Ayawaso West Wogan by-election should be fully implemented.
Well, with 59 days until this year's presidential and parliamentary election, Deputy Commissioner of the Electoral Commission in charge of corporate services, Bosman Asare, says the commission is fully prepared for the 2024 general election. He emphasized that 96% of eligible voters are already registered, marking one of the highest voter registration rates in West Africa, second to Cape Verde. Speaking at a West African Dialogue series organized by West African Civil Society Institute in Accra, Mr. Asare also confirmed that all election staff have been hired and fully trained in preparation for the upcoming election.
Let me start responding by saying that as of 2020, Ghana was the only country that had 85% of all eligible voters on the voters register in West Africa. So Ghana had 85% of the eligible people, followed by Gov't with about 83%, and others were doing about 70% in that manner. And currently, when you look at the registered voters we have in Ghana, almost about 18,700,000. And the data from the Ghana Statistical Service is almost of those who are at least 18. Ghanaians who will be 18 by the end of this year, that's 90.4. So when you look at it, that means in Ghana, almost about 96% of all eligible people who are supposed to be on the voters register are on the voters register. And there is no country coming close to that. And even beyond that, with the exception of Gov't, which has about 55% of its population on the voters register, Ghana is the next country doing almost 56%. And when you look at the fact that Gov't's population is about 600,000 and Ghana is about 33 million. So clearly this is an indication that there is something the Electoral Commission in Ghana is doing in terms of registration of voters, which other countries in the continent, in the sub-region, are not doing.
For voters' voice, let's hear from constituents in Kwabena who say the impact of developmental projects will inform their choice of vote come December 7.
North, okay, dear, me person, I say street lights. If it's a mama, no, also, or the pony basis one. I have statue. Street light near Blakuma. If you found my car, Bassakwa Blakuma, no street lights. The accident is sipa. Until the Obejana, yes, Serrano. Yes, Serrano, on my street light, now, or my.
We talk about Kepkus, Elmina. Yeah, impini di oyade oye juma uko kei enye kra ma wama ebinimu isanu juma wama obimu machine wama fence ohwe ebinimu so ma fence yehu se sanso tu abama ni biomu a obebo
abenyan constituency agbogba ashoman pure water ye kwanu enye ye bibia se wo honum ya ashoma honum one ye ni toilet papa bia wo honum toilet na wo public toilet na ba ko pe ana ye lo le kwanu o shofiti estate honum ebe fa ashoman honum a kwanu obia nyeye almost poly when in omu nye kwanu ye emaye na o show ye kwanu so afiti downtown e kwa blajensu sa kwanu so honum so asay someone be ye kwanu amaya ene du 7 December abano ye di ballot box mba ye ntu abano na ye nsuo no so omu hwe maye nso de we omu tumu e bia ombetuna atumu 3 weeks 4 weeks na ye nya nsuo bia van dwale
normal bebre ne ebehwe so ayede ato aba no na me to aba wo domi Kwabena constituency no la me fa pantan tema wo hwe gata o mayi e de ama o mo na sa adwuma ni bi na eso omutimi yi ama pe otafo na nka o mo so ede enso to na yira afo mo enye kwan ne keke na enyo gata eso mu yi gata kese ema community no se na ebe ye enso ni betimi ayede afam
me to aba wa Ablekuma North de onye aban ko omonya hwe wo ye na se ya shila ba yoko ba ko no so aba kwafe no so aba no so onya hwe ntimi de me se aba no de me nto kra ma mo kra because me nu de mo ye wo homayen se be mo nyina mo bombo no to se be wanya se be a o ya twifo kro mu ntibi de mpa bia no mo ye wo ma hwe na oba no anything na oba no o hwe ne conditions de ba do se person adwuma ya wo no se yes imputo eden koso sa because Ablekuma North hwe da kuma ono ma gota no enye nsioto ho nyina yiri odoko market enye kufu aba ba omi aba na na so aba omo ntumi nsi ma blokuma no ofie na so bia so na taba ma MPP for e nu ngwase kese pa nti mama ba no mbe si ma ye ne hu se mama ya nipa betan den ama gana ko nanim
afi we abato no aye kwakoto no me mpaso so ne de to be frank ya kwan na me hwe na fi me ato aba ofa no light na issue de make say a little bit good but ya kwan de say no board de boss so ne asase de aye kota mu fa bingu hoda Gov't sekra any ho enti no na me hwe na fi me ato aba ama incoming MP na obeba no because ya to aba to yenya ho faso bia enti eno in particular aye kwan no na me hwe na fi me ato aba o afiwe.
You're still watching Election Brief. We'll be back with more after this breather.
Children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, Christian Kwabna Andrews, founder and leader of the Ghana Union Movement, has waded into the debate about organized labor intended strike. He says the industrial action is needless. He spoke on Newsdesk.
It's not important. You see, government, the president don't have solution to the problems that we have as of now. So it's up to the organized labor to sit down and bring a solution. Give it to the government that we think this is what we have to do, but not going on strike. Strike for what? It will not affect Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo is in the Jubilee House. It's going to affect other people. And we are not the one that causing these things. So they should put a stop to this thing and sit down and know the practical way of solving this problem. Because maybe Akufo-Addo are fall short in the ideas of putting the end of these things. You come out, bring ideas, give it to him. If he is not going to do it, then that you can say that we have suggested something better. But he has never done anything to that effect. Then we are going on strike. But not now. For this very strike issued for tomorrow is not necessary. You should cut it off and sit down and just correct ideas and just give the solution to the president for him to come out and say that, oh, yeah, I welcome your idea. So I'm going to, based on this, I'm going to work with it. Because right now, they don't have any means of solving this problem. So if you have a better idea, bring it to me on board.
Well, they have suggested that the president should declare a state of emergency.
A state of emergency, we're not going to bring this thing. You're not going to solve the problem.
Why?
Why? If you declare it and you stay at home, what is going to bring out of this? You won't get anything out of this. It is better you just give a concrete solution to this problem by writing to the president. This is what we think. This is a national issue that we should sit down and know what to do. If it were me, the president, I'd rather even organize these boys all over the country, wherever they are, come and register. Just get maybe 10,000 cities or maybe 20 million, take it. Just see, we want to reclaim the land, wait for a while, we will go back to you sit down, you start giving them certain things, you talk to them. But if you say you are sending police and the military over there, they have more guns than military that we have.
Wife of the Vice President, Samira Bawumia, has made a passionate appeal to voters to promote her husband and presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Bawumia, as the next president of Ghana. Speaking to voters during her Ashanti regional campaign tour, Mrs. Bawumia argued that her husband's success as vice president, despite the constitutional limits on his role, is a testament to his leadership abilities and makes him the ideal candidate for the top job. She says a vote for Dr. Bawumia will unleash the country's potential through digitalization and job creation, and Abuachi Adam has more.
The wife of the Vice President, Hajia Samira Bawumia, started her Ashanti regional campaign tour with an engagement in the Muslim and Zongo communities in the Offenso constituency. The campaign is to strengthen the party's base in the Ashanti region with a focus on securing victory in the December 7 polls. Addressing voters, Samira Bawumia emphasized that her husband's success as vice president has been evident in the many development projects he has championed.
Bawumia nakumaye. Broni Beka, he's a good man. He's an intelligent man. Owa adwen kesi odibabe Ghana. Baby Ayedri, we need a leader with bold solutions to move this country forward. Obia owa ho brasie obi biara betimi aba ne ho obetimi de wasema betu nenim na odi tu nenim so a obetie na sempe atupem se nipa no one Bawumia na odi hihye bebre so ba obrayem women's fund emma ebetimi enye sika e de aye adwuma obrayem SME bank oye bebnu oye penyin bema obao oko bank wa obenye sika de aye business.
Bawumia is intelligent and has bold solutions. He has several initiatives like the Women's Fund and the SME Bank. He's also introducing the 1 million digital jobs. Bawumia as vice president has served well with several ideas.
Na Bawumia as a vice president, wachre se obeye ejumaden e de asom Ghana. Or the ideas bebre aba ene oda odem na wo to electricity akai Bawumia se wankodi line so.
She appealed to voters to vote for Dr. Bawumia as a reward for his achievements as vice president.
Vice President Piyaba Opia be ene de ye da omo asini juma pa omo aye. Nenso ye kano credia Dr. Bawumia odemufwa ejuma waya as vice president ye hu bida Ghana constitution mono vice president uni to me ni upenyi best man say no eno na we ye.
There has been several vice presidents, but Dr. Bawumia stands out. His work is unprecedented. The constitution gives him no power, but he has succeeded. You named him Mr. Digital, so he has digital solutions.
Or the digital solutions about. Because, as we all know, we are moving into the 4th industrial revolution.
The Ashanti regional chairman of the NPP, Bernard Enchibuesiako, urged voters to protect policies like the free senior high school introduced by the NPP by voting for Dr. Bawumia.
Sir, abai biano, sa wo sesanua, emputujuma ekosu nyirano, ejai fie mienu. At the hospitals, schools are what do I yes,
If there is a change of government, developmental projects stall. So all our projects will stall if you vote for Mahama. If he wins, he intends to cancel free SHS.
I am Mahama. So Papa, Adia Obeyan said free education. I know what's Remno. I know so Asia Omanano. I know Mahama Baby Tramu.
For JoyNews, Nana Boache Dankwa Yadom, Kumasi.
Away from that, various interest groups in the Sagnarigu constituency have handpicked the Electoral Commission as the key institution that can ensure this year's election is violence-free. The interest groups, which include people identified as potential troublemakers, believe the EC is key in helping the country have peaceful and transparent elections. Now, this was disclosed during some focus group discussion organized by Tudu Center for Leadership and Development as part of a peaceful building initiative ahead of the December polls.
Center for Leadership and Development, a non-governmental organization in the northern region, has over the past few months been engaging communities identified as triggers of violence in elections in the northern region, especially the December polls. The Sagnarigu constituency has been identified as a hotbed which has the potential to experience violence in the December polls. It's based on this background that the NGO is meeting with these interest groups. Speaking at the Damankunyele community, co-founder of Tudu Center for Leadership and Development, Osman Mubarak, said all the communities they have engaged so far believe the EC has a crucial role to play in ensuring a violence-free election.
One thing we have observed is that key among the findings during our interaction with these interest groups are one, they have all agreed that there is the possibility that we could encounter electoral violence. And one of them, the causes, they believe that electoral commission is key in helping us have a peaceful and transparent elections. I mean, all of them, all the communities we have engaged, they all believe that EC will play a key role in getting us a successful and a peaceful election. Another thing that has cut across is the abuse of drugs during election and the election day.
Assemblyman for the Damankunyele electoral area outlined some of the things that trigger violence in that polling area.
Causes of electoral violence in this electoral area or Damankunyele community per se. One is illiteracy. 2, strangers voting in the community. 3, jumping of queues. We have competitive politics. We also have incitement and hate speech, drug abuse, and alcohol.
The presiding member of the Sagnarigu municipality, Salim Abubakar, said the engagement was to get the input of communities and how to address these issues before the December polls.
Started it, that was last 2 weeks ago, engaging all the chief policies to make sure that there will be peace after and during the elections. And when you look at certain things, election violence, today's our engagement started with what? Election violence. What causes election violence? And election violence, I can say that it's like disagreement and agreement. These are the two factors that always bring these conflicts. So we are here today to listen to the people, their inputs and output, how we can come together to find solution to this election violence.
Well, organized labor, industrial action set to government. Now, this
that meeting, which is scheduled for 2 p.m. at the TUC headquarters, have just started about some 5 minutes ago. The leadership of TUC, the Secretary General, Mr. Joshua Nsan, as well as his chairman, just walked into the conference room a while ago with a handful of the TUC, some other leadership of the labor unions. I saw them the UTAG president of the University of Ghana, Professor Jampo, as well as his general secretary there. Just when they walk in, the leadership asked the media to excuse them to hold some brief meeting amongst themselves before they give an update to the media, as they did just 2 days ago. And so the media has been asked to step out of the conference room. Currently ongoing is the meeting between all of them. Just a while ago, I saw Thomas Musa, who is the president of the Ghana National Association of Teachers. I also saw the public, the pool also going in there, the Public Utility Workers Union also going in there. They earlier gave out a press statement indicating their position on the matter, indicating that they would also be proceeding on this strike come tomorrow, except those of their staff who are working at the treatment as well as the engine rooms. They are the ones who will be staying on work. And so a handful of the workers' union, the various organized labor unions are in there. I haven't seen the NAGRA president in there yet, Nje Kabonu in there yet, but the update is that that meeting has started. What we're picking is that today's meeting is about the modalities of which the strike would happen. We know that some of the independent unions have issued statements on how the strike should happen, but a general modality will be given at the end of the day as to how the workers are going to embark on the strike. We saw the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining, or against Galamsey, issue some sort of flyer earlier urging all members to strap red armbands on their arms as well as their head, as well as on their vehicles when they want to move about town. And so that is the modality from the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. But for the entire labor union, we don't know how they will be carrying out that. And so we're expecting that at the end of the day, they will give us a clearer update on how we should go about the strike come tomorrow morning. Fosti.
And thank you, James Abeji, joining us live from organized labor emergency meeting. We'll be live there when it commences and also give you updates in subsequent bulletins. Well, that's it for Election Brief. For more news, please log on to myjoyonline.com. My name is Faustina. Good afternoon.
Growing up when I was young, we used to do this milk conco stuff. We use them for cars, all right? But when I completed JHS, I couldn't continue, but I decided to go into apprenticeship training. That is where I found my dream.
This Wednesday on the Joy Business Van, Icon Autotech, the Automotive Service Center providing comprehensive care for vehicles. Founder and CEO Isaac Nate will tell us what makes Icon Autotech unique.
If you cannot bring your vehicle here, call us. We can come to your house, pick it up, work on it, and give it back to you or deliver it to you. We also have mobile vans that we move around to service vehicles for customers. Some big cars, they don't want their cars to come out. So what we do is that we move to your house, mount the paint booths, then we paint the car in your house.
Icon Autotech on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online, and on ground. The Joy Business Van, powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today?
Today's contest exercise, Kingdom Filipino Fighter.
The stage is set.
Hello, I'm Esther Gitu. You're welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. Israelis mark the first anniversary of the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas as the United States laments the Palestinian civilian deaths caused by the ensuing war. With just weeks to go before Election Day, presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigned for votes in Arizona, a crucial battleground in the race for the White House. And the World Health Organization says Lesotho has the highest suicide rate in the world. We'll have a report. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. We begin in the Middle East, where a residential building in the suburbs of Haifa, Israel, suffered significant damage on Tuesday after more than 100 projectiles were launched on the port city and the upper and lower Galilee regions within an hour. The vast majority of the rockets were intercepted by Israeli air defenses, but that damage was sustained in Kiryat Yam, north of Haifa, according to Israel's Home Front Command. Local media says it was the largest barrage targeting the area since Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah started exchanging cross-border fire. Monday marked the first anniversary of the October 7, 2023 cross-border terrorist attacks that Hamas perpetrated on Israel. While reaffirming its staunch support for Israel, the United States is lamenting the Palestinian civilian deaths caused by the ensuing war. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the story.
As Israel intensified its air and ground offensive against Hamas militant targets in the Gaza Strip, Israeli mourners marked the anniversary of the terrorist attack that Hamas launched in southern Israel on October 7, 2023. About 1,200 people were killed and 250 were kidnapped. Hamas is still holding about 100 of them captive. During a ceremony led by Rabbi Aaron Alexander, U.S. President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden lit a candle in the White House in remembrance of the victims. Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, marked the October 7th anniversary by planting a memorial tree on the grounds of their official residence.
We must reunite the hostages held in Gaza with their families. And I will never stop fighting for the release of all the hostages, including the American citizens, living and deceased.
U.S. Senators Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal expressed U.S. support of Israel Monday as they met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It was the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, but unlike the Holocaust, we fight back. And we're fighting like lions with the support of the American government.
Even with mandated civilian evacuations, Israel's military campaign has left nearly 42,000 Palestinians dead and more than 97,000 wounded, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between combatants and civilians in its count. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller acknowledged the civilian suffering on both sides during Monday's briefing with reporters.
The United States mourns the death of every innocent who died on October 7th and in the year since. And we are determined to continue to work for a ceasefire agreement that brings the hostages home, alleviates the suffering of the Israeli and Palestinian people, and ultimately brings an end to this war.
Israel, however, has widened its war to include Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The Iranian-backed militia had recently intensified its retaliatory attacks for the war in Gaza. Peace in the region, at least in the short term, will probably continue to be elusive, analysts say.
Absent the return of all the hostages, it's hard to see this Israeli government, or frankly any Israeli government, agreeing to a ceasefire.
Relatives of the hostages still held captive by Hamas also commemorated the October 7th attack. During a ceremony in Tel Aviv, they repeated their demands that Israel negotiate the hostages' release. But analyst Cohen is skeptical Netanyahu's government will change its approach anytime soon. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
1 year after the war triggered by the Hamas attack on Israel, clashes between Hezbollah and Israel along Lebanon's border with Israel are intensifying. This conflict is sparking a new humanitarian crisis that the United Nations says has displaced about 200,000 people. Elizabeth Chernoff narrates this report by Etel Bonnet, who has been traveling in South Lebanon.
After a year of cross-border violence, villages near the border in southern Lebanon have turned into ghost towns, while safer locations have seen their populations double with families fleeing the conflict. The 200 residents of Kafir Sin in Nabatea, southern Lebanon, are now hosting 500 displaced families. Fatima Ramal and her family have found refuge here, but the uncertainty surrounding the conflict keeps them ready to move again at any moment.
We were more at peace when we first came here, believing we would be back home in a month or two. But being far away for almost 12 months, it's hard. We miss it very much and want to go back home soon.
Other displaced families, like Mahmoud Mawasi's, have sought shelter in schools the Lebanese government has converted into refugee reception centers, like this one in the southern city of Tyre. Their home in the border town of Aitarun was destroyed in an Israeli airstrike, and he says their situation is bleak.
We received food parcels, but no financial support from the government. We feel neglected. In the 2006 war, the state was more present.
The humanitarian crisis has stretched Lebanon's government, which has been bankrupt since 2020, to its limits. Local workers say international aid has fallen short.
In the past year, the 7,000 registered families have received food parcels and hygiene kits only 4 times, even though they were supposed to receive them once a month.
The latest border flare-up has now entered its second year, with the risk of escalating into a full-scale war in Lebanon. What are now safe havens for families could become the next place the people must flee. For Etel Bonnet in southern Lebanon, Elizabeth Chernoff, VOA News.
A short time ago, the White House announced that President Joe Biden is postponing his planned trip to Germany and Angola this week to work on preparations for Hurricane Milton in the state of Florida and relief efforts after Hurricane Helene. He was scheduled to go to Germany on Thursday and then arrive in Angola on Sunday. Hurricane Milton is expected to hit Florida tomorrow. With just weeks to go before Election Day, Arizona is one of the crucial battlegrounds in the 2024 U.S. presidential race. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump know that winning the southwestern state is key to their path to the White House. VOA's immigration reporter Elaine Barrows traveled to the state to ask voters how immigration is influencing their decision in this election.
Vice President Kamala Harris made her first trip to the U.S.-Mexico border as the Democratic presidential nominee late last month. She walked along a section of a wall built in Douglas, Arizona, during Barack Obama's presidency. Later, at a campaign rally in Douglas, Harris said the country must police its border, but she also called for a better way to welcome immigrants legally.
And so we must reform our immigration system to ensure that it works in an orderly way, that it is humane, and that it makes our country stronger.
Some Arizonans say immigration is the reason they're voting for former President Donald Trump, who has promised to be tougher on illegal immigration.
I have no problem with legal immigration, not at all.
But Jane DeGrazia says those who cross illegally don't belong in the U.S.
And it's very unfair to our country. It's dangerous.
There are over 4.1 million registered voters in Arizona. About 35% are registered as Republicans, while just over 29% are registered as Democrats. Around 34% of voters fall into the other category, which includes independents and those not aligned with the major parties.
So the independent share of the voter pool in Arizona is really growing.
Kimball is the chairman of the Citizens Clean Elections Commission in Tucson, Arizona, and he's registered as an independent voter. He says immigration is not everyone's top issue.
Republicans are far more likely to say the major issue is immigration. Democrats are far more likely to say the major issue is abortion. Independents are more likely to say abortion, but not by an overwhelming amount.
Arizona is the only battleground state that borders Mexico, and one that dealt with a record number of migrant arrivals in 2023. On the day Harris visited the border, Trump, campaigning in Michigan, again promised to close the border.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, and we have no choice but to vote.
But this young voter says he would like to see an immigration system that didn't keep families apart for so long.
It's heartbreaking to see, families be split up.
Daniel Gutierrez says his father is a Trump supporter, while his mother says she will vote for Harris.
So I hear it from both sides.
And for the upcoming presidential election, Gutierrez decided to vote for.
I'm decided with the Democratic Party.
While some Arizonans know who they will vote for in November, others are more focused on simply getting more people to the polls. Joseph Garcia is executive director of the Get Out the Vote group, CitizenApp.
Whatever the issues may be, we want them to be informed voters.
And these voters could help decide who wins the White House on November 5th. Elaine Barrows, VOA News, Arizona.
4 candidates are vying for Mozambique's presidency. Some are pledging to rid the country of alleged widespread corruption and improve its economy, while others say they will end the long-running insurgency in the northern province of Cabo Delgado that has driven out about 1 million people since 2017. As VOA Nairobi Bureau Chief Maria Diallo reports from Maputo, some Mozambicans say they are more interested in a better life than who wins the elections this week.
The same Frelimo party has ruled Mozambique in southern Africa since its 1975 independence from Portugal. Some say the country is doing just fine, including 69-year-old Argentina Bebe, who told VOA she's too old for change and wants continuity in presidential and legislative elections slated for Wednesday.
I'm not interested in change. I already know the people, but I prefer to continue the improvement of Mozambique.
Others, like 28-year-old Ernesto Cremildo Castigo, who works at a butcher shop, says he'll vote for change.
Mainly due to corruption, so that Mozambique can develop, so that society can feel more at ease, in terms of justice, in terms of education, in terms of public transportation.
Aslak Ora, researcher at the Christian Michelson Institute in Norway, has been doing research on Mozambique for 25 years. He says corruption does affect the daily lives of ordinary people.
You have the everyday corruption where people meet civil services and they have to, pay little bribes in order to get their services out of the state or municipal institutions that they relate to, and that complicates things a bit.
4 candidates are vying for the presidency, including Daniel Chapo, the choice for the ruling Frelimo party. At a recent rally, the 47-year-old former radio presenter told supporters that peace and security for his country will be a top priority.
Because without peace, without security, there is no development. As I said here, we have our brothers who are suffering from terrorist attacks in Cabo Delgado.
The government has been battling an insurgency in the gas and oil-rich Cabo Delgado province, where about 4,000 people have reportedly been killed and about 1 million displaced since 2017, affecting multi-billion-dollar oil and gas projects. Meanwhile, analysts say that one of Frelimo's biggest accomplishments has been ending years of its brutal war with the Mozambican National Resistance Movement, or RENAMO. RENAMO has since become one of the main opposition parties that came in second in the last presidential election. After the death of longtime leader Afonso Dhlakama in 2018, its newest leader, Osufo Mamad, accuses the Frelimo party of having no proposals to solve ordinary people's problems.
Vote for you have to have jobs tomorrow so we have good access roads. Did you hear me right? Your land is a rich area. You are poor. It's through Frelimo's poor governance.
The other 2 candidates include Lutero Simango, a 64-year-old and leader of the Mozambique Democratic Movement, and 50-year-old Venancio Mondlane, an independent who used to belong to the RENAMO party and seems popular among the youth. The National Electoral Commission met with international observers Friday to explain the voting system and answer their questions. The Commission chairperson Carlos Simao Matsine said that all voting materials should be in place by Monday, and voting is expected to take place across the country, including in Cabo Delgado. 17.1 million people have registered to vote, 3 million more than the number was at the last election in 2019. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Maputo, Mozambique.
Still to come, we'll tell you what country has the world's highest suicide rate. Stay with us.
On the next Straight Talk Africa, the United States presidential election is less than a month away, and members of the African diaspora are voicing their concerns and hopes for the next president. Join me, Yeheyes Wuhib, for a special edition of Straight Talk Africa, focusing on African voices on the race for the White House.
In other news, Tunisian President Kais Saied has won re-election in a landslide victory after a campaign that saw his opponents jailed, along with journalists, activists and attorneys. The North African country's election authority says Saied won just over 90% of the vote, and turnout was low after many of his critics chose to boycott the vote. And in Malawi, the United Nations World Food Programme is working to address a rising number of malnourished children amid an ongoing drought, the worst to hit Southern Africa in decades. The WFP's efforts including providing supplementary feeding for children in health facilities and distributing emergency food items to affected households. Lesotho, a country in southern Africa with just over 2 million people, has the world's highest suicide rate. The World Health Organization says 87 per every 100,000 people in Lesotho commit suicide every year. This alarming figure is more than double that of Guyana in South America, which has the second highest suicide rate in the world. Tuso Kumalo has more.
As you enter Lesotho through the Maseru border post, the scene in the Mountain Kingdom, also popularly known as the Kingdom in the Sky, quickly turns lively. The hive of activity in the capital city of Maseru, with its people going on with their daily errands, shows no signs of an emotionally wounded nation. It's until you talk to the citizens that you start realizing why the suicide rate in this country is 10 times higher than the global average.
I tracked some of the victims who have succumbed to this. And this trek led me to the home of Malapo. Her daughter, Likwena, was not very lucky.
The 62-year-old says it was at 11 p.m. when she received a message that her daughter Likwena had drank poison. It was too late to save her.
So I went again to try to take her to hospital. But there was no help because she was already gone. When we arrived at Sepo, they said she's gone.
My next stop was at Kubetswana Township, just outside Maseru. Here I met Ntati Pakwe. The 39-year-old mother of two has made 5 suicide attempts. Luckily, she has survived to tell her story.
I couldn't address whatever was going on in my head. I couldn't handle either the pain of whatever may have happened or the disappointment that I'd caused myself. And when the cutting, it felt like punishment, like I'm punishing myself.
Talking to ordinary folks on the streets, you start getting an understanding why this is happening. In 2002, the World Population Review report pegged gender-based violence at 86%. 2023 saw those living below the poverty line totaling nearly 50% of the population, while unemployment is expected to reach 18% by the end of 2024.
If you are not employed and you are not getting enough support from the same family, you might think the option would be getting rid of yourself because you think you are a failure.
And experts say these socio-economic challenges trigger mental health complications that end up leading to suicide thoughts.
Those can be mainly associated with issues of poverty, unemployment, inability to also, deal with day-to-day life challenges that most of the time we encounter.
Meanwhile, people in Lesotho are doing their best to cushion themselves economically, selling whatever ways they can find to put food on the table, hoping that help will arrive soon to rescue them from this suicide scourge.
On its part, the government says it is already tackling the problem of mental health in schools and public gatherings, as well as crafting a treatment policy. But experts say as long as the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment are not resolved, incidents of mental health are likely to get worse, forcing many to turn to suicide as an escape route. Tuso Kumalo for VOA News, Maseru, Lesotho.
It's time for our health report, and joining us now is Jackson Vunganyi with the latest on HIV, AIDS, and mental health. Hello, Jackson.
Hello, Esther. Thursday is World Mental Health Day, and we want to bring your attention to the often overlooked link between HIV, AIDS, and mental health struggles, including the alarming rates of suicide in African countries. And joining me now is Brian Ahimbisibwe, the Global Youth Ambassador with the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation. Brian is HIV positive and part of the first generation of young people who went on to live with HIV and not die from it. Today, however, he finds that many of those young people who have lived with the virus all their lives are dealing with social stigma, struggling to find love and to find jobs. Hello, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Jackson.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's a pleasure.
So talk to me about some of the mental and emotional challenges faced by young people living with HIV/AIDS in Uganda and parts of Africa.
Young people growing up with HIV face several mental health challenges, including but not limited to suicide, which is the most common, rejection, self-doubt, and not being able to cope up with the communities within they live in, but also school dropout. I mean, I was in and out of school because of the mental challenges that I faced growing up amidst all the support that I had from the area psychosocial support clubs. So I imagine how much more the other young people growing up without this much support have to go through.
Absolutely. Why do you think this connection between HIV/AIDS and mental health is often overlooked or not even discussed at all?
You know, the HIV care and treatment programs in Africa are primarily about clinical treatment outcomes, and more often we do not give attention to the psychosocial support and mental health lens. And this predominantly is what we live in. I mean, I only have a few minutes or hours at the clinic, but back home I have all the time to myself. And this is when the reality of mental health draws in, and I'm wondering, should I take this medication? Should I not? How long will I take it? The community around me is stigmatizing me. I have self-stigma within myself. And so why it's not something that has been given priority, and why it needs to be is that in that time is when I actually decide on whether to continue with this treatment or not. And in a way, it contributes to even the better treatment outcomes that the clinical arm intends to address.
What are some of the misconceptions or harmful stereotypes about living with HIV that contribute to this stigma?
Oh, I could spend the whole day talking about them, but one, stereotypes like you gonna live to a certain age, and beyond that age you will die.
There's a ceiling on how long you live.
Yes, on how long you live. The most common is you won't have a family. I mean, I'm married, I have children and I'm married to HIV negative partner. My daughter is HIV negative, and I'm imagining why all these stereotypes like the medicine, the antiretroviral therapy that we take is toxic or damages a part of our body system, or like so many challenges that attribute to this.
Why do you think these stereotypes still exist up to now? I mean, it's been over 30 years or 40 years since HIV/AIDS was discovered in Uganda. And I remember in the early days, the stigma obviously was one of the major issues that was stopping people from even interacting with people living with HIV/AIDS. Why has it been so persistent?
From a personal experience, growing up in the system and now being able to implement some of these programs, the one thing that stands out for me is treatment literacy. Like the communities, the world within the HIV treatment programs is aware of this, but the world within the outside community still is in the blankets of information gaps. There's still a lot of community sensitization that's needed to let people know that the world has evolved, especially the world of HIV, with innovation and better treatment outcomes, like maintaining your viral load undetectable, being able not to transmit it, which is one of the things that I found the best, alongside mental health and psychosocial support, and many others. So the biggest contribution to this for me is the treatment literacy. To imagine, and because it has evolved,
It's a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. We are back here on Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. My name is Elton Brobe. It's a day where we are counting down to the nationwide strike by organized labor. It is 59 days to the presidential and parliamentary election. This is the pause. And now just some hours to go for a massive strike by organized labor. And already there is growing support as more individuals, unions signal their readiness to join the strike. Communications Minister Esla also has meanwhile shut down suggestions by the board chair of the Ghana Meteorological Agency that any staff that participates in the strike should consider themselves sacked from the organization.
Any worker who flouts the directive of your board should declare himself or herself as having terminated his or her appointment if you join the strike.
Calamity though is ongoing at various locations in the country. We'll be live on the ground with Erastus Saridonko. We'll also hear our exclusive interview with the Lands and Natural Resources Minister Samuel Abu-Jinapo, who has been explaining government efforts at ending illegal mining and why a state of emergency cannot be declared. Also coming out this afternoon, another clash between the NDC and the Electoral Commission looming as the opposition party says it will not allow the EC to proceed with the printing of ballots in the absence of a registered voter. We'll hear the concerns of the NDC. Plus, on our climate focus today, we look at the link between climate-induced migration, peace, and security. And as always, the pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilu, affordable safe sanitation for all. We are live on DSTV channel 421, on GoTV 125. Join us also on Facebook, on YouTube, on X Spaces as we engage you on the various issues we have this afternoon, as well as myjoyonline.com. My name is Elton Brobe. When we come back, we'll zoom straight into organized labor's preparedness ahead of the strike tomorrow.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Right, my name is Elton Brobe. We are live on all our social media handles, on Facebook, on X Spaces, on YouTube, and of course on myjoyonline.com. Now, in a matter of hours, majority of government and private workers will lay down their tools across the country as in a move that could shut down the economy. Transport operators will not work, whilst electricity and water workers will also lay down their tools. Even mortuary workers say they will not attend to work. That's their situation facing the country. Organized labor, which is leading the protests, are demanding several actions to end illegal mining, which has polluted the country's water bodies and destroyed our forest cover. The strike is backed by the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey, which is supporting the push with demonstrations. The Catholic bishops in Accra also plan to stage a prayer protest set for Friday. Yesterday, 9 out of the 15 branches of UTAC voted to back the action. The Public Utilities Workers Union and others, including the GPLTU, as well as some civil society organizations, have all indicated their readiness to embark on the strike tomorrow. We'll hear from all of these groups shortly and also speak to Russell Saridonko, who has been to some illegal mining sites today. But first, let me take you live to the TUC, that's the Trade Union Congress headquarters, where organized labor, they've been meeting since morning. James Abeji is there for JoyNews and he joins us. So James, what is happening? We are hearing some disagreement among members of organized labor. Feed us in.
Well, Elton, it's been about an hour of closed-door meeting now between members or leadership of the various labor unions led by leadership of the Trades Union Congress. Internal, deliberations amongst them from about 2:15 p.m. when the leadership of TUC, the Secretary General as well as the chairman of TUC, walked into that conference room. We got here at about 1 p.m. and when we got here, just a single member, the the Secretary General of UTAC TUC was seated in the room. Then at 2:15, the leadership ushered in other members of the group. Professor Jampo was amongst the group of members who walked in earlier with the Public Utility Workers Union leadership. Some, if you do not know them, you could see them wearing the cloth of their unions. They walk in there and then the media was asked to excuse them. Now, when we came, I did some background checks and I was told that there is a pre-meeting before this meeting that is currently being held amongst, the board of TUC. It is unclear what that particular initial meeting is about or was about before they now came in to do the general meeting with leadership of the various labor unions. Just when they started and I finished the earlier report at 2:30, Thomas Musa, the president, the secretary of the Ghana National Association of Teachers, walked past me into the meeting. But in about a few minutes, he walked out, and I did not see NAGRAT president Angel Kabunu also. We know that the last 2 days, he was one of those who were charging the atmosphere ahead of that press conference when we walked in there. He is also absent of the meeting now. What we're picking initially, the initial information we had was that this meeting is expected to give us some modalities as to how the strike will be held amongst the workers. You know that the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey issued some sort of flyer indicating to the general public, especially those who will be proceeding on the leave, on how they should go about the protest. They should tie red armbands on their arms, on their head, as well as their vehicles anytime they step out in town. And so the understanding we got is that this very particular TUC meeting is supposed to provide some guidance on how the protest is supposed to, or the demonstration is supposed to hold, the strike action is supposed to hold from tomorrow. But in the last few hours, there's been some information coming that the various labor unions are still arguing as to whether they really want to go on this strike action. That's what we're picking from our ears on the ground in the conference room, that there's still negotiations as to whether this should really come on or not. We've seen that the Ghana Medical Association, for instance, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, those two organizations have all opted out of laying down their tools. They've urged their members to stay on while they throw their solidarities to the labor unions in this strike. And so what we're picking out, we cannot confirm though, but the information we have is that there's still agitation among the labor unions as to whether they really want to proceed on this demonstration from tomorrow. So Elton, that's what we're picking at for now, as the meeting is still ongoing about an hour for now as we speak.
James, if I may come in, early on you said the General Secretary of NAT, the Teachers Association, the largest body in the organized labor structure, he came in, went out. Is he still part of this ongoing meeting that we are told is discussing the possibility of going on this strike or not?
Yes, so he came in, and in about 10-15 minutes, he walked out, but would not speak to us. And I mean, the consensus we had, Elton, is that today will be less than 24 hours, the strike will happen, as the organized labor led by TUC announced to us on Monday. And so the consensus was that today would be strict instruction on how this will be carried out. And so if you know, on Monday, the meeting that happened before that reaffirmation announcement by Joshua Ansah happened within about 25-30 minutes. When we arrived, we're in the hall, they opted us out of the hall, the conference room. We came out in about 20-30 minutes. That meeting was done, and then the reaffirmation announcement was made. Today it's been over an hour, and we don't know how this is leaning. And the argument is that the various labor unions, some of them are still unsure as to whether they really want to go on this. And so it is expected that a general consensus will be reached before an official announcement is made. And so what we know is that that is what the leadership are trying to do to get everybody on board. We've seen UTAG voting on the various campuses across the country, giving huge endorsement to this. We've seen NAT, NAGRAT earlier indicated their support for this. The two of them, as we speak, the big teacher unions, NAT, NAGRAT, are not in that meeting as we speak. In fact, if they have dedicated some other members, but the two leaders that we know, frontliners, Thomas Musa as well as Angel Kabonu, are not in the meeting as we speak. And so that's what we are understanding as far as that meeting is concerned. As to whether at the end of the day they will still declare to proceed on the strike by tomorrow morning, we do not know yet. And so that's the bone of contention in the conference room as far as the meeting is concerned, from what we're picking on the grounds as far as the meeting is concerned, Elton.
James, let me leave you for now to concentrate on this meeting, because the understanding is that after they are done with their meeting, they will speak to the media and then they will tell us how they will proceed with the intended strike action. So, James, we'll leave you for now. We'll come back to you when organized labor, when they are done with their meeting, and then their communication to the general public, because tomorrow, according to them, will be the day for them to strike indefinitely. Now, so we'll take you back to the office of the Trade Union Congress, where members of organized labor are meeting to firm up their decision to go on strike. It is unclear for now whether they will proceed or they will suspend it or they will cancel it. Whatever it is, we'll take you back to the TUC to have the very latest on this matter. But we'll stay on this matter because so many issues are coming up. Now, earlier this morning, board chairman of the Ghana Meteo Agency declared that any staff member of the agency who participates in the organized labor strike tomorrow will be dismissed. He emphasized that the agency provides essential service and therefore cannot be part of the strike.
On behalf of the board and leadership of this agency, I want to announce to you that JMET does not approve any of its workers to join the nationwide strike. And any worker who will flout the directive of your board should declare himself or herself as having terminated his or her appointment if you join the strike. We are an essential services that provide very important and critical services to the nation. Any worker that will flout this directive coming from the board, if you have sent yourself from work from tomorrow, do not step within these premises again. You have terminated your appointment.
So the man you saw there, he is the board chairman of the Ghana Meteo Agency. I mean, warning staff of implications should they take part in the strike announced by organized labor tomorrow. It's unclear whether even the strike will come on after all. We'll take you back to the TUC headquarters. But that assertion, espoused by the board chair of the Ghana Met Agency was quickly, shut down by the communications minister, Esla.
Environmental devastation caused by illegal mining and the impact it has on all of us is important. But as an essential service, you also have to weigh your duties to your labor federation with your duties to the state. And so I'll urge you that there are many forms of protest. Wear your red armbands to demonstrate your solidarity with organized labor. I will also wear a red armband because I'm against the devastation caused to our environment by illegal miners. And I spoke about it this morning. It's a duty that we all have to do, and there's work that we all have to do. It can't just be government's responsibility alone. We need to work on changing our attitudes as Ghanaians and protecting our environment as our heritage to the next generation and taking it as a matter of seriousness so that nobody hides under the guise of politicking or getting rich quick to devastate our environment, which has a huge impact on all our lives. So by all means, show your solidarity with organized labor, but come to work and wear your red bands. That's the modification that I will suggest too. I don't want any of you to lose your jobs. You've worked too long and hard in this organization when the times were hard. Now that times are improving, you have to stay around to also enjoy the benefits of your labor. So let's see how we can find a workable compromise so that you can express your solidarity and still come to work to provide the essential services that you provide to the nation.
We'll take a short break and come back with more on the Galamsey matter.
Money paper, ya pa fatas asu twie we. Esi, Messi na me 200 Ghana ko dwa so sister. Buy na nya 5 cedis. And 40 Ghana. Hey, take one container ya 40 to 50 pesos. And not 20 Ghana. And a dancing or long can do 30 Ghana. Adai, on my bay money away.
What was our casa? Before we did. Sha, Doctor me 20 Ghana. Ah, me pay for me 15 Ghana cedi a day. On my bay a woman, ya call ya nati ya sabai.
Share, and yet Diane Bonkuan Kosuru. John Dramani Mahama time. Submit 1 bag. Near 24 Ghana cedis. Min konko submit 1 bag. Yes, say a 108 cedis. I don't know what you're better saying. It is a say, who sit down here. Say, and I'll be say, John Dramani Mahama Mama Gia. Yabewo,
Yanya Bibian from Wakombe.
I'll come in the end queen. A better fire 100 pa. No people are buying. What dear more Ankasa.
Media minimum how. Na media. Measure my system, no matter what.
And yes, sanity, dear. A year kufu de nini ba omia. Nyame ya dom ne se December 7. Trua. You be true master said in YouTube.
You be true Ankasa.
Shawa sit no mo to abapa. E dey sakra ya papa beba wa brabo mu. To abama John Mahama ni NDC.
Welcome to a quick tutorial on the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank. Visit www.gksb.gov.gh to access the platform. In this tutorial, we will take you through practice questions on the platform. To do that, you must first log in. Find and click on Practice Questions in the menu bar. Click on your preferred exam tab, choose your subject and select the year available. Access both Objectives Section A and Subjectives Section B. Select a mode. Solve the questions, submit for grading, and view your results instantly. Need a second shot? Use the retake option anytime. That's it for today. Keep learning and good luck. Welcome to a quick tutorial on the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank. Visit www.gksb.gov.gh to access the platform. In this tutorial, we will take you through past questions on the platform. To do that, you must first log in. Find and click on Past Questions in the menu bar. Click on your preferred exam tab, choose your subject, and select any of the years. Access both Objectives Section A and Subjectives Section B. Select a mode. Solve the questions, submit for grading, and view your results instantly. Need a second shot? Use the retake option anytime. That's it for today. Keep learning and good luck.
Yo, Jay, what is this? Why, you go write emails or something?
Charlie, the bills and taxes are for paying. That's why they write plenty like that too. The movement from taxation to production, it make beans.
You read the NDC manifesto I send you. That's why you the hustle. Your mama say when he come power, he go exempt micro and small businesses from paying VAT. He also go give 2-year tax holiday to new businesses. So say them go first stand them elect up and grow better before them go start they pay corporate and personal income tax.
Charlie, that they go for me. Now I make my mind say I no go vote. But this one, dear, if I change my mind, then go vote give John Mahama.
That no be all. He also go scrap e-levy, COVID tax, emission tax, and the 10% betting tax. No,
it go kill. The e-levy said the cheap. I
swear.
I like the tax wrong with you. Charlie, Kwanzaa, what else Mahama talk?
If I talk you everything today, What else I will talk you tomorrow? Oh!
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Welcome back. Now, let's continue the discussion. In the studio right now is Carol Anam, a member of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. They are organizing what they call Red Band Against Galamsey, and that is starting today or tomorrow. It's already started. I see your red already on your hand.
We're getting into the mode.
Into the mood. So this is just warm up.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll also take you live to the TUC when they are ready to address the media on the way forward as far as tomorrow is concerned. The Lands and Natural Resources Minister, which Samuel Agujinapo, has also been explaining why government cannot declare a state of emergency. We'll bring that one to you as well. And they tell you who is out of the strike. The Ghana Medical Association, the Nurse and Midwifery Association, government, pharmacists will tell you why they say that they cannot be part of the strike tomorrow. So, Ms. Carol, so tomorrow is Red Day. Is that how you want to describe it?
Yes.
Why?
Tomorrow, it is Red Day because, you know, this fight against Galamsey has been on for a while. Yes, at some point, the pressure and the momentum sort of slowed down considerably. Mm-hmm. But it's back again because the more you see the reports, the more you travel around the country mm-hmm. and you see the devastation, the more you listen to the news coming from the medical, institutions asking for more equipment,
right.
Telling us about what this is doing to the people. The more you realize that, look, this thing, at this point, maybe we thought in Accra, we were far from it. But if the Densu is contaminated, it's most of Accra gets its water from the Densu.
True.
So none of us
is
safe. And look, we can't wake up every morning and be thinking about, when I'm going to drink water, I look at the glass and ask myself, should I not? Water is as essential to our bodies and to life as air.
The minister said he drinks it every day.
Well, I don't know if he's testing it to see what he's drinking. But let's face it, it doesn't matter where the water comes from. People think sachet water, bottled water, all the water that we have comes from some source which has a relationship with the ground. So none of us is immune from it. And at some point, what are we going to do if we can't afford water? So this is not a matter that we should take lightly. We are seeing what is happening. We are seeing deformed babies. We are seeing illnesses. We are seeing, food contaminated food. We are seeing how it has devastated our cocoa farms and affected our revenue that we get from cocoa. We have even seen the African Development Bank pull back $250 million of a loan, of part of a loan to the cocoa board to put in place some irrigation systems for cocoa farmers. What more do we want to see? We want to see dead bodies on the street. We want to see our young children and young men and women floating in these waters. What do we want to see before we realize that it can't go on? And the fact that we can't get the metals out of the water overnight. If we don't stop this, we're killing ourselves.
You have heard government response to this matter, and in the last few days, they've been responding almost every day. From the meeting between the president and organized labor to the press statement that came from the Minister of Information, and then the last one just last night, making the same point virtually, that they are now asking the military to work with the small-scale miners to deal with this matter. They say that they are also bringing into the system river gas to patrol our river bodies. And then they'll go to Parliament on Tuesday to revoke LI 2462. This is so far government response to this matter. And they also make the point that if you want to look at the history of Galamsey, no government has fought it than it has done in the Akufo-Addo era.
Fine. This is not a time for us to get into these arguments. What is important is, yes, maybe no government has fought it like this government, but no government has had it as bad as this government. So it's something that has, the intensity has increased over the years. So we are, if this government says that they are not the ones who, they have done more than most, what has been the effect? Because the devastation we see is the worst we've seen. And if this gets worse, I mean, I look at what is happening in other parts of the world where, hurricanes and what have you. At least in some of those parts of the world, they've got the money. Here, we will go a borrowing. Now, we are already heavily in debt. Let's borrow to do things that will progress our lives. Let's not be borrowing to do Galamsey. Very soon, we will be hit with a Galamsey levy. We saw a COVID levy. Nobody is going to give us free money to do this because this is deliberate destruction. Nobody is going to give us free money to do this.
You have heard organized labor's solution to this, and that's they are declaring a strike starting tomorrow. Some members say that they have asked their members to go to work tomorrow. The Ghana Medical Association, for example, nurses, government pharmacists, they've made it clear. Don't stay out of work. Organized labor's approach, and we are waiting to hear from them officially ahead of tomorrow. You think it is the best course of action that can happen at this very moment?
It would have been nice if everybody could join the strike. But let's face it, there are some services that if they join the strike, if all doctors went on strike, patients will be in the hospitals. And doctors have gone on strike when they have had pay issues.
All right. And even equipment failure.
Pay issues did not affect everybody in the country in the way that what the devastation caused by Galamsey is affecting us. So you wonder, but we are in a democracy.
And the thing is that the last time, even some of them, not the entire membership of Ghana Medical Association, the last time, for example, their members in the Ashanti region working at the Conventional Teaching Hospital, the last time they went on strike was because a machine that they've been working on at the oncology department had developed a fault. And the hospital administration had put in place requests to replace it. Yes, they went on strike. So and today they say that they were not consulted. They put this question before their council, and their council voted overwhelmingly against the decision to go on strike.
Well, one day, they will have to answer to their relatives and their children who may be unfortunate enough to be affected adversely by this. And they will, thanks to technology, all this that we are doing, is there forever.
Right.
Somebody is going to go back to it. Somebody's child is going to go back to it, and somebody is going to ask the question, why didn't you do it? You know, because we can't, you know, make excuses. But fine, even if organized labor, that is why we are pushing forward our agenda, which is to continue the protest or to carry out the protest in a way that brings on board everybody in the country. So we are not saying workers, we are just saying Ghanaians. If you're a Ghanaian, wear your red band. Because as long, you know, all of this builds momentum and piles the pressure on government. But if government says that they cannot declare a state of emergency, I beg to differ.
But what would that do actually?
You see, we need to immediately, first of all, you need to send a signal. Everything that we have done has been done, you know, I won't say without a sense of urgency, but it's been done using a process that has ended up where we are, where we have not been able to fight it.
It hasn't really been effective.
It hasn't really been effective. So if you want us to take you seriously, declare the state of emergency. Get people, because we've done this before, where we banned small-scale mining.
For 2 years.
But we are not saying, you see, get people out of the water bodies. I can't believe that, you know, including myself, I drive, you know, sometimes, and you are driving to Takrady, you are seeing the Changfans on the river. But we all sit in our cars and continue to drive. It can't continue. It cannot go on.
So for the coalition, what is the plan for tomorrow?
We are wearing our red bands, and we are saying wear the red bands until the action that we are asking government to take.
And this is a call to every Ghanaian?
It's a call to every Ghanaian, whether in Ghana, anywhere on the planet you are. Wear your red band in protest, because wherever anybody is, we all have relatives, we all have family who are being affected, and we all ourselves are being affected by this, some worse than others. But, you know, if we don't do this, then really we are going to be sitting here and we are going to be wiped out in our own country. And there are areas in DR Congo where this has happened. And they've devastated the whole community, and the people have moved. So when we move from here, look at us. We are an English-speaking country surrounded by French-speaking countries who have their own problems. Where are we going? Unless we are going into the sea.
Carol, so what will be your response to those who say that the timing may not be appropriate because we have for 59 days to an election?
You know, we have 59 days to an election. It's a fact. I can't argue with that. But we are not God. So we don't control what is happening in people's bodies and the effect of that. And what is the point of being fixated on an election when you are going to end up, or you may end up, with a country where a lot of people are sick, a lot of people are ill? Who are you governing? You want to govern people. Save the people and then govern them. But if you don't want to save the people, fine, you can go on. But at some point, you'll be looking around. You yourself, you may not even live to govern. So that's where we are.
Before I let you go, your final words as you look into the camera and then speak to my viewers.
Look, everybody in Ghana, men, women, boys, girls, we are in a situation that requires us all to speak, to stand up, and to be counted, to make our politicians do what they should do for us. We voted them into power, so we can unvote them from power. But whatever we do, somebody will be in power. So whether it is Party A or Party B or Party C, this menace of contamination and destruction of our forests and our water bodies is not going to spare anybody. So whether you are the elected or you are the one that is electing, think about it. Think about your children. Think about your extended family who sometimes currently depend on you to support them. And think about what support you are going to give if you are unfortunate enough to be suffering yourself from some disease and they are suffering and all of us are suffering. So please, let's wear our red bands. Let us protest. It is the first step. to making sure that government recognizes that every Ghanaian is concerned about this. Let's not sit as we have typically done in our homes and in the comfort of our, of public places and private spaces and have these conversations and do nothing. Because when we do nothing, nothing will do something to us. Thank you very much.
All right, so Carol Annan is a member of Ghana's coalition against Galamsey, and what they're doing is that tomorrow is Red Day, and for how long? Every single day?
We are going to continue. So let us start. We will announce additional measures as we go along. But if you will remember, we've gone through this before, like I said. Okay. We've done we've done Red Friday. There are so many permutations of this.
That you do.
And you will see the action as it happens.
All right.
But please, we are not going to do anything violent or anything, but we are saying that, sometimes the silent protest also works.
All right, Carol, thank you so much for coming to, and of course, this is a pause here on JoyNews today. We are focusing on organized labor's position they've taken, and very soon we'll take you to the Trade Union Congress headquarters where members of organized labor are in a meeting, and after the meeting they will speak to the media. But remember last night, the Minister for Information, Fatima Abubakar, issued a statement indicating government new measures that they have adopted to fight this Galamsey menace. One of them is the deployment of the military to work closely with members of the Small-Scale Mining Association to rid our forests, and our river bodies of illegal mining, and also emphasizing the point that any form of mining around water and river bodies and our forest reserves are prohibited. Now, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu-Jinapor, is explaining why government at this stage cannot declare a state of emergency. He spoke on the Super Morning Show with my colleagues, Winston Amwa, Kwadwo Jansen, of course, Raymond Akwa.
So there were a series of meetings yesterday on various fronts, and indeed, I believe that there's commonality of minds on the way forward. But it's always important for me to point out that this struggle or fight has been ongoing for months and years. And since I've been minister, I can recall some of the most drastic measures which probably have ever been taken in our history to try to come to grips with this age-old issue of illegal small-scale mining. Notable amongst them being the decommissioning of excavators. We've gone through all those phases. And so it's an ongoing fight, and it's a process. And every now and again, we're having to review the situation, amend our strategy, and plow forward. So first is the decision to intensify the ongoing Operation Halt. As you know, the major enforcement tool we have deployed over the period is Operation Halt, which is led by the Ghana Armed Forces. And so there was a comprehensive, detailed operational meeting yesterday, which came to some conclusions. And the major takeaway is that that operation will be intensified. The details of it, I think I will leave it to the Ghana Armed Forces or law enforcement agencies to take it from there. Second is the decision to
So I'll bring back Samuel Abu-Jinapor's justification why a state of emergency cannot be declared. But I can now take you live to the TUC headquarters where the meeting with organized labor has just ended.
Organized labor declared a nationwide strike. We deferred from October 10th, 2024. This followed the failure of government to address our demands to halt illegal mining in and around river bodies and forest reserves, as outlined in our press statement on October 11, 2024. Subsequently, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, met with the leadership of organized labor on October 3rd, 2024. At that meeting, government offered a series of measures it intended to implement as part of efforts to combat the menace of illegal mining in the country. At a meeting of organized labor on October 7th, 2024, the meeting resolved that the measures announced by government were not adequate in addressing our demands and stopping the dangers posed by illegal mining. We therefore affirmed the strike notice and informed the government accordingly. Yesterday, October 8, 2024, the government team met with the leadership of organized labor and Ghana Employers Association. The meeting discussed at length organized labor's response to the earlier measures announced by government. Following this meeting, government offered enhanced and time-bound measures in respect of our demands and the fight against illegal mining. These measures include: 1, the revocation of the environmental protection, that's the mining in forest reserves, Regulations 2022, LI 2642. His Excellency the President has directed the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources to submit a memorandum for the revocation of the LI to Parliament when it reconvenes on Tuesday, October 15, 2024. The redeployment of the military and other law enforcement agencies to flush out illegal miners from water bodies and forest reserves. The military is now supporting the forest guards of the Forestry Commission to protect the forest reserves from destruction by illegal miners and loggers. Government, working with the judiciary, has already established 14 dedicated courts, 7 high courts, and 7 circuit courts to handle illegal mining cases. Collaboration with the organized labor and other stakeholders to fight illegal mining, government has asked organized labor to nominate representatives to be part of the stakeholders committee to fight illegal mining in the country. 5, government supports the call by organized labor for all presidential candidates to sign a pact committing to the fight against illegal mining. 6, government affirmed its commitment to engage with stakeholders, including organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association, to bring an end to illegal mining in Ghana. These are significant concessions that organized labor demands and threats have forced government to make towards combating illegal mining, that's Galamsey in Ghana. Comrades, organized labor has therefore decided to suspend the internal strike action. We are calling all workers to report for work on 10th of October 2024 and beyond. Organized labor will keenly monitor the implementation of these measures which government has made, and government will hear from us if it fails to do the needful. Okay, sir. Press for remember and branch and get this share we. Your friend we are. We have some person catcher money say organized labor. Asia Waha on the 7th. 1st of October Asia to declare a strike action. And I'm saying you be said to fighting Galamsey aban ending Ujuma. Into on the 1st Asia Waha lay declare say by 10th aban I won't be there, the Boko Day strike. A year and ra Yamiadum aben free organized labor pain for any more able born come. Says any almost kind of first no, let's say a moo and ye do and then one say mookina. And mom the measures be egu upon so my organized labor. Says I bank in Benania or 2% of one of
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. All right. Chief, which
So those are live pictures from the TUC headquarters conference room. The breaking news this afternoon is that organized labor will no longer go on strike tomorrow. That's according to the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress, Joshua Ansam, after a marathon meeting with leadership of various unions under organized labor. According to them, looking at the concessions, made by government decision to deploy the military, river gas, and other measures adopted by government, which implementation has already started, they have decided to allow government some space. And for that reason, the strike action proposed for tomorrow will not come on. And they are urging all its members to report to work tomorrow. That is the breaking news this afternoon. The strike tomorrow will not come on. Let me take you back to the TUC conference where my colleague James Aveji is there interacting with some members of organized labor.
There's no ahead of us. Mr. Chairman, tier 2 is in 30 months arrest.
So we'll get James Aveji's attention shortly. We'll take you back to the conference room of the Trade Union Congress. And according to them, they met with governments, they met among members of organized labor, and the decision that looking at what government is doing so far, including the deployment of the military to rid our river bodies and our forest reserves of illegal mining, and government declaration that mining along these areas remains an illegality, they have decided that the proposed strike tomorrow will not happen. In fact, they are urging their members to report to work tomorrow. That is the breaking news coming from organized labor. After a marathon meeting, the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress just announced that the strike will not happen tomorrow. The action they wanted to take to force government to take some action against illegal mining will not happen. The reason being that they have been studying government response to their demands and what government is doing to deal with the matter, and they've come to the conclusion that government deserves some space. The reason why they cannot go ahead with a strike, but they'll be monitoring. If at some point they come to the conclusion that nothing is happening, they may go back to the earlier decision. Let me bring in again James Aveji at the TUC conference room. Right, James, so tell us what is happening now. Right, so we'll get James Aveji's attention and bring that to you shortly. We'll also be hearing from the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Samuel Abujinapa, who is justifying why a state of emergency cannot be introduced in this conversation, but is telling us what government, the proactive measures government has undertaken or has committed to do in starting today and the days to come, to rid the mining areas of illegal mining. But the breaking news this very hour is that organized labor's decision to go on strike tomorrow will no longer happen. The reason is that organized labor, after a marathon meeting, came to the conclusion that government deserves some space because of what government has started doing. They want to observe and then advise themselves accordingly. But for now, they are urging all their members to go back to work tomorrow. The strike action will not happen. So James Abaye is now speaking. Let's hear him.
The various leaderships of the various organized labor unions, they have declared that tomorrow's strike action have been called off. And that's a big announcement. We've been trying to see if we could get some of the leadership to speak to, but a number of them are not willing to speak to us. For what reason, we do not know, but just a few of them in some groups having conversations about what just happened. Before the announcement was made, what we were told, we picked from the meeting is that some of them do not agree with the fact that this would have to happen, but there were some reasons given by the TUC. Let me just run you through some of those reasons quickly. One is that the president or government has made another meeting with organized labor yesterday that we didn't know of, but Mr. Joshua Ansan indicated that there was another meeting between government and organized labor yesterday, and from that meeting, the president has directed the lands minister, Abu Jinapo, to send a document to Parliament when Parliament reconvenes in order to ask for the revocation of LI 2462, which allows for the mining in forest reserves as well as get it revoked. Also, government has assured organized labor of the intention to deploy soldiers or military men onto the river and forest reserves to guard it. They have also mentioned that, Joshua has also mentioned that government has set up 14 courts to deal with Galamsey issues, perpetrators who have been arrested, to deal with them. And so that's one of the assurances. The last one is the fact that government has asked organized labor to nominate some members into the government enforcement team who will be monitoring the enforcement of the measures government is trying to roll out. And so those are some of the assurances they've had from government in the last hours of yesterday, for which reason they are saying that they are satisfied with that, and so the industrial action has been called off from tomorrow. The assurance is that government will hear from them if they are not able to implement this as they have assured them. So that's what we have. We tried speaking to some of them earlier. The members who not have a word or two with us, for which reason we do not know, but I think that's the big announcement coming from the conference room here of the Trades Union Congress.
Right, thank you very much, James Aveji. The news is quite clear. I mean, position of organized labor is very much known now, and they say that because of what government is doing, steps government is taking so far. And let me run by you the latest position of government on this matter. And government says that in its effort to clamp down on the long-standing menace of illegal small-scale mining, has concluded operational measures to intensify the ongoing Operation Halt, which is led by the Ghana Armed Forces, to rid our river bodies of all forms of mining activities. The phase of the operation will be done in conjunction with the Small-Scale Miners Association of Ghana. Government reassessed that river bodies and forest reserves remain red zones. Government reiterates its commitment to the fight against illegal small-scale mining and call on all stakeholders to join the fight. On Tuesday, 15th October, when Parliament is back, government will propose an amendment to revoke LI 2462 that currently grants mining in forest reserve. So this is government position on the matter. Before I bring you that justification by the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, let me pick a quick reaction from Awula Sewa from Eco-Conscious Ghana. So Awula, you heard organized labor. The strike will not happen tomorrow. Your reaction?
Very disappointed.
They say that government at least has taken some steps. They want to observe to see how those steps will help, sanitize the situation we have.
It's not a question of sanitizing. We need to stop the poisoning that is going on. We asked for a state of emergency so that you go to the forest reserve and you get rid of the miners, the illegal miners, and the equipment, both the forest reserve and the water bodies. There has been no state of emergency. We asked for the revocation of licenses that have been granted to mine in forest reserve. This has not been done. We asked for a pause on community mining. This has not been done. Because we know that we are incapable of monitoring the thousands of community mining, small-scale mining, whatever you want to call it. This hasn't been done. This is a government that has had 8 years to deal with this problem and hasn't done so. So to call off the strike now, for me, it's most disappointing because the demands have not been met. So on what basis is the strike being called off?
So, going forward, clearly, organized labor for a lot of people appeared to be the last resort in a fight against illegal mining. Now, the position they've taken is that the strike will not come on. Now, on the other side of the coin is government announcement of deployment of the military that, from what we are told, will start very soon. And
what does very soon mean? Very soon doesn't mean anything. You see, you need timeline. The president put his presidency on the line almost 8 years ago. Things went from bad to worse. Very soon doesn't mean anything. And then the government is going to make a proposal for the revocation of LI 2462.
Right.
You see, we have to be serious. We face an existential threat. And I fear that there have been compromises that are taking place. We know that it started with divide and rule, trying to get members to say they were not in agreement and so on and so forth. So I was hoping that organized labor would stand first. But the fight has always been led by the civil society organizations. Organized labor took a very long time to fight, a very long time to realize that in a sick environment, your wages don't mean anything. If you are dying of cancer or kidney, of what is money the bank account. They took a long time to come, and I'm disappointed to hold off the strike without waiting to get government to actually agree to their demand. Government has just decided to do pick and choose. So I'm very disappointed. But the fight continues. The fight continues. Whenever
you may be disappointed, but can we at least allow what government wants to do? Can we give it time to see whether
what more time do you need? You
work?
had 8 years to do it. You haven't done it. The press conference was on the 11th of September.
Right.
Organized labor gave up to the 30th of September. Today is the 9th of October. If there was any seriousness, from the 11th of September, you'd have taken these measures. Why are you waiting till now? And now we have not been given a time frame. But as I said, civil society organizations are still continuing the fight.
In what form?
Well, in various forms, to continue applying pressure. There are other groups which may be going on demonstrations, but we always knew that there was a possibility that the strike would be called off without the demands being met. We face an existential threat, and we have to be serious about the demands being made. No time frames have been given. We've asked for a pause on community mining because we can't monitor it. I'll be giving this example. Just a few weeks ago, the Lesotho stream was pristine and clean. We saw the excavators going there. We contacted the regional minister. He did nothing. The police, after they had polluted the stream to some extent, arrested the illegal miners. They released them on police bail. They went right back to polluting the river. Contrast this to the demonstrators who were refused police bail. So there's no seriousness with dealing with illegal mining.
All right.
The Minerals Commission, as we speak, is still issuing licenses.
Because currently, as you speak, the law permits.
For them to stop.
Because currently, as you speak, the law permits the Minerals Commission to do so.
Well, you see, the law can permit the government to do a number of things which it's not doing. The Minerals Commission said they have not been told to stop issuing licenses.
Yes.
If we have understood that we cannot monitor small-scale mining, and therefore we should have a pause, why are licenses still being issued?
Okay.
It means that the demands have not been taken with any seriousness whatsoever.
Right. Awula, thank you so much. This is a developing story. I'm sure we'll have more reactions going forward. But another group that, found expression in the government statement is the Ghana National Association of Small-Scale Miners. And the statement that came through last night, the statement referenced them, and then, the fact that they'll be working closely with the military in the new attempt to deal with the issue of illegal mining. The association has just issued a statement indicating its collaboration with government to protect river bodies and forest reserves. Al-Hassan Abdul Razak is Director of Communications and joins me on the line for some brief chat. So, Razak, you're welcome to the pause. You heard the organized labor. There will be no strike tomorrow, but government says that the deployment of the military will work alongside your group to bring sanity to the matter we are talking about, that is illegal mining. How ready is your group to work alongside the military or the security agencies in this renewed fight against this menace?
Thank you very much, and good evening to your listening viewers. Yes, the issue about illegal mining is a threat to all of us, and we as an association and small-scale miners in the country, I think we are not exempted from this threat, especially our water bodies and the forest reserves. And the call by organized labor to suspend the strike, I think, is a good news to some of us. Why is it a good news? Because it is an issue whereby we are all finding solutions on how to solve this problem. And as industry players, we need to support the civil society, we need to support government, we need to support everybody so that we all see how we can team up. And this call, we've been calling for this for a very long time, that we need a collaborative move to make sure that we'll sanitize the system. Because those people on the river bodies, they are not small-scale miners, and they are not mandated to work on the body and the river bodies. And those on the forest reserves too. Small-scale miners are not given license to mine there. So those who get the opportunity are only the large-scale companies, and then the illegal ones who are also there. So if we are flashing them out, it will be a collaborative thing, and then we take it up from there. We had a task force already who have augmented, and then we've supported Operation Vanguard, Operation Galanto to see to it that we can stop these illegal activities on the river bodies. But because of recognition, because sometimes you will be operating, and these same security agencies will be disturbing you by saying that you don't have the mandate, you don't have this, you don't have that. And it got to a time we even adopted the Brain River, whereby we took it up upon ourselves. You can cross-check at the water company in Kofordia. And we were able to destroy over 8,000 chamfer machines and other things. We spent our own money to do all this. But it got to a point whereby these security agencies were not allowing us to operate. And at the same time, you arrest these illegal miners, you will see some of the chiefs will come with their gloves and try to come and say they are begging. You will see politicians, party chairman, you will see, what is the name?
So Razak, just brief question. So exactly, let me just ask you, but we don't have so much time, Razak. So do you know the exact role you'll be playing in this new approach? Are you aware of what you'll be doing?
Exactly so. As we speak, we've already sent a signal to all these illegal miners on the river bodies. Now that government have given us a hearing that they want to collaborate with us, we've sent a signal to them. And this Friday coming, we are having a forum in Osino to make sure that we'll take up the mantle and see to it that we all collaborate with the military, and then we'll take them on.
And then the claim is that some of those undertaking illegal mining, some of them are actually some of your members, and under the guise of licensed small-scale mining, they're actually doing illegal mining. How are you also doing to fish those individuals out?
My brother, this time it's a collaborative thing, and we've gotten the assurance from the security agencies. No matter how it is, every business, everything that you do, even your household, you may have recalcitrant ones. But that shouldn't mean that doesn't mean that you are allowed to operate and do whatever they want. So now that we have that power, we have that thing that which can collaborate. All those who are also doing that, we've sent a signal. If you're a member of our association, if you are a legal small-scale miner, and you are washing direct into the water, we are coming after. We will arrest our own people. If only they will not change, we will arrest them and let the whole world know that. And we are doing this in collaborative with all the media and everybody. We'll bring everybody along and let us do it holistically and stop this nonsense that is happening in this country.
All right, Al-Hassan Abdul Razak, Director of Communication with the Small Scale Miners Association. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. This matter will not go away. We'll take a short break and return with more here on The Pulse. Stay put.
Hey, you're strong. Hey, you're tough. Syntex is coming and new. Syntex is coming. Today we are in Nima. Syntex, your trusted brand for everything water tank, domestico, industrial use, and we are promising all our communities listening or watching us right now. And oh, high five. That's right. Still Ghana's first to introduce double layer tank. The whole. Free water for everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please make sure you nominate your community. We will be right there to serve you. Papa Syntex, what's the next week? Hey! Yeah!
Keep nominating your communities on our social media handles and trust us, we might be at your doorstep.
Syntex tank! Are you strong? Are you tough? Yeah!
Messi and me the 200 Ghana could just sister. Buy you 5 cities and 40 Ghana. Hey, take one container your 40 to 50 pesos and not 20 Ghana. And a dancing or long can do 30 Ghana. Adai, on my bay money away. What was our casa? Me show Dean. Sha, Doctor me the 20 Ghana. Me pay for me 15 Ghana cedi a day. Omo be ni ewomi ya koya na ate yesabai
hwe enye duane bonko a ne kosoro John Dramani Mahama time Smith 1 bag near 24 Ghana cedis me nkonto Smith 1 bag a yesi eye 108 cedis ayon ross ye beton ni sen it is say wo si dan a sen e na wo be say John Dramani Mahama ba magie ya Yebewo ya nya bibia fa ho akom beku yen yo akom ne de enku yen ye be fa ye ho adwen pa na MPP aban wadi ehwamo ankasa medie minim wo haw na medie mehwe masetirem na mato ababa ene sa na tie de a eye akufu ade ne ni ba wo mia nyame ya dom ne se December 7 dura ye be tuo masese de YouTube
ye be tu ankasa
hwe wasetna moto abapa e de sakraya papa beba wa brabom to abama John Mahama ne NDC.
Welcome to German Ozone Medical Center, the pioneer of ozone therapy clinics in Ghana and West Africa.
If you are dealing with conditions like diabetes, diabetic ulcers, stroke, arthritis, bodily or skeletal pain, viral infections, and more, we invite you to explore the advanced complementary therapy. Rediscover your true self through our facial micro-needle sauna for detoxification, bringing forth the radiant glow you've always dreamed of.
For exceptional dental health solutions, we offer services such as digital Hollywood zirconia smile, clear aligner treatment, implant, and digital dentistry. At the German Ozone Medical Center, our dedicated and friendly team of professionals are committed in providing you with unique and top-notch dental experience. Call us on 055-024-2222 or 055-025-2222.
Introducing Schoolbox from Chopbox. voteonline.com or contact our customer service via WhatsApp. Call for all your boarding school needs from provisions, books, and birthday packages, all delivered on campus. Shopbox, a convenient service.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
Welcome back to the pulse here on Joy News, and we're going to talk about the NDs. But before we do so, a statement that is just coming in from the Office of the President, and it relates to the organized labor and issues about Galamsey. The reason why organized labor decided to suspend tomorrow's strike. Let me run through the statement that is coming from the Office of the President. President Akufo-Addo has directed the Minister for Defense to deploy additional military forces to intensify the ongoing Operation HALT, which aims to curb illegal mining. The President has again instructed the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, along with the Environmental Protection Agency, to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection Mining Forest Reserve Regulation LI 2462 with immediate effect. So begin at this very moment, LI 2462 is suspended, and that's the directive to the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Also, President Akufo-Addo says in a bid to enhance legal action against illegal mining activities, 4 dedicated courts have already been established. The President further directed the Attorney General to work with the Chief Justice to increase the number of courts handling cases related to illegal mining. President Akufo-Addo is again urging organized labor to encourage all presidential candidates and their political parties to sign a pact committing themselves to the fight against illegal mining as part of their election pledges. In light of this, the President respectfully urged organized labor to suspend the planned strike action, and that has been done. President Akufo-Addo remains determined to end illegal mining and calls on all citizens, political parties and stakeholders to unite in this national effort. So 2 key takeaways: military already out to enforce a ban on illegal mining, and of course a directive to the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology and EPA to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection Mining Forest Reserve Regulation LI 2462 with immediate effect. This is the latest, and that is what you have on your screens now, the latest communication coming from the Office of the President at the Jubilee House. And the key takeaway in here is the deployment of additional military personnel to fight, illegal mining. And of course, the other key issue worthy of mention is the directive to the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, along with the Environmental Protection Agency, to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection Regulation LI 2462 with immediate effect. That is the breaking news coming from the Office of the President. As already may be aware, organized labor has suspended tomorrow's strike. Now, the National Democratic Congress is again in the news, and they have issues with the Electoral Commission, as the party says it will not accept a plan by the Commission to begin printing of ballots. The party says it will not accept that. Why? In the studio to help us understand the position of the NDC is Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, Deputy Director of Elections with the NDC. Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're looking sharp.
It is well.
Okay. So the EC says you should make your agents available, and they have indicated where they will be undertaking the printing of ballots, about 6 printing houses, all in Ghana, so that you can monitor the process. You have a problem with this? Why?
Yeah, very well. Let me say good afternoon to your cherished viewers. We have issues with it. In fact, fundamentally, it's flawed. The letter is flawed, and we think that they should withdraw the letter immediately.
Why?
One, you don't have a register. We are still having issues too over the register. We had an emergency IPAC meeting, which was telecast live, where you told us point blank that you are giving us a revised provisional register.
You don't have it yet? Not yet.
As of yesterday, they issued a statement when we wrote back to them about accepting some of their proposals and that we welcome the new provisional register they are going to give us and all that. They have not given us. Yesterday, they came out and said, they said 2 weeks.
They said 2 weeks or so?
Or so.
Which means that
yesterday was...
There's no definite answer to that question.
It means within 2 weeks or so.
Or so. So it could go beyond 2 weeks?
No, or earlier. In fact, let's quote
That is your understanding.
Let's quote her well. She said, we'll give you the register in 2 weeks or earlier.
No, I heard also.
No, it's all earlier.
We can fact check that.
We have the
we can fact check
audio
that.
there. Yes. And so as of yesterday, it was earlier. Okay, because Tuesday was the 1 week. Yesterday, we started talking about it. They came and said, okay, we are working within the clock to bring you the register. You haven't given us a register. You have not given us the ballot statistics. What is ballot statistics? It tells you every constituency how many people are registered, how many people are registered in each polling station. What is the percentage in terms of they always add 5% to each of the polling stations because of ballot spoilage. People will spoil their ballot and come back, and then the presiding officer has to give them additional one. So because of that, when they are printing ballot papers, they add 5% to each polling station. You haven't done the statistics. We don't have it. All of a sudden, then you send a letter. This afternoon, bring your agents on Friday. We are starting printing ballot, notice of poll and ballot printing. We have no issue with notice of poll.
Notice of poll will just contain pictures of the presidential and parliamentary candidates.
Fantastic.
You shouldn't have an issue with that.
We have no issue with that. So we told them we are having issue with ballot printing. Okay. Their letter is saying 2 things.
Because as of now, you don't know the exact number on the electoral roll.
On the electoral roll. We don't have even the code books. The voter code books will tell you every polling station how many people are supposed to vote.
Isn't it the reason why sometimes they overprint, at least by 5%?
You don't do that. You don't even know the number, which one are you overprinting by 5. You need to know the number first before you add the 5%. If I have 500 voters, then I'll calculate 5% of 500.
Right.
But you and I don't even have the figure.
You don't even know the names you are taking out. And the names you are bringing in.
You are bringing in because we are now going for exhibition again. That's the problem we're having with this institution. They are always looking for trouble for themselves. And we tell them that, look, this letter is faulty. Go and change the letter and just rewrite it and say you are calling us to come for notice of poll.
Right.
Not printing of ballot papers. We won't accept this. Nobody's going to accept this. We don't print ballot papers in vacuum. You print ballot papers with a document.
But
you don't have it.
But Dr. Friday is just 2 days away. At the last IPAC meeting, this matter, it didn't come up?
At all. It didn't come out. There was no discussion about printing of ballot papers and notice of poll. And let me repeat, we have no issue of printing of notice of poll because shortly after balloting, the next step is to do notice of poll. That will indicate the position and then the effigies of the candidates that are going to contest. Agreed, it's within their destiny. But before you go into ballot printing, you must have a register. We must know which register are you using, which calculation, which statistics have you done. So that based on the statistics, we all sit down. Because this election, we're not going to behave like the 2020, where they started printing ballot. Look, in 2020, they started printing ballot papers before statistics came out. Were you not surprised about over 1 million ballots were printed, and when they caught them, they say it was meant for second round vote.
Right.
Which 12 political parties go into second round vote? Have you ever seen that? Now, here we are, and you want to print ballot papers on Friday. You are asking to bring your agent to come. We are going to do ballot papers. In any case, we are meeting them tomorrow. We have already replied them.
You are meeting them tomorrow on this matter.
They've asked us in their letter that we will have a meeting tomorrow, 11 a.m.
You are requesting for the meeting?
No, we are not requesting.
This is an IPAC meeting?
In their letter.
It is an IPAC meeting?
It's not an IPAC meeting. It's just about the ballot printing and the notice of poll. And that we should come for a briefing on it. We have responded. The General Secretary has replied them that we have no problem over your printing of notice of poll. But in terms of printing of ballot papers, no, put a stop to it. Where is your ballot statistics? Where are your voter code books? Where is the register? On which basis are you printing ballot papers?
And no response as of now?
I said they wrote to us, we also replied them.
And that you should meet tomorrow?
We should meet tomorrow. We'll follow them up tomorrow.
For a briefing?
Anytime they write, we are going to reply them.
So until that is done, you are seriously against...
No, serious. Look, you yourself, just look at it. We don't have a register. They told us that they are giving a revised provisional register.
And we don't even know when that is coming.
We don't know when it is coming, because yesterday they were still telling us that we didn't even say we are giving it to you 1 week. We said 2 weeks or earlier. So give us time so that we are still working. Then in between, we say we are printing ballot papers. Who does that? When we talk, they say we are attacking electoral commission.
So you hope that tomorrow's meeting will bring some clarity to this matter?
Of course, we are saying that tomorrow we will forcefully enforce our letter, our response to them. That look, if we are going in for printing of notice of pool, we have no problem with that.
Nevertheless, do you have your agents on standby?
Of course, we have already trained our agents already. Because we know these people. So because of that, we took notice of it and trained our agents way ahead for the ballot printing. Because we know these people can easily spring surprises like that. We train our agents for that, for this notice of poll and the printing of the ballot papers. We train our agents. But now that they are talking of, they brought a letter joining the two together. In fact, I appeared in a program today with Bosman, Dr. Bosman, on this West African Civil Society Institute. And I queried him about this issue. He tried to explain it that, look, it's rather the ballot, notice of ballots that we are going to print, not ballot paper. I read the letter to him and said, this is your letter. You just sent it. I received it. When I read it, everybody was shocked in the hall. I said, so you are trying to tell me that Dr. Computer was trying to make up a story? So why change your letter and remove that ballot printing and leave it as notice of poll, and we have no problem with you.
Doctor, so some few questions so that I can let you go. So as far as the NDC is concerned, your concerns with the register, you're so of the view that certain names should not be on the register and that it must be clean.
Of course, yes. We told them. And then this afternoon to our repeaters, that is about the 243,000 old transfers that were added to the current transfers. It's not supposed to be there. Completely, and they agreed. They've taken it. The last meeting at IPAC, they showed some 333,000 or so. Now that is the total transfer data that they have. And we agree to that. Because the 500 and something thousand they had was a wrong data. There was no transfer in this country, 2024, that reached 500 and something thousand.
Sure.
So that was an illegal issue. They've taken it out. And then the other problem was just the transfers, the illegal transfers. Today, he even went further to disclose that apart from sacking the district officer, they also sacked the returning officer, sacked the IT officer.
At Pusiga.
At Pusiga. Almost the office staff of all of them have been sacked. If the NDC hasn't brought this one out, do you think this thing will happen? And we told them, it's not even Pusiga. There are other areas. And then, extend your frontiers to other areas and you see that. So that is what we are telling them. Now that they have agreed and they are working on it, if they said they had cleaned the register, why are they still looking for 2 weeks?
And then finally, is there any feedback on your call for an audit of the IT system?
They have not responded. They are still adamant on it. I don't know why they are adamant. This afternoon he was saying after the register, the IT system is moribund. It has no use in their elections and all that. So after the register is printed, the IT is shut down and all that. He tried to explain certain things, but my brother, 2 months is not far. We just have less than 2 months. It's 59
days today.
After 59 days, we'll do the audit. The audit will come from Independence Square to Flagstaff House.
All right.
It's easier to do there.
So tomorrow is the meeting at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
And of course, we will follow it up and hear the outcome of this matter. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid Tanko, for your time.
The pleasure is mine. I'm grateful.
Dr. Rashid Tanko is Deputy Director of Elections with the NDC. Now, on our climate focus today, we are taking a look at nexus between climate-induced migration, peace and security. We are taking you to northern Ghana, where the impact of climate change has gone beyond weather and related matters to issues of employment, peace and security. This piece was put together by our partners from Youth Bridge Foundation. There's more in this report.
In the heart of West Africa, beneath its burning sun and upon its parched earth, a story of survival, conflict, and the quest for peace unfolds. This is northern Ghana, where the consequences of climate change are not just statistics, but stark realities that shape the destinies of its people. The Fulani and nomadic people and the Dagombas, farmers rooted to the land, find themselves at the crossroads of tradition and the harsh realities of climate change. Dams that once sustained life have dried up, leaving behind more than just barren land.
In the dry season, the little water remaining in the dam for us to use becomes muddy, making it difficult for us to use it. The dam used to be deep with clean water, but with the dirt in it now, it renders the water dirty, even if the quantity is much. As people fetch the water, some fetch it home for their animals to drink, but we ourselves do not have a clean source of water to drink. But we have no other option than to also rely on this water for drinking and cooking.
For the Fulani, migration is not a choice but a necessity. As water becomes scarce and grazing lands vanish, they move driven by the ancient rhythms of the earth and sky. But their journey is fraught with challenges.
The only source of water we have is the place where we are. The small dam we can use to harvest some small water. It will take us, after when the rain stops, it will take us maybe 1 or 2 months. Then it will finish. After that, we will not get any water unless we move to different places and get water for we ourselves and our animals. Because of we are suffering of getting water, so that's the reason why our father, he said we should organize some small amount so that we'll get people to come and help us to redig the place so that we harvest more water.
The arrival of the Fulani and their herds in Dagomba land sparks conflict. Lands once fertile are now battlegrounds, where survival is pitted against survival. Both sides bear the scars of this clash, with stories of loss and longing.
One day I was there when somebody calls me. The cattle are inside my maize farm. So I went and they already go outside the farm. So I chased them with motorbike. I couldn't be able to meet them. But fortunately, I met their owners coming to the roadside. So I talked to them. Then they went back and saw that it was their cattle.
Destroyed by the cattle.
They have some advantages to the communities and sometimes disadvantages. The advantages are that sometimes if you want cow to buy, it easily gets. But the disadvantages are that they normally destroy farmers' farm products and sometimes kidnap people in the bush.
Fulani people, they are just like us. We do everything together. We have service together. Their children even come join our children in school. They come for health service. Almost every community activity, we do it with them.
The Fulbe just happen to be an ethnic group that is specialized in pastoralism. You have about 5 different types of Fulbe pastoralists. How many people are aware of this? Very often they talk about transhumans. Transhumans don't create problems for us. You have the transhumans. They come, one man can be carrying 5, 6, 7,000 cattle. The ECOWAS protocols mandate us to create corridors for these people.
Welcome back, and before we go, the dry spell that occurred in parts of northern Ghana severely impacted 8 key agricultural areas, threatening the livelihood of over 928,000 farmers. According to experts, the implication of the crisis will likely extend beyond immediate crop losses. They say it threatens the stability of food supplies and overall economy. To help the country avert the challenges that arise from this dry spell in terms of food production, the Ghana Grains Council is gathering agri companies and experts together to discuss solutions. But here on the pause today, we want to preempt the solution by speaking to members of the council. We've been joined in the studio by Emily Afaribia Buahin, Executive Secretary, Ghana Grains Council. Emily, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So you want to understand what went wrong and find solution to address future occurrence? How are you going about it?
Okay. Good evening to your listeners also. Unfortunately, I would say the climate change that we were not really prepared for as a country has caught up with us. The prolonged dry spell that has affected the country, 8 regions. And these regions estimately produce about 62% of the grains and legumes production we have in the country and facility. And even if we were to have irrigation facility now with the issue of our rivers, bodies, Galamsey, it will be even difficult for us to even implement that. So it's a big issue.
So this dialogue that is coming up, what exactly are you seeking to achieve?
We as Ghana Grains Council, fortunately our membership cuts across all the value chain actors.
Okay.
From farmers, that is farmer-based organizations, aggregators, nucleus and commercial farmers. We have insurance companies, banks and non-bank institutions, warehouse operators and other things. But so we realized that fortunately the northern part, which was severely affected by the rain, is now going to harvest.
All right.
So the government must have strategy in place that will reduce post-harvest losses as minimum as possible.
Right.
Because now the yield, the estimated yield is about 40% that we are going to lose. So if before harvest you are losing 30 to 40% already, then you must make sure that post-harvest loss is minimal.
Exactly.
And
otherwise, food security become an issue.
By having collaboration with institutions like organizations like Ghana Grains Council, where membership have access to things like warehousing, proper training of how to do proper harvesting of your grains in the farm, and it has to be handled in a manner that is professional.
Right.
If we leave this harvest season in the north to the smallholder farmers or people who are not specialized, that's where high post-harvest losses will come. So now we have to protect what we have.
Of course, it's very important. So when is the dialogue?
The dialogue is on Tuesday, 15th October 2024 at EcoBank Head Office Conference Hall.
All right, we'll monitor that. Thank you very much, Emily, for coming through.
Thank you too.
And of course, that's the Ghana Greens Council and holding the dialogue to see the way forward as far as the dry spell is concerned. That's our show for today. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. Galamsey Organized Labour suspend October 10 strike. Organized Labour motives align with NDC's political strategy for 2024 elections, according to the MPP. Anti-Galamsey protesters must face the law, but we must solve the menace. That's former President John Ajekum Kofuor. My name is Elton Brobe. Whatever you are up to in the hours ahead, I hope is profitable. Tomorrow, same time, Thursday, we shall be here at another edition of The Pulse as we monitor government response and actualization of it on the ground. Take care and have a good evening.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere.
Hey. 8K. Hey, you can get an 8K. Get a package when you have to one line. Hey, wait.
You can put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
We'll radio. We are star 712 hash. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712 hash. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at top ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Oh.
Let me choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4. Now, you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or prefer tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5.
Baby, give me your 5 numbers.
And how much are we buying?
Babe,
Look at the body and bio.
With your body,
So
hey, tread cautiously. Now follow the prompts and prepare. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. T&Cs apply.
Messi and me 200 Ghana kuja su sister. Buy you na 5 cedis. And 40 Ghana. Hey, take one container ya 40 to 50 pesos. And 20 Ghana. And adanchiri olonka do 30 Ghana. Adai, o my buy money away.
Oh, was on Casa, me show din. Sha, Dokura me di 20 Ghana. Ah, me pay kwa me 15 Ghana cedi a day. Omo be na ewomi, ya koya na ati yesan bai.
Hwe, enye duane bo nko an ekosoro. John Dramani Mahama time. Smith 1 bag. Ne ye 24 Ghana cedis. Me nko to Smith 1 bag a. Yesi eye 108 cedis. Iron Ross ye beton say. It is say who see dan a. Say and I be say. John Dramani Mahama ba ma gie a. Yebewo
ya nya bibia fa ho akom beku yen yo
akom ne de enku yen ye be fa ye ho adwen pa na MPP aban wadi ehwamo ankasa
me de minim wo haw na me de mehwe masetirem na mato ababa
ene sa na tie de a eye akufu ado ne nipa wo mi a nyame ya dom ne se December 7 dura ye be tuo masese de YouTuber
ye be tu ankasa
hwe wasetna moto abapa e de sakra ya papa beba wa brabom to abama John Mahama ne NDC.
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, number 1 on the ballot.
This year, I want to make my candidate with my one. If we the dream or what? You don't know, say every year they easily take the number 1 spot, give you a favorite candidate. I just don't understand. How? I think I say easy get procedure where they take choose who go there the top. I said if we take give someone, they take give them a favorite. So then they, you sure? You know be the easy man. If you have. Yeah. Okay, what? Hey, my people. Yeah. Why? You have some more questions? Oh, yes, boss man. We want to ask a question about the ballot paper positions. They will discuss why is it if you cut the number 1 spot, you take give your favorite. Yes. That's people will do. And you find and you fair. Who? You see the people. Oh, yes. Oh, my brother. Don't believe anything and everything that you hear around. Look, some of these political parties, they only get upset because they don't get what they wanted from the beginning. Oh, okay. Yes. Do you know that some of them, they even produce adverts and jingles even before the balloting is done? Not be one anymore. But anyway, listen. Let me break it down for you. Listen, there will be 2 rounds of balloting. Look, in the first balloting, it is used to determine the order in which the presidential candidates or their representatives will be picking for the final ballot. And then the second round of balloting, that one is used to determine the position of the presidential candidate on the ballot paper. Do you understand? Yeah. So if you pick number 1 in the first balloting, it means you will be the first one to pick a position in the final ballot. And then the number that you pick in the final balloting, that is what determines where your presidential candidate will be on the ballot paper. Okay. You know be fixed like that. Not at all. Don't fix. Listen, the Electoral Commission does not have a favorite candidate and does not manipulate the processes to the advantage of any candidate. Not at all. I just don't understand. So this number easy choosing all be lie. Oh, my brother. All be lie. All be lie. We will won't fall for these lies again. Never. Ghana for. Remember, the balloting process, it be finchim, it be transparent. All will be done in the full glare of the candidates, the party agents, and the media people self. Day to the day there. No secret for anywhere. No libi laba laba. And you plain.
No way Nigeria can create all the music in this world. If Ghana didn't have something special, why does everybody come here?
Why do they come here?
Why does the artists from Nigeria come here, South Africa come here, Tanzania come here?
Yeah.
What exactly is in this source that people come for? So there's something here that is essential to our culture, our music, and everything. So the priority, again, is access, and is where the love is.
It's where the love is, and that's it. I kind of agree with you on that. I'm going to ask this question, but I have to be, Now, I don't know if you followed this conversation. There was an interview Sarkodie did, and he said Ghanaian media should go international so they could plug Ghanaian artists in on global platforms.
Yes. I think what I would say to Sarkodie is that for Ghanaian media to go international, I think they also need the international artist platforms to be seen by the rest of the world. If an American artist is coming to Ghana now and they know some Ghanaian artists, they should also have an idea of one or two broadcasters and media platforms they should go to. You know where they'll see it? Through the artist platforms. If the artists go to interview on Hits FM, on this FM, on that FM, post it, show it, let the world know that this is local media that's supporting the culture back home here. And by that way, when people come here, they think of those local medias first, and they also think highly of those platforms. Now, Ghanaian media going international, it's difficult for home-based media to go international. What do they want to do? What does Hit FM want to be doing in London?
In London, exactly.
Unless you go and cover a show. Maybe you just cover a show, bring the highlights, come into Ghana and show it on your platform or play it on your platform. That's about it. But in terms of going international, our audience in diaspora, you don't know how big Ghana media is in America and the UK. That's what every Ghanaian in diaspora is focused on, the media back home. Because they enjoy the gossips, the entertainment, the drama, the music, they're into it. So what probably needs to be done is that the media back home also need to research on where those audiences are, dig a little bit deeper in what exactly they might enjoy more, and try to expand on that. But for me, I really think the power is a collaborative effort. The media back home has one job. That job is to project Ghanaian artists and creatives to Ghana, and also make sure that when the world comes into Ghana to see them, they see the presentation on an international level. You know, it's not about really going international. It's more about the artists working with the media platforms to let the world see what the media is doing here.
This is so deep.
It's important. It's very important.
A lot of Africans think that the Nigerian music industry has become impenetrable for other African songs, unlike Nigerian music easily invading other parts of the continent.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I think you would agree this is what I'll say. Nigerian music penetrates other parts of Africa. Do you know why?
Why?
Because Nigerian artists go into other parts of Africa to promote. Ghana, Accra is just as important as Lagos to a Nigerian artist. The Accra market, the media market in Accra is just as important. Once they finish Lagos, the first thing that comes to their mind is Accra. Let's go to Hits. Let's go to 3. Let's go to Joy. Let's go to... It's part of the promoter. They invest in that. Then once they leave Accra, where next? Kenya. Let's go to Kenya. Let's go to Uganda. Let's do South Africa.
Tanzania.
It is in the Nigerian artist mentality that you have not properly done your marketing until you invest in these different territories around Africa. That's number one. And by doing that, what you do is you introduce not only your music to that audience, but you introduce yourself to them. So they might not like Zlatan's music, but they find Zlatan interesting. And their interest in his personality will now do the reverse, bring them back to his music and get it played. He comes on Hits FM. He was so nice to Doreen. He treated everybody on set so nice. You know, he brought breakfast, he gave drinks, he took pictures. Whether you know his song or not, when he leaves, Doreen adds his song to the playlist. And that's just one. That's just Zlatan. Now next week, my wife is coming. My Okun is coming. Next week, Jemo is coming. Yemi Alade is coming. Ultimately, those guys fill quotas because of their drive and persistence to market themselves outside of the culture. Now, other African countries, Ghana inclusive, have not done the same thing on the Nigerian market. Sarkodie is arguably the most successful Pan-African artist in recent memories in Nigeria. Do you know why? Sarkodie has at least 15, if not 20, major A-list collaborations. Davido, P-Square, this, that, and is constantly in Lagos, going there, promoting. You have to invest in that. And then it's not a one-time thing. You almost have to make Lagos like a second home. The same way you treat Kumasi from Accra, you go and treat Lagos that way. Yes, it will be difficult because we're used to Nigerian music. But what Nigerians appreciate are hard workers and people who want to come and showcase themselves. South Africa is far away. I remember at the time, AKA was one of the popular guys in Nigeria and also in Ghana. But when was the last time he came here?
I haven't seen him or heard about him in a long time.
Whereas, when was the last time you heard about Wizkid? Maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
That's it.
Yeah.
You must
Constantly.
It's a constant. It's investment. Yes, a lot of people talk about finances, and probably that is a major factor in helping people to promote. But I think there are easier ways of doing that. Collaborations is number one. If you want to target any market, your first point of call should be collaborating with artists in that market. It gets you on the playlist quicker. It gets you visibility quicker. Then second of all will be you putting boots on ground. And I think that's really what has affected, other countries penetrating the Nigerian market. If they treat Nigeria the way Nigerians treat other territories, trust me, we'll be talking different. Come on, are you telling me that if a Kidi, Kwame, or King Promise constantly goes to Nigeria, all the girls there will not love them?
They will chase them. They are fine boys, man.
That's it.
That's it, of course.
I think I'd like to find out, in Nigeria, do you have government supporting the creative arts industry?
Yeah. The president we had before the one that just left, Buhari, we had Goodluck Jonathan. He was a fun entertainment. At some point, I think there was a budget between for even the creative industry. Though he didn't get to everybody, but at least we knew.
You never get to everybody.
Yeah, but at that point we knew, okay, the government, they're beginning to pay attention to us, There's a new government in Nigeria now that's just like 2 weeks old or thereabout.
Yeah.
So, and they've been signing a lot of bills already, the student loan bill, the electricity bill, today I saw one that bill again, social media control bill and all that, So I hope it gets to the entertainment bill, where creatives can probably take loans from private sectors or banks to fund their career, because entertainment is capital intensive.
True.
Gone are the days where, the talent is still very important, but these days you need to put in extra work for the talent to be heard. So the new government, but I'm from a place, my state, I'm from Kogi State. Okay. Nigeria has different states, we're surrounded by 36 states, where I'm from, there's
some support.
They love entertainment, and that was what bettered the idea of Jumabe Inspires, the yearly concert I do for my people. So it is basically.
That's beautiful to know. Now, certainly, with all your brothers and sisters in Ghana, any collaborations, any works you're going to do with them?
Yeah. I didn't have that plan before I left Nigeria. I won't lie, because I just wanted to do this event and leave. Since my show is in a few days.
But maybe in future or something?
No, even I made up my mind this morning. I'm going to record some few songs tomorrow. I'll try to call Stoneboy later in the day if he's around. You know, we've met like twice in Nigeria.
Okay.
You know, everybody's just on the grind doing their thing. You know, but we're family, and you know, like so that this takes back to what you said earlier.
Yeah.
We need to do more of Ghana-Nigeria collaboration. You know, because now the attention of the world is on Africa.
Of course.
Our music is a new oil. It's crude, it's raw.
Yeah.
You know, they created a category for Afrobeat and Grammy.
Of course,
Yesterday.
I wanted to come to that.
You know, that shows we're doing something right. So we need to harness the energy. Let's stop, you know, dilly-dallying. Let's stop, you know, gallivanting. Let's just get to work now. Let's ignore our personal issues. Let's put aside, you know, these contradictory messages from the fans. Let's ignore the negative energy and comments. Let's focus on putting Africa. This is our time to change the narrative forever. So it should be more of Ghana-Nigeria collaboration. Probably later in the future, we're going to start thinking of how to do seminars, Pan-African seminars, bring some people on board, you know. We're going to host one in Ghana this year, Nigeria, Senegal, Kenya.
It's midweek. Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, LPG Marketers Association raises concerns over tendering processes being implemented by the National Petroleum Authority, warning of a nationwide shortage of gas by the close of this week.
We want to see practical measures being put in place. We needed to abrogate the tender process. It's not helping. It's not helping the industry. It's not allowing for free flow of product onto the market.
I'll be telling you what's in for you as a consumer, plus get to hear from the NPA. Also in this bulletin, National Insurance Commission calls for more effort to grow the annual premium above 10 billion cedis.
As the economy expands, it is expected that individuals and businesses will have a greater capacity to purchase insurance products to protect their assets and mitigate risks.
This van, we will tell you how ICANN Auto Tech is transforming auto repairs in Ghana. These and more we have for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your time. I am Pius Kojobaka. We can now settle and take a look at our stories. And the LPG Marketers Association is raising concerns over what it describes as some bureaucracy in the petroleum sector, warning of a possible shortage of gas and further hike in prices at the various service stations. Speaking earlier on the marketplace, Vice Chairman of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, called on the National Petroleum Authority to liberalize the tendering process to enable the BDCs provide products for consumers.
see practical measures being put in place. We needed to abrogate the tender process. It's not helping. It's not helping the industry. It's not allowing for free flow of product onto the market. And now that Atuabo is even down, it's even call for more urgency in abrogating that process, so that BDCs are liberalized, BDCs are allowed to bring in the product as quickly. There are BDCs who can command product into the Ghanaian market within a week or within a matter of days. But they are not allowed, they are being restricted by this tendering. Like I did indicate, we want to believe that MPA had a good intention, but the results have shown that the tendering process is not helping us. So they should just liberalize the market, allow the BDCs. Let's go back to the former regime where each BDC is allowed to import its own products.
We want to hear from the regulator, the National Petroleum Authority, to be specific, and of course, its communications manager has joined us via Zoom to have this great conversation, Mohammed Abdul Kudus. Mohammed, thanks so much for joining me on Business Live. Now, first off, I want you to help us understand the current state of LPG reserves in the country as we speak. Atuabo, we are learning, is not producing.
Good evening to you. Good evening to your cherished and wonderful viewers. I hope you can hear me.
I can, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, on the leg of your question about the availability of the product in Ghana, I can assure you that we have more than enough currently available in Ghana to meet the needs of consumers. And our plan has actually been lined up to ensure a regular and consistent supply of the product to the market is in place, and there's nothing absolutely halting it at all.
So that's assurance there is enough supply.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to understand where the miscommunication is coming from, because we are hearing the marketers saying, well, it's inadequate, and if care is not taken by the end of this week, we are likely to see shortage in the system.
So, first of all, I don't even know myself where that particular position is coming from the marketers. So, two things. We have two sources to this particular product. One is the local source that is coming from Atuabo. Then we have another that we import into the country. Atuabo has not shut down. There is a challenge in the quantity of volume that we are expecting from Atuabo. The understanding we've had from Atuabo is that hopefully by next week they would have gone back to the full production that they used to do. And that can help in the artificial shortage that we are currently witnessing from the enclave of the western part of this country. What is happening is that the procedure was to be loading for the people within a particular enclave to pick the product from around the Atuabo. But because of that inability to have the expected production, we've now actually exempted the cross-zonalization clause, so people can now come to Tema. So BRVs can come to Tema and lift the product and send them to the western region so that consumers out there can get it. So the issue that we see in western region is artificial. It is not something that is of national character at all. And like I said from the beginning, we have more than enough in the country to meet the demands of the people. The issue is just about a certain technicality around distribution. That is as a result of the reduction in the volumes that we were expecting from Atuabo.
And you are saying by next week we should have it fixed?
That's the communication we are having from Atuabo. And we believe same to be true. And we're hoping that it will come to pass.
I want to understand what informed your decision to, embark on a new form of regulation for importing domestic gas, because the marketers again are saying that it's not servicing or serving the significant impact, of course, its experts.
Yes, I listened to Gabi, and frankly, I was confused as to what exactly the issue is. Because first of all, this is not about the marketers. It is about the importers. And I've not heard any importer come to complain about the difficulties and challenges this particular system is bringing to their business. First of all, we at National Petroleum Authority are not just supposed to be there and doing business as usual. We're supposed to occasionally interrogate the system and try to see what we can tweak to add value, to make things much more accessible and make things much more convenient for the collective players within the space. So one, for the people bringing it, two, for the consumers themselves. And as part of this particular process, we realized that if we were to put to tender, the supply and importation of the product, there's a likelihood of us to benefit from economy of scale. What do I mean by this? Ordinarily, and in the time past, it was each importer that goes to import the volume that it thinks would meet its customers. But we realized that if we're able to aggregate all of these needs, put that to tender, and make one person to go and buy in the volume that it would be, there's the possibility of the person getting a certain advantage. And when we actually started this, we saw that the cost of premium that is paid in the importation of this particular product started to come down. And I thought that that was something that, first of all, even if you not pat the MPA on the back, but encourage MPA to do more of that, that would bring the cost down. This is a product that we are intending and hoping to have at least 50% of the will-be users of the product to be consuming it by 2030. So we're trying to see everything that we can put within the space to ensure that prices are relatively competitive and within the needs of the people. And that's why I'm saying that when the product comes and it is good, I think that is going to inure to the marketers. And so for Gabi and the marketers to say that we should stop it, when we've not had even a whimper of a complaint from the suppliers themselves, I'm actually at a loss as to what exactly is being communicated here.
All right, Abdul, so in a minute, I want you to tell me about the latest with regards to the cylinder recirculation model. How is it going? How is engagement going with them?
So absolutely, it is up and running. The bottling plants are out there. A lot of cylinders are at exchange points that consumers can't access. I've heard a lot of these bottling plants and various suppliers of the product out there on your airwaves, as it were, marketing the product. We're hoping that the intended purpose of it ultimately is to get as many people to be able to use the product. A lot of people have said that the unavailability of it or the inaccessibility of it has been a hindrance to their wish to use the product. And cylinder recirculation is intended to bring the product as closer as possible to the will-be user.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mohammed Abdul Kudus, the Communications Manager for the NPA. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. And I also want to bring in the Executive Secretary of COPEC, Duncan Amwa. He joins us via phone for a quick conversation at the back of this as well. Thanks so much, Duncan. Now, it's been clarified now. The NPA says, well, there's nothing to cry home about.
Let's go straight to what really is happening within the gas sector. And I think we should be candid with the issues. The LPG marketers have decided that they are not picking LPG from two of the most significant sources that bring LPG to consumers. You talk of one, Sage Quantum, that processes the Atuabo gas, and then you also talk of Puma, that also imports a significant volume of LPG. So when you wake up to hear that there is going to be a shortage, it is not that the product is not available in country, but that the LPG marketers are simply still fighting with the cylinder recirculation program that they think will kick them out of the market space or will derail their efforts, at market penetration. And so once that confusion continues to rage, we'll come back to this story the next week, the month later, whatever. We'll keep coming back to this. That issue has got to be resolved. It should not be a picky cherry. You pick and choose where we will not pick products from here because they are competing with us through the CRM. If we don't want the CRM and we think that as a country we should cancel it, we should be able to come to a table. But if you go agree to where that CRM should run, ours will run, one would not expect some of these sabotage that we are seeing with the market. When that happens, it is not they who suffer. The consumer who probably was cooking early in the morning and then the gas got finished and took it to the next point that they could get a refill, rather would end up, inconvenient. If the LPG marketers would sit at the table with the NPA and address their issues, I'm sure there will be shortage here today, there will be shortage here tomorrow. Issues will be a thing of the past. LPG is not in short supply, both in country and globally. So we don't have that issue of shortage at all coming up.
I then guess that for consumers
go up. And prices may not go simply because there's a shortage or whatever. But as we speak, the city is not doing too well. International markets for petroleum products have all gone up. So just this morning, some oil marketing companies have on their own even increased prices again. So that expectation is there that prices will go up. But the artificial shortage situation is something that we need to contain in country because really there's no shortage. It is just an industry sabotage that I think, a section of the market are simply refusing to pick products from the sources that have the products. Let's address these issues so that we stop disturbing the consumer with the threats of shortage here and there.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Duncan Amwa, the Executive Secretary of COPEC. We appreciate your time. You're still watching Business Live. We are back with the Joy Business Van.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Do you know someone who's making a difference in your community? Someone whose selfless actions and dedication to helping others deserves recognition? Then it's time to celebrate these incredible individuals on MTN Heroes of Change.
It's time to nominate those selfless individuals to win 100,000 Ghana cedis and other cash prizes and be crowned MTN Hero of Change. You can also nominate a blogger or someone in the digital space and any of the media houses to win our new category of Digital Hero and Media Hero of Change. Just fill an online nomination form at mtn.com.gh or send a WhatsApp with a 1-minute video of your nominee's project on 055-141-1122. Deadline for nominations is 18th October 2024, so don't waste time. Nominate your hero now.
MTN Heroes of Change. Be the change you wish to see.
Welcome back to Business Live. With expert technicians, the latest technology and highest quality materials, Automotive Service Center, ICANN Autotech is ensuring clients get top-notch care for their vehicles. The Joy Business Van meets up with the founder and CEO of the company, Isaac Nete.
Another busy day at Icon Autotech, located in Ghana's industrial city Tema. Expert technicians using the latest tools and technologies to ensure accurate diagnostics and efficient repairs for vehicles. Icon Autotech was founded by Isaac Nate.
Growing up when I was young, we used to do this milk conco stuff. We use them for cars, all right? But when I completed JHS, I couldn't continue, but I decided to go into apprenticeship training. That is where I found my dream.
Isaac trained further in a technical school and secured a job in a leading automobile company, Toyota. At the peak of his career, he decided it was time to start his own business.
What inspired me to even name the company Icon Autotech was my attachment times. When I got an attachment at a company called Gov't Autotech in Mocha Road, I worked there for 1 month. The day of salary, I was late for work, just 30 minutes. The man did not pay me for the whole month. Oh yes. So when I was going home, I took money from friends. I don't know how to pay them. Then I wrote the name Gov't Autotech in my book. Then I said, this company that you formed and you didn't pay me for this month, I'm going to do the same thing in the near future. And my name is Isaac, and they used to call me Ike. So I took the Gov't out and wrote Ike. And the surname started with N, Nate. And then I added the N, Icon Autotech. Meanwhile, I've never had anything like tools or equipment, nothing. I just wrote it in my book. Then I started working towards it.
That was in 2003.
When I had that dream from the apprenticeship training, I started buying small tools for myself. And then when I got to Toyota, I saw life in automobile. I noticed that automobile will never expire. Cars will keep coming all the time. And Toyota also built my confidence in automobile. They made us feel that being an automobile engineer is not a mistake. We learn every day. When I started, it was not easy. Yeah, this is our 6th location. You get the land, the circuit, you rent this, the circuit, you buy it here, they take it from you. I went through hell, but because I focused on what I want to do from 2003, we are in 2024, and we are doing it.
The automotive repair business is capital intensive. For the dream Isaac had, he had to invest in modern equipment.
And most of the machines that we use here, I saw them in Japan. I used them actually, and I noticed that it's actually helped the way we work. It helps us in repairing cars faster, easier, and smoother than when I was in Ghana. So right from then, I started, doing some research about where to get them from. Though I couldn't get them from Japan, I got it from China, and that's how it started. Because this work, you can know the job, but if you don't have the right equipment, you will still fail. If you have the right equipment and you don't have the right engineers, you still fail. So I decided to invest in the personality, which is a human resource, and then equipment.
Icon is poised to provide top-notch automotive services to keep vehicles running smoothly and looking its best.
Icon Autotech, basically, we are into automobile body repairs, spraying, upholstery, mechanical, electrical, AC, transmission, pimping and remodification. Once in a while, we do bulletproof vans also. And then technical training for anyone at all who wants to learn automobile. And when I say automobile, it's not just mechanical. Body, paint, mechanical, electrical, AC, transmission.
Next time, we'll learn more about Icon Autotech's journey and what makes the services provided unique.
If you cannot bring your vehicle here, call us. We can come to your house, pick it up, work on it, and give it back to you or deliver it to you. We also have mobile vans that we move around to service vehicles for customers. Some big cars, they don't want their cars to come out. So what we do is that we move to your house, mount the paint booths, then we paint the car in your house.
Before we go, the National Insurance Commission is making a call on stakeholders to put in more effort to support the growth of the insurance industry in Ghana. There is more in this report.
Deloitte School of Actuarial Excellence aims at supporting industry players close the skills gap in the insurance sector with the use of the new standard IFRS 17. According to the National Insurance Commission, Ghana's insurance industry is expected to grow along with the expansion of the economy. Speaking on behalf of the Commissioner, the head of reinsurance at NIC, Esther Ama, charged players to take advantage of opportunities in the economy to attract more people into the sector.
Our market is projected to generate gross written premium way in excess of 10 billion cedis in 2024. But this is relatively small compared to some of our peers within the continent. Therefore, more effort is needed by all stakeholders, including Deloitte, to grow the industry at a rapid but sustainable pace. Ladies and gentlemen, as the economy expands, it is expected that individuals and businesses will have a greater capacity to purchase insurance products to protect their assets and mitigate risks. Additionally, the government's initiatives to promote public-private partnerships in sectors like healthcare and agriculture should drive the demand for insurance coverage. Therefore, let's make good use of these opportunities to grow our market.
Country Managing Partner of Deloitte, Daniel Kojowusu, explains the school is part of Deloitte's contribution to the growth of the sector.
There was no way we could leave them like that, and that we needed to carry them through into the subsequent years. So it's the need that we identify the gaps that we picked up from implementation of IFRS 17 that we realize that we need to continue, and that's why we are setting up the school. The aim is to pick up especially students that are completing school, and then also those within the industry to just run those practical training, just to give them the practical sense of what it actually means. And that's exactly what is driving this.
Meanwhile, the National Insurance Commission is making efforts to foster collaboration with sector players to build more confidence in the insurance industry.
That's it for Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojo Baka. We have more stories for you when you log on to myjoyonline.com/business. More stories on that portal. Do visit there. Get yourselves updated. See you at 8 p.m. Happy birthday to you, David Odru, one of the greatest directors we have here at JoyNews. See you.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey guys, so I got this app. It's called Ayoba. It's a chat app that helps me with beauty tips and cooking tips. A super app that feeds me music and the latest sports content. I even use it for my studies. And the good news is, I don't need to use my data bundle because I'm on MTN. Chale, the app just did be.
Ayoba, the all-in-one app that lets you chat, call, read, play, pay, and listen. Use Ayoba at no data cost on MTN. Download Ayoba now.
the race for the Jubilee House is beginning, Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
For the first time in the life of this republic, young Ghanaians have stood up to have a conversation about our environment and environmental crisis we are facing.
Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, we are seizing the moment to call on you to fix the critical issue of Galamsey. Galamsey threatens our survival. Galamsey poses an existential threat to the good people of this country.
We are not talking for ourselves, we are not talking for any political parties, but we are talking for Ghana. We are Ghanaians and we are proud Ghanaians. I'm a proud Ghanaian. That is why I'm part of this demonstration.
We are here fighting for what is ours. Akufo-Addo doesn't know the way a normal or an average citizen in Ghana here lives.
As a Ghanaian person, the main thing I want to see done is that Nana Addo must resign. He put his presidency on the line and he must resign.
Who's going to intimidate everybody here? We are all together. The military, the police, we are all in this battle together. We are not going to allow no substance to send the ship and go out of it. No, we are going to raise and make sure we save the ship from sinking. Enough is enough.
All through the country is demanding is that we are putting ourselves in the shoes of especially women in this, communities where Galamsey is actually destroying their water bodies, that they have to survive on these same rivers and streams that have been destroyed by Galamsey. In fact, we know that the water bodies that have been destroyed wouldn't take 2 or 6 months to come back to its normal state. But at least there are people who actually contributed to the state where we find ourselves and the communities, the kind of pain they are going through. With this, the Minister of Sanitation designated for Minister of Environmental and Mineral Resources, he needs to resign because he has failed the people.
Everybody feel the heat, even the king they feel the heat. So we are the pray for change.
So, few weeks to the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, and this is a platform that seeks to create a unique platform for prospective homeowners as well as the real estate companies in our part of the world. As part of this year's event, we decided to pay visit to Homeward Buildings, and when it comes to anything housing, you get it here. I have the store manager for Homeward Buildings here somewhere around the East Legon. Jocelyn, talk to me. Is this your first time coming for the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair?
Yes, this is our very first time, and we would love to meet everybody there.
Well, what really pushed you this time to want to partake in this event?
Well, we are a new concept store, and we wanted to show the Accra market what we have. So we are a one-stop shop, and we want to invite everybody in to see all of our good and quality items.
Talking about the Accra market, how are you guys faring within the Accra market?
We are doing so far very, very well. It's just that we're not very known yet. So maybe after this market, more people would know about us and our location here in East Legon, and we'd love to welcome them in.
When I came in, I've seen quite a number of stuff. When you look behind me, quite a number of them. Just run me through some.
Okay, so we have electrical. We also have plumbing, paint, tools, hardware, as well as some appliances as well.
Now, what should prospective homeowners expect from Homeward Buildings this time?
Definitely a one-stop shop in quality items. And our main product that we're introducing to the Accra market is our quality paint. It's U.S. made. It is certified, so it is even used in hospitals.
Now, what do you also expect from the event?
We expect to meet new clients and also just any questions that anybody has to ask us about the business and about our products, we're here to answer.
I know you've already given me some of the stuff you sell, but you'll be taking me through what you guys sell, and you run me through. Maybe people want to know more. So I'll get back to you as we go through this store to know what exactly it's been sold here at Homeward Building.
They're all made in the U.S. So we have Easy Care Paint and we have our Painter Select Paint. We also have other brands such as Painter Select Fresh Paint. But they're all certified paint, like I've mentioned earlier. They're certified by the U.S. LEED company, and also it is allergen certified as well. So you can paint your house today. There are no toxins, there is no smells to it, as well as even a child. And like I said, it is great in hospitals as well. So if it's safe for a hospital, it's safe for your house.
I'm seeing some colors there. What are they meant for?
So these are all of our paint chips and all of our colors that we can mix for you. So I think most paint stores here may have a limited range of colors, but all of these colors can be mixed right here with our paint experts for you.
So let's say you pick one. How do you go about it?
All right, so the first thing that we do, we actually bring you here to our lights, because in your house, your light will be different than what is outside. So you definitely want to choose which light is in your house and what the color will look like. So you come here and our experts will go ahead and show you how each color is in your house and different lights. It helps you select a better color for your house. So if you know what's already in your house, it's easier for us to do that. And our paint already has primer in it as well. And we do sell primers as well.
Okay, so I'm seeing some white branded paint and as well as some black. What's the difference?
All right, so the black one is our Easy Care paint, and this is what we are most proud of. It is washable. It really is washable, and it's allergen free as well.
Now, from the paint, I'm seeing that the colors, I don't know, are they crayons or what exactly are they?
We do have a little stationary area, as well as to the left of it we have a hanging tools, which is our command strips. So this is our little school area for stationery for kids and parents that they want to, or for your office wear as well.
And are these also paints?
These are also our paint. We have exterior paint, we have weather all, which is really great for outside. So we have several options.
So Josephine, I would want you to take me through other parts. I've seen some chairs and tables there. What are these chairs for? I mean, is it indoors, outdoor, what exactly?
So these right here, these are indoor chairs. So we have our bar stools next to you, and this is great for kitchen. This island right here is really wonderful because you were able to move it around. For those that have a small space, you can it's actually locked at the bottom, but you can actually have a kitchen island within your kitchen, especially for those that have a very, very small, tiny kitchen area. So it just helps with space. But we do have some indoor furniture here, as well as an outdoor area too.
So how do we get to know this is indoor or this is outdoor?
Well, we do have associates that'll be able to explain the different quality to you, as well as the quality of the fabric on the chair. And we do have a section just mainly for outdoors.
How different are these from what we see here in Ghana?
Well, ours is more contemporary, and I feel like they are more easy to look after, and it'll be great for smaller spaces as well as a larger home. We have larger carpeting for your space, and great storage as well. So if you have a smaller apartment, these would be great for that.
This looks very nice. There's also a table.
It is a bench seating as well as a storage unit, yes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I'm seeing some wardrobe. Is this a wardrobe?
This is actually just, it is a cabinet for your corner of your apartment or your home so you can display maybe memories, full photos of your family, as well as some beautiful ornaments.
Okay. I'm seeing some interesting like the collections and also some fans there. Are these made in Ghana? Where are they from? Talk to me.
These are actually shipped from the U.S. Okay. So the reason that we ship from the U.S. is because it will be certified, and it has to go through customs and actually a lot of certification for it to enter the country. So it's easier for us to get it here because we know it has a standard before it gets to Ghana.
And this looks very nice.
It's beautiful, yes. So this is one of our most beautiful lights. We actually have bigger chandeliers in the back as well.
Take me to where the chandeliers are.
So we have something like this. We haven't hung them up yet, but we do have these beautiful ones for your home, and we have more lights that will be coming in as well.
And also, when it comes to anything electrical, since we're dealing with housing here, cables are also very important.
Yes.
And talk to me about the cables.
So our cabling, we actually went with some local vendors here as well. So we wanted to mix U.S. as well as local vendors to marry it. So meaning it's a one-stop shop for everyone. So these are from Signal Cables, and they're one of our top sellers, especially when it comes to cabling. A lot of customers like them because they're made right here in Ghana.
How unique are these ones?
Very, very unique. So sometimes if your faucet is giving you a hard time, your shower heads are, you don't have to replace the entire shower. All you have to do is get a shower head and take out the old ones that you have and replace it. So this makes it very easy to just maintain your house that you already have. This is a good idea for those that are DIY. If you want to do it yourself, this is where you come.
Just now, the most important thing is, how do we locate home world building? Let's say someone coming from Accra, let's say Accra Central, someone coming from Cape Coast, Takoradi, Takwa, any part of the country. How do we locate you guys?
The first thing I would say, just Google us. We're on Google. Once you type in home world building supplies, we will come up on there with our address and our phone number. We have our phone number on WhatsApp as well as Instagram and Facebook.
I want you to give out your phone numbers to the prospective homeowners who would also want to, call you guys or reach out to you guys.
Yes, absolutely. Give us a call at 020-515-5676.
And what's the website?
It would be homeworldbuildingsupplies.com. Also find us on Instagram at homeworldgh.
All right. And anything you would want to say as part of this year's EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair?
We look forward to seeing you all and come visit us for an experience.
And for one interesting thing about the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, sometimes we hear these companies come on board with discounts. Should we expect anything from you guys?
Absolutely. Come and see us at our booth at the Habitat Fair, and we can go over your discounts there. But we will definitely have a discount for you as well.
All right. So this is Homeworld Buildings, and it's here at the somewhere around East Legon, ANC corner. And anything you need that had to do with housing, you definitely get it here. From lighting to paint to whatever you need, just reach out to them. They will surely get you anything you need. So far as this year's EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is concerned, you are not far from home. And this is one of the best places you can get when it comes to anything housing. For Joy Business, James Ishen.
Hello lovely viewers, welcome to Home Tips with Mira. I get excited whenever it is time for this program because I get to share with you different DIYs, things you can do yourself, home tips and home remedies. So I went to the market, I did my bulk shopping, and here I am with food items on my table. I have lemon, plantain, cassava, cocoyam, and yam. When you go to the market and you buy these things, of course, you can't come home and consume everything in one day. So I'm going to share with you how I preserve these things. Let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, I'll share with you tips on how to preserve these food items. The first food item that we are looking at preserving is yam. tuber of yam or tubers of yam. So when you go to the market and you get your yam, the first thing that you have to do is when you come home, just keep it in a cool and a dry place. So anywhere in your kitchen, just locate a cool and a dry place and keep your yam there. Or you can just cut it and, like you prepare ampesi, you cut it into any shape that you want and keep it in the freezer. And back in the village, actually, it's some practice that some people still do, according to my research. When you cut the yam, because of course you can't consume the full tuber of yam, so you just have to cut it into desired sizes that you want to consume. So after cutting it, you just smear wood ash, the ash that you get from burning wood or charcoal. You just smear it on the surface and keep it. Other people also suggest that after cutting it, you just put something like a toothpick. You just dig it right into the yam. Well, I don't know the science behind that, but some people claim that they have used that method to preserve their yam and it has worked for them. If you keep your yam in the freezer before you boil, one thing that you have to do is that let the water boil. Go into your freezer, remove your food item, the yam, and then come and put it straight into the boiling water. Don't let the frozen yam thaw. When I say thaw, I mean it defrosting, the ice leaving it. No, it shouldn't be like that. I'm adding my salt. Now wait for it to cook. The next food item we are looking at preserving is cocoyam. So right from the market, sort your cocoyam out. So the ones that, with this one, the edge is broken a bit, keep it aside and consume it. And then look at this one too, it has bruises on it, so you keep it aside. After sorting them out, make sure you get your black polythene bag and store your cocoyam inside. Okay, everything is in your bag. Tie the bag. And keep it like this in your kitchen, in your storeroom, in an airy place and a cool place. And your cocoyam can be there for as long as 3 months and even beyond. The cocoyam will not get rotten, it will not spoil. So this is a tip that I want to share with you. Make use of your black polythene bag. In case somebody comes and dashes you a sack full of cassava, how would you go about it? So first of all, you look for the ones with the broken edge and consume them first. So in my case, these are the ones, okay? In fact, there are a lot. In fact, it's everything. Right from the market, some people will also say that let's keep it in a bucket of water. When you do that, it can't go beyond 1 week. And what happens is that at times, depending on how the water reacts with the cassava, the water will smell and it will not give the cassava the freshness when you use it to pound your fufu. You can, have this unpleasant smell from it. So putting it in the water, in a bowl of water, it means you are going to use it like 2 or 3 days. When you are going to do that, then you can keep it in the water. But if it's going to go beyond like 4 days, 5 into, peel it, cut it and keep it in your freezer. Or better still, some people dig the ground. It has to be at a cool place, maybe under a tree, under a shade. You dig the ground and you bury the cassava there. It can stay there for like 2 weeks. Or you can as well peel and cut them into smaller shapes and sun dry them. And later when they are dried and crispy, you can use it for your cassava flour. You can take it to the mill and use it for your cassava flour. In the end, we get kokunte. It's one of my favorite food. So that is how to preserve cassava. So I have lemons here. I bought them from the market. And how do I store them? In fact, if I keep them at room temperature, it will just ripen, and before I realize, everything will just go bad and I'll not be able to consume it within that time. So what I do is that I put them in a black polythene bag and then I keep it in the fridge. I say freezer, it is the refrigerator. Put it in a black poly bag and keep it in the fridge. Tie it so that anytime you want, you just reach out, take one and use. Of course, when it is in the fridge, the nutrients in the fruits, the vitamins and all that will not be as it is, when you plucked it freshly from the tree or you got it from the market. But you are sure to get lemon that you can be using on a gradual basis. When it is like this, like I said, it can be in the fridge for well over 3 months. So the next food item that we are looking at preserving is plantain. Plantain, in fact, is highly perishable. So when you bring it from the market, it can't go beyond 3 or 4 days. Whilst it is there, you see that it will start ripening. But let's say you go to the market on Monday and you have intentions of using it on Saturday for your fufu. So how can you go about preserving it? So what you do is that you just take your plantain as green as it is and then you immerse it in a bowl or a bucket of water, like I'm going to do. So when you keep it in a bowl of water, what it does is that it stops the ripening process. It can go well beyond like a week, but what you have to do is that be changing the water like every 3 days so that the water doesn't have unpleasant smell. And you can have your plantain and use it by Saturday and it will still be green for you. So I've drained all the water from the yam. So the yam is ready. Let's see what we got. Oh. It's very sweet. All right, thank you so much for sticking and staying with Home Tips with Mira. And I believe that you have learned about some preservation methods. I know you have other tips that you would want to share. So if you have something up your sleeves, don't hesitate to share with me. Reach us on the WhatsApp number. Share your tips with me. Thank you so much for sticking and staying. Don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And also don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Stay positive. Bye-bye.
That is the youth to make impact in their communities, and I think it's a great initiative they are doing, and I hope this initiative will continue to go a long way to motivate a lot of young people to make impact in diverse ways in their communities.
Hypertension, which is also known as a high blood pressure, is the pressure with which the heart pumps blood to the rest of the body. When it is above 120/80, we say your blood pressure is elevated and it is very bad. In order to know your blood pressure, go to the nearest hospital, get checked, and then you will be told about it. Increase in age, family history, obesity, cholesterol, smoking, and other bad lifestyle can cause your blood pressures to go up. When you have hypertension, you may not know. That is why it is called the silent killer. But sometimes you may have chest pain, headache, blurred vision, others. It means it has already started causing harm. If it persists, you can have a heart attack, you can have a stroke, and sudden death. Please go to your hospital, get checked, take your medication, improve your lifestyle.
said to your police station. Now, traffic light number 7. Can they have you, Papa? How you, Papa, now. South traffic light, now, what you need? Now, one case if you will be doing Rasso, and as we're in Rasso, Shabaku Airport, Airport, first one, second one, now, of course, is Shangri-Land. It's so red. Now, red, no, green the bar, all the green in the man, as a red night. Abba, the whole distance in the water. Then you don't to ride as a friend, Diana, is one day, one or the red season, yellow, green season, yellow, red number at once.
Okay, Ocean, you know, traffic will be disabled, traffic. At times, and Yajuma. No police. Now we will be able to roll them and do accident all the time. And the answer I answer higher power. We will be able to say traffic be up I will from Medina away as away residential. But to be block and yet do man have a police for no thing. Now yeah, brothers and Anna. Yeah, to me never Dakra. But it is a happy at Johnson. I tell you, I tell you, now traffic be a man than the power or Accra. I'm not going we are do we are do span our traffic light to do. I tell you, and here to man. I tell you, man, sometimes who do private can be a German or giant once. Now, why is it not? If the best as traffic, no man, no man, I saw a second Sudan as answer ready. And the man, Redman, and got to hear my crowd.
If they want to stop, they stop. If they don't stop, you will be there. So whether 30 minutes, 1 hour, you'll be there until you get the chance to cross. So having a zebra crossing and overpass, I don't have to go through that stress. And as a citizen, I think this is my right and I deserve it. Thank you.
You put it up and they go and steal the batteries. They take away the cables. That junction in 2 years, we did it about 3 times. Go and do that. If you drive on that stretch, almost all the signals are off. Not as a result of the department negligence, but stolen equipment.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to our front. Tonight, we focus on the critical development in the fight against illegal mining, as organized labor has called off its intended nationwide strike. Now, just hours before it was set to take off, the strike, originally scheduled for October 10, was meant to pressure government to take strong action against the rampant illegal mining that threatens our rivers and water bodies. Now, we sure know, in response to this, the government, led by President Akufo-Addo, outlined several what they consider to be enhanced measures, including the revocation of key mining regulations, the redeployment of military personnel, and the establishment of dedicated courts to handle illegal mining cases. These steps prompted Labour to suspend the strike action. At least we are told, according to a statement they have just issued, but the decision has not been without controversy. We begin tonight's discussion with Professor Ransford Jampo, President of the University of Ghana chapter of UTAG, the University Teachers Association of Ghana, who was present at the meeting where this decision was made some way, somehow. In a statement issued earlier on social media, Professor Jampo highlighted deep concerns about how the leadership of organized labor handled the meeting. According to him, 2 of the leaders came to the meeting with a prepared speech calling for the suspension of the strike, which led to the heated exchange. As many felt, the government's new proposals did not differ significantly from previous ones. The meeting ended somehow with difficulties, and UTAC's NEC, that's the highest body within UTAC, is expected to meet later tonight to decide its next course of action. Now, we shall be exploring that if we have Professor Rans, for example, with us for a conversation on this particular point. Certainly, we should be able to get to the details of that. But with such internal disagreements among key stakeholders, we ask, what does it mean for the broader fight against illegal mining in the Republic of Ghana? Joining me in this conversation will be a man who's been a major advocate, who is going to speak to us about what is the greatest call by government, which is more military boots on the ground. Colonel Festus Abuaje would review that. But before that, we should be able to also speak to a labor expert and former minister in charge of employment, Austin Game, to appreciate what all these dynamics mean for the unity or disunity on the front of labor in the first place. We'll start with this conversation. First and foremost, let's get to the very details of what's been happening in the Republic of Ghana. Now, the very first statement from the Office of the President is what's on your screen now, where they are calling for some swift action to be taken. In this case, some very, very important things to be done. Indeed, the presidency appears to have indicated that this is the best action they could have taken so far. So if I could read to you, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has taken action in response to a press release issued by organized labor on the 7th, now calling for an immediate halt to illegal mining in and around water bodies and forest reserves. In a demonstration of government's commitment to tackle the issue, President Akufo-Addo, through the relevant sector ministers, invited the leadership of organized labor to a meeting on Tuesday, 8th of October 2024 at the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. Following the meeting, the President, in the letter dated the 9th of October 2024, addressed the leadership of organized labor, outlined the following measures, and the measures are on your screen. I'll go through the 3 most important ones. Deployment of additional military personnel. The President has directed the Minister for Defense to deploy additional military forces to intensify the ongoing Operation Halt, which aims to curb illegal mining activities. The operation will be bolstered by the deployment of naval boats on polluted river bodies to ensure the immediate cessation of all mining activities, legal or illegal, in and around water bodies. The other point is also the suspension of mining in forest reserves. The President has instructed the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, along with the EPA, to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection, that's Mining in Forest Reserves Regulation 2023 LI 2462, with immediate effect. The next one says there's a strengthening of the prosecution of illegal mining, and it says in a bid to enhance legal actions against illegal mining activities, 4 dedicated courts have already been established. 4 dedicated courts have already been established. The President has further directed the Attorney General to work with the Chief Justice to come to some understanding on what should be done next. In fact, to increase the number of courts handling cases related to illegal mining. The 4th one says there's a call for a national pact on illegal mining. Government has urged organized labor to encourage all presidential candidates and their political parties to sign a pact committing themselves to the fight against illegal mining as part of their election pledges. In light of these decisive actions, government respectfully requests organized labor suspend its planned strike action on 10th October 2024, that's tomorrow, and collaborate with government and other stakeholders to ensure the effective combat of the Galamsey menace. President Akufo-Addo remains determined to end illegal mining and calls on all citizens, political leaders, and stakeholders to unite in this critical national effort. This is signed by the Director of Communications at the Office of the President, Eugene Ahen. But is this enough? We sure should be getting that reaction from, as you have gotten to know, the people who are leading this charge. And one of them was the University Teachers Association of Ghana. Professor Ransford Jampo should be able to join me on this conversation to get you some details on that. But this is what Professor Ransford Jampo put out, and I'll be reading to you in detail. He says, colleagues, good evening. As I indicated earlier, we were called to get briefing about some new proposals government had made in response to our demand that illegal mining be addressed. The following happened at the meeting. He said the first one, two of the leaders, Joshua Ansah and Dr. Bampo, came to the meeting with an already prepared speech calling for the suspension of the intended strike. The second one says, we questioned the propriety of their action and they apologized. Then they read the supposed new interventions from government to us. We responded that the interventions were not different in substance from the ones we discussed and rejected at the meeting on Monday, 7th of October, and that government should at least place a temporary moratorium on mining for a few days so that we can all discuss the practicalities of all these proposals. The next point Professor Jampo makes is that the leadership of organized labor refused to listen. And before we could make further suggestions, they called in the media and read their already prepared speech to them. The meeting was rancorous and acrimonious. It ended in disunity. The fifth point says, JUTAC NEC meets over this tonight, and given the overwhelming support we have given to the fight against illegal mining via the voting outcomes of the public universities across the country, let us brace ourselves to be the only conscience of the nation in the fight against the existential threat that confronts all of us. Point 6 says it has been heated and upsetting, and we are hoping to pull ourselves together to give further updates after our next meeting this evening. Good evening to you all. It says Ransford Jampo is the one signing it, President, University of Ghana, University Teachers Association of Ghana. So this is what Professor Jampo tells us really happened in that meeting. Some clarity will be required when we're able to raise him. We'll be back after this break to tell you exactly what TUC said happened at this meeting.
When you are at the market, it's polite to wait your turn. You can patiently stand behind a person in front of you. It's your turn to pay. You are not the only person in a hurry.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter. 10 times stronger teeth.
Fruit juice. This advert is FDA approved.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial *770# for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
You welcome back to our front, and I do have Professor Ransford Jampo with me now, and I did read to you the statement he has shared with his colleagues and also on social media. You are obviously disappointed that the meeting did not go as planned. Is that the end of the fight of you in Labour against illegal mining?
Hi, my brother, good evening. I think as you may have seen my update and briefing to my members. Sorry for my voice. Today's meeting was so rancorous that we had to be screaming and shouting and all that. So I lost my voice. But the point is that we are not happy with what happened today. And so given that university teachers across the public, 15 public universities have already voted as of yesterday to go on and to press home their demand that something concrete gets done to deal with illegal mining and its dangerous ecological footprints it is leaving. We would meet tonight shortly and then take a finalized decision and communicate it to Ghanaians. Don't forget that this will not be the first time that UTAG may be leading a national call. It so happened that when the government wanted to extend its tentacles unnecessarily into the affairs of public universities and to try to control them through the introduction of the very antiquated and obnoxious public universities bill, it was you that fought it to ensure that it was garbaged. And so, once again, we will not be disappointing Ghanaians if organized labor has decided to go on a route of abrupt end to its own threats, even though we don't see something that is presented to them by government as by way of the kinds of things that can be done to address the menace. I think we have decided that we'll never allow Ghanaians to be disappointed. We will need to understand what we want to do. But everybody must be.
I seem to be losing you, Prof. Forgive me, but
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Like I said, I lost my voice, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you better now. You were making the point about you not disappointing the people on this fight, and you've been on your own in times past pushing for what is right in the Republic of Ghana. The simple question will be, what will it take for you to be convinced that there are enhanced measures or government is committed to this fight?
So the kinds of things that he said he will be doing, there are the kinds of things that our politicians will say. We are haven't we heard that we have deployed soldiers there? There are things that can be done while at the same time illegal mining will be going on. So all that we were harmlessly asking for was at least for a moratorium to be placed on mining. And if you say a moratorium, it's not a ban. So when you talk about ban, it sends shivers down the spine of some people because they feel that if you ban mining, then miners may not be voting for a particular party or they may be voting for a particular, which for me does not make sense. When human beings are dying, you don't talk about votes. When human beings are dying, you don't talk about money. It means you don't even have a sense of your own priority, because all will be the value of money if you don't have life, if you don't have health. And so, well, if ban sends shivers down the spine of some people who have no sense of priority, we're just saying that put a temporary suspension. And that temporary suspension could just even be 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 days. Let there be that moratorium and let us all begin to discuss the feasibility of the kinds of interventions that government has outlined and to own it and police it so that we would all be on the same page. It appears that nobody wanted to listen to us.
Earlier in the day, the Ghana Medical Association and perhaps the other allied health professionals, nurses, midwives, and also hospital pharmacists all declared their non-interest in proceeding on this strike. Apart from UTAC, and which other groupings were...
Please, you have outlined, there are so many, I am not in a position to mention all of them.
Okay.
But there are so many members of the organized labor. If you came to the venue, you would have seen, including Ghana Mortuary Workers Association. And it is only GMA, and some members of GMA are even not too happy with that statement that GMA issued, if you see what is the backlash following that statement. But generally, GMA didn't say, they said they are in solidarity with what organized labor was doing. Ghana Registered Nurses and Associates, they also said they are in solidarity, but they felt that they would not go on strike. And I said, well, of course, they are essential service. And so when we are striking and we are not well, we go there for healthcare. But the point is that the day that all of us would agree, society would crumble. You should have guaranteed disagreement as feature of every society. But even if people would disagree, the way and manner we manage their disagreement would show whether people are doing things maliciously or deliberately, or whether the moves that are being undertaken are state managed or choreographed. And I'm saying that the way and manner the meetings were held today showed that something was state managed. I don't know what I told you, but the leaders of organized labor came there with a statement that had already been prepared. And when they said the media guys, you guys in the media should excuse us to have a meeting, then they read the statement to us. So some of us drew their attention to the impropriety of what they are sought to do. If you had called us into a meeting, it means we are going to be discussing. We said government had some enhanced proposals to address the menace. And so we're going to listen. But they came to read a statement that said the strike should be called off. And we said, but we have not discussed anything. So why do you come with a prepared statement? And they apologized. And then they outlined whatever government said it was going to do. And we said that whatever government said it was not going to do was not so different in substance from what had been outlined to us on Monday, which we had discussed and rejected. And so if it is not so different, then we cannot change our mind. But whilst we're at it, we're not done. Then quickly, these guys called the media in and then read the statement that had already been prepared to them. And so, like I said, the meeting was tense, it was acrimonious, it was rancorous, and we were not happy about it. And so we, as UTAG, would meet this evening to decide on what we want to do. And let me remind you again that even as we decide, the 15-member public universities have already voted to go on industrial action, with or without organized labor, to press home our demand that the right thing must be done. Concrete measures would have to be put in place to ensure that at least we can track the kinds of things that are being done to help fight the existential threat that we all as a people face.
It's a sign of a divided front, but is this really that deep-seated, or the division is only on this matter? Can those of you in UTAC still trust the leadership of organized labor?
Well, like I said, we're not happy with the way and manner they went about things. Even when we sought to draw their attention that they came there with already prepared speech, we eventually ended up reading the same speech that they had already prepared without taking on board any of the things that we said. And so then there's a trust issue, and that's the reason why, like I said, we will meet and damn whatever they've sought to do, we'll speak in our own language.
I am grateful to you, Professor Rasford Jampo, and I'm grateful to you for your time this evening. Professor Rasford Jampo is the president of the University of Ghana branch of UTAC, that's the University Teachers Association of Ghana. He was in that meeting. He just talked about how it was rancorous, the decision for them to suspend the strike because they felt it had been stage managed. That was his word there. Joining me in studio on this conversation, and very soon I should have a labor expert put all of this in perspective for me, but on Friday, there's the expectation that there will be a match. I call it a holy war because it is holy people, religious, godly people from the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Accra. And if you have seen that statement going around by the Archbishop, the Metropolitan Archbishop, asking members to be part of this all-important march, prayer march, to actually send a signal to the rest of this country about how serious the situation is. Joining me in studio is the Chancellor of the Archdiocese, and because he shares my name, Reverend Father Raymond Osei Tutu joins me now. Reverend, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
I hope you are doing well.
Very well, yes.
Will you suspend your march because Labour has called off the strike?
It will be very unfortunate to think of that because our decision to have the environmental prayer walk had nothing to do with the actions or inactions or plans of the Labour. We have been calling for this for some time now. So it will be very, very unfortunate to, link the two up like that. We're calling for the death and genocide, ecocide, and just, greediness, sheer greediness, as our bishops call it. So that's what we are doing. So it has nothing to do with it just so happened that the timings seem to have coincided, but we're keeping to our lines and we're keeping very focused to have a prayer, an environmental prayer walk. And as the name goes, it's an environmental prayer walk, meaning that our focus is not just Galamsey, our focus is the environment. But Galamsey is the one that is leading. It's that which is just getting us to be extinct on earth probably before we are ready for it.
I know that you've been a priest for about 23
years.
23 years, right?
23 years, yes.
Yes. Has this ever happened?
This kind of a
environmental prayer walk?
No, it hasn't ever happened because we haven't also seen this kind of degradation before.
Okay.
It has never been. I mean, if anybody, if this, and if you put it into perspective, the Catholic Bishops' Conference over the years has issued communique, 2009, 2010, 2015, 2016, 2023. And as late as September this year, already there is a communique from the Catholic Bishops' Conference stating that the time to act is now. So, and this was 11th of September. I do not know whether organized labor had given their date.
Actually, it was the same day that they also issued the statement.
Well, you see, that's it. So
it was 11th of September. That's when they made the demands. Actually.
Okay, but the bishop's communique is dated 11th September. Okay. Obviously, the bishops would have gone into conclave, their little conclave, to plan and deliberate about this. And all this is on the backdrop of the Pope in 2015 gave a document known as Laudato Si, the care of our community. In fact, when you read a document, you would think that it is speaking about us in Ghana. Number 160, very Laudato Si number 160, talks about the fact that those who are in authority seem to minimize the effect and try to give masking to the whole thing, but it will come eating us. In fact, you would think that the Pope was in Ghana, but he was just being prophetic. Why? Because we have seen it across the world, and it's just come to us. We cannot sit as ostrich. You cannot play ostrich and not just talk about it. So this has nothing. It's not. It is political, but not partisan.
Certainly. Please hold on a second for me. I'll come back to you because there's a lot more to explore on what will be happening on Friday.
Perfect.
Let me go straight to Zoom, and I'm joined by labor expert and former employment minister, Austin Game. Mr. Game, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Raymond.
Now, are you disappointed in the decision to suspend, they didn't call it off, suspend the strike because they say they have seen or heard of enhanced measures? I just spoke to the UTAC president who believes that they came into the meeting with a prepared speech. When they were called in to dialogue on the issues and take a decision, there are difficulties with that. They also believe that what government considers to be enhanced measures are the same set of things they've been telling them in the last week or so, which they had taken a decision on previously and considered same as not good enough. In fact, to them, at least a moratorium on mining would have sufficed if that was the middle ground for them to actually reach some consensus. But it appears organized labor was bent on calling off this strike. Early on, groups like GMA, groups like Gospel, groups like the midwives and the registered nurses had all withdrawn from it. Indeed, there were also threats by some lead of institutions like the board chairman of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, threatening members who stepped out for the demonstration that they will not be countenanced. Again, the alcoholic beverage producing company, one of those ones, yes, Gov't, well, its boss had also issued a similar threat, but it culminated into the decision of organized labor to take strike off the table now. Prudent decision?
Certainly not prudent. I think that this is what you want to describe as leadership through disruptions. Our lives are being disrupted in a very cunning way by people who think they are leaders. And at this moment, I can tell you my strongest, views about this. And it is without any apology of any kind. The problem is that people think that we are all the same. And people think that the fingers are the same. It's not true. We are never the same. God has created all of us and put us in this world. But there are his chosen ones, whether people like it or not. At the moment, it appears there is nobody that will help people who are helpless. So they need help. And the help can only come from God. And I want to say without any equivocation that God will avenge for the people who are forced to be drinking this poisonous water and to be breathing this toxic air in Ghana here. God will avenge. I know it is because of the upcoming elections. And God is going to take total control and avenge for the people who are drinking this poisonous water and breathing this toxic water, and those people who need herbs from the forest and they will never get again. May God help this nation. But this is completely a disruption of the life of the people of Ghana. Look at your screen. Look at what you are showing. When will this ever be experienced? This restoration that we are seeking for the Pra River, for the Brim River, for the Densu River that many people are relying on. Now there is a heavy dose of disappointment. I hope and pray that God will use the people who will come to Parliament on the 15th of October to fight for the cause of the common people. But I think that regardless of this, let's still keep some little bit of faith, a little bit of faith in organized labor, that they may rediscover their rough edges and be able to pull themselves together. Some of us are available. If they need help, we can offer help.
I need to get this straightened out to the likes of UTAC, who are disappointed in the general body's decision. In fact, I just spoke to Professor Jampo. He used the word, it was stage managed. Do you think there is still hope for any form of leadership when it comes to this fight? Because Utah says it's meeting tonight, and it will not succumb to any pressure to take decisions that's not in the collective interest of Ghanaians.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. This is complete leadership disruption. We are leading through disruption of our lives. And I said at the end of my little contribution earlier that I have still maintained a little substance of faith in the leadership of organized labor, that they will go back and pick the pieces together and be able to meet and address these concerns. I'm a facilitator, I'm a mediator. They know my stand. And by God's grace, what I am. And so I want to say that we need to be very careful in this country, because I went somewhere today to lead a negotiation somewhere. People were selling water, and the water I bought is not a Ghanaian, one of the products from Ghana here, from outside. And it was very costly. And that was the only water available in that enclave there. And so clearly there are some people who can afford, some people may not be able to afford it. And for how long can, even if you have the money to finish one day? All I want to say is that aside God being our helper, organized labor is the only body that can click and say something. If the religious bodies in Ghana will not cooperate and help in this direction also, and it's only organized labor that is available, they should rediscover themselves. Nothing is too late, but this is a serious disruption in our lives. And I pray that people will understand and appreciate the difficulties that we are being plunged into by the people who are ruling us for now. It's a very serious, situation in which you find ourselves. They can joke with it.
Let's talk labor now. Forgive me. Let's talk labor now. Do you think they will ever be able to present a united front again?
Yes. All they have to do is to rediscover themselves. Labor has faced these kind of disruptions before. They've pulled themselves out from the ashes and were able to gather themselves together and move forward. If they will have cool heads, they will be able to pull themselves together. It's very tough. It's very difficult. Some may not trust. Some may not have confidence, but they need to pull themselves together. And that's the intent. That's the intent that they put them through. But it's for them to realize that it's not about this form of labor-related matters. It's not about salary. It's not about allowances alone. It's about, this one is even more serious than pay increase, because you are not even going to be alive to enjoy even the personal increase. This is what they must take note of. Our hospitals are going to be inundated in the next few days and months with all kinds of diseases. God help those who are his not to be affected.
Now, the other question, though, is before labor officially came out, we saw board chairmen, CEOs, basically instructing workers not to partake in this impending strike, which was called off. Is that standard practice within our labor remit, laws and systems that we have put for ourselves?
Well, employers can threaten. But this is not a strictly speaking, a direct labor-related matter. This is an environmental degradation par excellence. And it is up to organized labor, coming under both the Constitution, under the directive principles of state policy, Article 36, and Section 113B and C of the Labor Act 2003 and 651, to deliberate, because they have the right to deliberate over matters of this nature, and call an emergency national tripartite committee, discuss and put it to the president and put it to parliament to ensure that their members are safe and the larger society are safe, because one of the surest spokespersons for a country, working people, even those who are not working, is organized labor. That is why we did not limit it to TUC, Ghana Federation of Labor, nurses, and this. That's why we didn't limit it. And we pulled them together under the law as organized labor. I think people need to go to the history of labor and trade unionism. People need to understand and appreciate the paradigm shift in the dynamics of making people to benefit from why they join organizations like trade unions. And even those who didn't join and are in the informal sector, which has predominantly about 6 million people, they need to be protected. And I think that the government need to understand that they have sworn oath to protect the people in this country that voted them into power in the first place. And so they have a big responsibility. Now, to the substantive issue, those managing directors, CEOs, who think that they have power today and are threatening people about protecting their own lives, they shouldn't think that they'll be there forever. Nobody will stay here permanently. There'll be some situation that will happen very, very soon in this world, and they will be victims themselves.
Now, let me finally ask you. You were in studio with me when the strike was declared, when there were indications that there are attempts to break the front of labor. You were very optimistic that labor has a very formidable front, which cannot be broken at any point in time. Obviously, you were wrong.
Certainly, I wasn't wrong. What it is that the employer, being government, found that this is a potent body. Of course, I've seen the communique issued by government. I've seen some reasonable things that have been mentioned, but it is not adequate enough to address the concerns that we have. It's about causing suspension, if you like, of all galamsey-related matters, whether it is so-called community, whether it is so-called small-scale or artisanal, to enable a national conversation to be convened. And we have a kind of brainstorming session, generate various options, and reach consensus on how to help our brothers and sisters who are involved in genuine artisanal or community mining. Okay. For now, there is a total disruption, and that is what I think organized labor should have. And we some of us, by God's grace, we have been in this for many, many years now. I think we are older than most of them who are there now. And I think that it is important they recognize that we are not the same, but we are many. And that if there is an issue in this country, we have to find people who have the capacity to engage and lead and facilitate this conversation to enable us to have a solution that will satisfy all of us. Our brothers and sisters who are doing the artisanal and genuine mining, nobody is against them. Responsible mining, okay. But what is on your screen now? How can it be described as a genuine mining when it's being done in forests or in water bodies that has disrupted our lives completely? I think I'm very much disappointed, to be honest with you.
Uncle Game, I'm grateful to you for your time this evening, and I'm grateful that you shared some perspectives on this matter with us. Coming back in studio, I still have the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Accra, the man who perhaps will be leading and be in the forefront of the demonstration, which is not called off, which is not suspended, which is less likely to be suspended because we still have a day to go. You know, it was also a day to go that the Labour people suspended their own. So sometimes people are not sure. But you are saying here that nothing will change that planned demonstration on Friday.
The environmental prayer walk.
Is that important? Is it different from any other protest, any other demonstration?
Yes, because the emphasis, the tool is with prayer. It's the fact that prayer is that which will open the doors, and look at the impasse that we are seeing here and there. Mm-hmm. If God doesn't intervene, then we will have people having their way. I want to say on record, we had one of our priests over the years, many years ago, about more than 25 years ago, a seminary who was just, knocked down by, articulator driver. And then the guy just sped off and ran away. When he got home, he went to tell his family that, well, this is what happened along the road, and that some guy was misbehaving, riding his motorbike, and then he just did his thing to him, and he doesn't even know what happened to him. The following day, to his amazement, the seminary authorities went to their home, reporting the death of his nephew, and apparently the guy that he hit on the road was his own nephew.
Wow.
This is a true story of that happened. Now, this is what is happening to Ghana.
Wow.
This is what is happening to Ghana. Because if we don't rise up and we are going to keep quiet and we are not going to address the environmental menace, it would come back to us. Some people are asking, why is Accra doing it and not at the places where the mining is going on?
Yeah.
This is because our relatives are there.
Okay.
And if you think you can just hit somebody, you can just misbehave, you can just, do things in a way, it's going to come back to us. And I love what is being called, one of our big calls is that we need a moratorium, we need a ban, we need something to halt everything. Why? Because in the Christian circles, look at the Catholic Church, every Lent, we dedicate 40 solid days to fasting, to prayers. It's not because food is bad. Food is good, but you fast so as to be able to take steps. So we're calling on government. We're calling on the people who are involved in this, galamsey. What is it that they are gaining that they cannot hold? An unexamined life is not worth living. We need to pause. We need to pause and say, what is the extent of the damage? Is the gold or whatever that is being mined, is it precious than life? Can we? Why is everybody interested in focusing on the election when people are dying?
Now, the understanding for such a protest, you don't need permission from the police. That is not even part of the conversation. But I need to notify them.
That's right.
Have they been notified?
Police has been properly notified. And in fact, we are in good conversation with them. We have had a very fruitful discussion with them. They've directed us the route which we are going to use. It's going to be purely prayer. And for us Catholics in this time of October, ours is to pray the rosary, which, October is the month, especially October 13th, where Mother Mary's miracle just changes things. So we are trusting that some hearts will be touched. So but it's going to be just prayer. And we want to walk through some principal streets of Accra and end up at the Christ the King Catholic Church, where we have a grotto, which beautifully is just adjacent to the presidency. And with the good conversation with the police and the presidency, they will allow us to go and make a petition to the president. On that day, we are making 3 petitions. 1, to God Almighty who gave us this land, and ask him for forgiveness. We are going to petition the one who has supremacy of power in our motherland, the president. And we are going to petition Ghanaians, Catholics, everybody, that we are all in this. Let us not look at it only blaming, doing the blame game. If we will all join hands and say, why don't we reflect on this? Give a break. Examine the damage that has been done to us and ask us, if one more gold is dug out of the ground or taken from the river in such inhumane fashion, what will posterity say to us?
Now, I saw a statement, I mean, it was attributed to the Metropolitan Archbishop. I don't know whether it's actually factual or false, that the work has been hijacked by politicians. Okay. Is that fake news?
Well, it's not fake news, but it's not attributed to the Metropolitan Archbishop of Accra. It must have been said by the Metropolitan Archbishop of Kumasi.
Okay.
The Kumasi Archdiocese. So he spoke on that issue. But the Metropolitan Archbishop of Accra, of whom I represent here, of the Archdiocese, and I must also say very emphatically that this is not just the making of the Catholic Archdiocese of Accra. The Conference of Major Superiors, all our religious bodies, are actually, they are the ones who have been pushing us to this aspect of our responsibility. So the Conference of Major Superiors, harnessing and bringing all the religious, when we talk about the religious, let's call them the international priests, those who don't just work in Ghana, those who've had opportunity to work all over the world, bringing their expertise, their experience together and saying that, look, we've seen these things happen in other parts of the world. The way you are dancing, this is how you're going to fall. So the Conference of Major Superiors, together with the Catholic Archdioceses, have been very consistent. And up to this very moment, we are very consistent that we're going to pray. Initially, we were praying that government should listen to us. But with what we are hearing, the prayer still maintains, and we say, Lord, thank you that they are listening to us, but they need to listen more. So if it stops, then it would have been a defeat. And how we pray that all, Catholic means universal.
Okay.
So everybody is Catholic as long as you're going to join us and pray.
That's the other question I was asking. I mean, for practicing Catholics like myself and professing Catholics like others I know, and for others who are non-Catholics, even new Pentecostals, are they all invited?
Well, that's what it means. Catholic is universal.
Okay.
I mean, until the coming of all other churches, the Catholic Church has always been the Catholic Church. And we have maintained it so. So in fact, the Catholic is for everybody. And as long as you believe in the cause of humanity, life, you are invited. You come and we pray. And it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be massive. And what is beautiful, So
this is not just limited to the Accra Archdiocese. Others from across the country can join.
Well, as long as they will join us and pray.
Okay.
That's why we want to emphasize that it is a prayer, environmental prayer walk. And we're going to direct, and for example, we're going to be carrying placards, but you cannot bring your placards because we're going to fish all those things out. Of course, when God calls his children, everybody comes, whether the good, whether the bad.
Yeah.
So we anticipate that, many people would like to come and join in and probably want to have their pound of flesh or make their statement. And well, that's all part. There can be Judases amongst us. But if the call is that we're going to pray. We're going to pray and we're going to pray. And already, just by the announcement, look at what is happening. And if announcement of our prayer walk is equal to this kind of reaction, then what about if we pray? Now let me also sound this. It's not about numbers.
Okay.
It's not about numbers. If one person shows up, and that was what Abraham argued with God, that if I only find 50, 40, 30, 20, one man righteous. So the Archbishop of Accra, together with the superiors of the Conference of Major Superiors, are saying that even if it's one person, we're going to go out and we're going to pray. And we believe in the power of prayer. And let no one stay at home and say that, well, I wish I could have been there, when you should have been there. And even if you cannot come because it is genuine, then ours is that pray. Pray with us. Because where we are leading to, if you look at the bishop's statement, the communique that came on 11th of September, they were emphatic. If you look at the document of the Holy Father, Laudato Si, it is emphatic. And if we look at common sense and common experience, I've just been to the Garura area of Accra, and I've seen it with my own eye. And we have a priest working in Germa, in the Western region, Father Blay, and he's been able to, convince a whole township, and they are intact, and they are managing not to get into this menace.
Illegal mining.
But then, whereas they are trying their best, the water that is seeping underground, how long, would they be able to? So if communities like Germa would do so, why can't we all do it? Why are people staying at home? If you do not even join in the walk, you can show that, yes, let's talk environment. Ghana is dying. We've never seen this before. And that's why you are seeing men of God, as you say, coming out. This is unprecedented. It is unprecedented. And we cannot stay in our mission houses. Very soon, there will be nobody to preach to, and maybe we ourselves will be leading the death tours.
We will talk about converging points, because you did mention that you culminate finally at Christ the King.
Christ the King, yeah.
But where is the converging point?
We calling on everybody to gather from 8 o'clock at the Holy Spirit Cathedral. We'll begin with a prayer. We'll begin with, singing of not songs that are but very religious songs, to be able to put ourselves into prayer. And at exactly 10 o'clock, we will begin the prayer walk. We shall go through in front of the Accra Ridge Hospital, and go down through the Osu Cemetery, go as far as to the Presby Church, and then hit the Oxford Street. Get to Dankwa through the St. Thomas Aquinas School, and then go to the very end, and then we would now approach the Christ the King parish. And then from there, whilst the rest of the people go to the grotto to pray, a number of us will be chosen to go and make the presentation at the presidency. At least this is the understanding we have with the police, and we are trusting that they will assist us. Of course, within our own ranks as Catholics, we are not just going to leave ourselves rowdy and just praying. This is not new. We always go out every October. We just did one in August. Just that the intention was not on Galamsey. This time it's on Galamsey. This time it's on the recklessness of our environment. It's bizarre. It's rough. So we having, this is our intention, and we just going. It's not new. This prayer is not new. That priests are out to pray, but for the environment, it's new.
Final words before we go, Reverend.
Final words is that, what kind of a world are we going to leave to posterity? I want to sound a word, prophetic word, to those who govern us, to those who are in the three arms of government, and to all Ghanaians, promising, as we are telling even the so-called, those who are the two parties and whatever, promises don't make action. Factor, action about our environment. If we don't do that, we will use our tears to tell the story, and it will be too late.
Reverend Father Raymond Osei Tutu is Chancellor at the Accra Archdiocese of the Catholic Church here in the Republic of Ghana. Reverend Father, I'm so grateful for your time this evening.
Thank you.
And to you out there, many thanks to you for watching Up Front too.
As Ghana prepares for the 2024 general elections, which party's manifesto truly addresses the issues that matter to you? Introducing Manifesto Tracker, a new series dedicated to evaluating the manifestos of the MPP and NDC. Manifesto series. Join us starting this October as we dive deep into the policies shaping our future. Our experts will break down each manifesto, measuring their responsiveness to the big issues. We will confront the parties with analysis and ask the tough questions. The Manifesto Tracker, your guide to making informed decisions this election season, every Wednesday only on PM Express. It is 59 days to the presidential and parliamentary elections. Hello, welcome to JoyNews Prime. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125. I'm Carlos Caloni. Our headlines this hour.
Our strike remain unchanged.
We'll bring you a lot in this particular story. Now, as a wave of disappointment crashes across the nation, the Labour, seen as the last bastion of hope, abruptly calls off its highly anticipated nationwide strike at the 11th hour, leaving the country on edge over the unchecked devastation caused by illegal mining.
Organized Labour has therefore decided to suspend the intended strike action. We are calling all workers to report for work on 10th of October 2024.
Organized Labour claims the government has assured them of enhanced measures to combat the Galamsey crisis, but questions remain as frustration lingers.
Following this meeting, government offered enhanced and time-bound measures in respect of our demands and the fight against illegal mining.
Tonight, however, one source of hope remains: the Catholic Archdiocese of Accra, which says their prayer protest is still on course.
The goals of this prayer walk is to raise awareness about devastating effect of the Galamsey, advocate for government to declare a state of emergency to stop all forms of mining activities.
Also, JoyNews can confirm that illegal miners who were mining close to the Enyinem police station in the eastern region have abandoned the site, leaving behind pits and gullies.
and so for ultimately and for Gallon, tell me as Automotive and call is a fool.
Now, amid growing fears, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources insists that the nation's tap water remains safe for consumption despite the looming environmental toll.
I drink it every day. Even this morning, I drank water from the tap. Well, I do, but that does not suggest. Listen, Kojo, sorry. Wait, let's clarify. You would drink the water? Of course I will. Why would I not? I do it every day.
It will also come your way with Prime Business.
National Petroleum Authority assures consumers of enough supply of LPG despite concerns being raised by LPG marketers warning of a nationwide shortage of gas due to what it describes as bureaucratic processes in importing the product.
We have more than enough in the country to meet the demands of the people. The issue is just about a certain technicality around distribution. That is as a result of the reduction in the volumes that we were expecting.
And later, Razak will come your way with Prime Sports.
Well, the head coach of the Black Stars, Automotive, is calling for fearlessness among his team as the team look to turn around its AFCON qualifying campaign, beginning with the game against Sudan at the Craft Sports Stadium tomorrow.
I fear God, but that's it. And for me, I'm fearless. And if our players will get or have this attitude, very, very sure that the probability is high, very high that we win.
JoyNews, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay with us.
Our strike remains unchanged. I want to repeat, the strike notice remains unchanged.
If they do, we are finished. They should go all out. The churches should support. Muslims should support. This is it.
In fact, nothing has changed from the land day to consider what the president's response would be. But I can assure you that our strike is on course. We have started engaging our employers to let them know that come on the 13th, we are not coming to work.
Well, I did not know about this morning any meeting today, and I'm yet to find out from the leadership of the three platforms whether there was a meeting and whether they attended. I am not aware. I am hearing for the first time that there was any meeting of any sort. I don't think I'm hearing right. I have to find out.
I hope that others would not leave in a manner or would not conduct ourselves in a manner that would make people believe the useless allegation that some of our leaders have been given 400,000 cities. That's cheap. We are not that poor. If people do not conduct themselves well and then we act in a manner that festers that bogus allegation that some people have been bribed, then some of us will lead our individual association to break ranks and to strike on our own.
Not even a bottle of water would I accept. My integrity to protect. I represent Ghanaian workers. Please.
So nothing was given?
I have given you my resources. You can verify from anyone, from anybody. I'm saying that not even a bottle of water would I accept, or any of us will accept in such meetings. If somebody took something, I'm not aware.
Despair, anger, and disappointment on one hand, and a huge sigh of relief on another hand, it is the summary of the general mood in Ghana right now. After organized labor, which is seen as the last bastion of hope, abruptly calls off its highly anticipated nationwide strike in the 11th hour. This has left the country on the edge over the unchecked devastation caused by illegal mining. Organized labor arrived at the decision after a meeting between labor unions and government. Three key demands were made by organized labor, including a declaration of a state of emergency on mining in river and water bodies, a revocation of LI 2642, which allows mining in forest reserves and ban on small-scale mining. But tonight, labor says it is satisfied with the government-enhanced measures.
At a meeting of organized labor on October 7th, 2024, the meeting resolved that the measures announced by government were not adequate in addressing our demands and stopping the dangers posed by illegal mining. We therefore affirmed the strike notice and informed the government accordingly. Yesterday, October 8, 2024, the government team met with the leadership of organized labor and Ghana Employers Association. The meeting discussed at length organized labor's response to the earlier measures announced by government. Following this meeting, government offered enhanced and time-bound measures in respect of our demands and the fight against illegal mining. These measures include: 1, the revocation of the environmental protection, that is the mining in forest reserves, Regulations 2022, LI 2642. His Excellency the President has directed the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources to submit a memorandum for the revocation of the LI to Parliament when it reconvenes on Tuesday, October 15, 2024. The redeployment of the military and other law enforcement agencies to flush out illegal miners from water bodies and forest reserves. The military is now supporting the forest guards of the Forestry Commission to protect the forest reserves from destruction by illegal miners and loggers. Government, working with the judiciary, has already established 14 dedicated courts, 7 high courts, and 7 circuit courts to handle illegal mining cases. Collaboration with the organized labor and other stakeholders to fight illegal mining, government has asked organized labor to nominate representatives to be part of the stakeholders committee to fight illegal mining in the country. 5, government supports the call by organized labor for all presidential candidates to sign a pact committing to the fight against illegal mining. 6, government affirmed its commitment to engage with stakeholders, including organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association, to bring an end to illegal mining in Ghana. These are significant concessions that organized labor demands and threats have forced government to make towards combating illegal mining, that's Galamsey, in Ghana. Comrades, organized labor has therefore decided to suspend the intended strike action. We are calling all workers to report for work on 10th of October 2024.
Now, my colleague James Savaji joins me via Zoom with more from that announcement. James, tell us how this announcement went and the reactions.
Well, Grace, this announcement was reached after close to 2 hours of deliberation between leadership of the various unions. We know that the organized labor is made up of the teacher union as well as other workers' union. Now, as at 2 p.m., this meeting started, and the final decision was taken at close to 4 p.m. Now, this meeting delayed because what we picked up was that, the various groups, some of the groups were in serious objection to this position that has been finally announced about government enhancing the measures that they have announced earlier, calling on organized labor to back down. Some of these labor unions rejected this vehemently, leading to the protraction of the meeting. Now, if you look at on Monday, when organized labor made that press conference, they laid out some 5 key measures that government gave to them from their earlier meeting with the president, which includes the government's commitment to fighting the Galamsey. It also includes the promise to ramp up measures to cordon off Galamseyers from the water bodies as well as forest reserves. It also includes the fact that government will take measures to revoke LI 2462, as well as their support for the call for end to Galamsey, and the fact that the Attorney General and the Chief Justice must come together to set up some courts to deal with Galamseyers who have been arrested. Now, if you look at today's issues that have been measures that have been put out by organized labor, which they say was arrived at a meeting on the eve of just yesterday, before today. There are some enhancements. For instance, if you look at the issue about the commitment to fighting the Galamsey, what has changed is that government is now asking organized labor to nominate onto the enforcement team, and the fact that 14 of these courts have been put up. But the key requirement, which is the declaration of emergency, as well as the engagement of other stakeholders, which are chiefs, traditional leaders, have not been included in this. It is a reason why people like Professor Jampo, who is the youth president for the University of Ghana, are livid. They are upset, disagree, and disappointed in this call of the...
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, my colleague James Avejide. Meanwhile, MFR of our research desk has put together a spread of the impact the strike would have had. Before we go to that, however, President Akufo-Addo has reaffirmed his commitment to end illegal mining in response to growing concerns from organized labor. In a press statement, the president said there will be an implementation of urgent measures to tackle the crisis and has instructed the defense minister to ramp up the military presence in illegal mining areas as part of the ongoing Operation Halt. Can you take us through the statement, MFA?
Well, as you said, there's a statement from the presidency on this, and this is the enhanced measures for which reason Labour says they are calling off this particular action tomorrow. And it says they've taken action in response to a press release issued by organized labor on 7th October 2024, calling for an immediate halt to illegal mining Galamsey in and around water bodies and forest reserves. It goes on to talk about, in a demonstration of government's commitment to tackling the issue, President Akufo-Addo, through the relevant sector ministers, invited the leadership of organized labor to a meeting held on Tuesday, 8th October 2024 at the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. And then following that meeting, the president, in a letter dated 9th October and addressed the leadership of organized labor, also outlined the measures. Now, these are the enhanced measures that labor talks about. One, the deployment of additional military personnel. This is what they say they've done. The president has directed the Minister for Defense to deploy additional military forces to intensify the ongoing Operation Halt, which we know, or some have described as a failure. The operation will be bolstered by the deployment of naval boats on polluted river bodies to ensure the immediate cessation of all mining activities, legal or illegal. The second one is the suspension of mining in forest reserves. This is another call that Labour had asked for, and they say the president has instructed the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, along with the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, to actually suspend the enforcement of the EPA, that's the Environmental Protection, that's the Mining Regulation 2023. That's the popular LI 2462, which has become very topical, with immediate effect. And they say when Parliament resumes, they would enforce it and ensure that that happens. The third measure is the strengthening of prosecution of illegal mining cases. We've heard from the Attorney General mention that a number of cases are pending and asking the judiciary to do something about the situation. The fourth measure is a call for a national pact on illegal mining, and that government is urging organized labor to encourage all presidential candidates and their political party to sign a pact. That's what government is hoping that Labour would do, and that in light of all these decisive actions, government respectfully requests that organized labor suspends its planned strike on 10th October 2024 and collaborate with government and other stakeholders to ensure the effective combat of the Galamsey menace. So this is what satisfies organized labor, for which reason this particular action has been called off.
Okay. All right. So we can now look at the anticipated impact of the industrial action.
Well, so let's go through it. Ideally, this is what would have happened. Let me take you to my screen shortly. Right. So the anti-Galamsey strike, there was actually a countdown to shut down for tomorrow, but that is not to happen anymore because that countdown to shut down is not happening. We're only looking forward to Friday when the Archdiocese of Accra will actually embark on that prayer walk. So 72 affiliated unions, ideally, are part of this organized labor. So the labor union, 69 were to go on that strike, and 3 were not to go. We know it's Ghana Medical Association, the Pharmacists Association, and the Nurses and Midwives. They say they were not going to go. And these are services that would have been affected. Thankfully, has been averted. So education would have been affected because we had UTAG, TUTAG, NAT, and NAGRAT all going to be part of it. They are teachers in all public schools, so they were not going to go to school tomorrow. And then the judicial service, that's JUSAG, justice delivery would have been halted. And one key people that would have been affected were the 52 protesters who have been granted bail, but still going through the bail processes and have yet to actually go home. So that's what would have happened. Transportation, GPRTU mentioned that they were going to be part of this action. So for those of us who take Chotro, it would have been a problem tomorrow. We wouldn't have been able to get transport. Utility service, interestingly, the Public Utilities Workers Union, POO, mentioned that they were also going to be part of it, but they mentioned that some services would work, others would not. So water and electricity, some portions would have been affected. And then we go on public services, the ministries, departments and agencies. We know that CLOCSAG and the Public Sector Workers Union had also mentioned that they were going to be part of this. So if you had gone to the ministries, departments and agencies tomorrow, you would not have had anybody to attend to you. But of course, health was not going to be affected. Like I mentioned, GMA was not going to go on that strike. The nurses and midwives were not going. Pharmacists were not going. So health was intact. One area that was also going to be intact was security. They are essential service providers, so they were not actually part of this. Police, military, Navy, and all, they were not going to be part of this. So at least security was also going to be intact. Media, you see, I just heave that sigh of relief. We don't know as it stands now, but what we know for sure is that the Media Coalition Against Illegal Mining, which we are all part of, mentioned that we are going to be wearing that red armband, and you are wearing your red tie already, so you started already. So tomorrow, it's expected that every media person is going to be wearing that red armband, or is it a tie, that whichever one that makes you comfortable. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. So that's one, stays intact for the media.
All right, and we do know that people have been talking a lot on social media. So you come back and give us the details
I'll stay with you.
Social media.
As you have commanded, I will stay for that.
Thank you so much, Emefade. But the president of the University of Ghana, chapter of the University Teachers Association, Professor Ransford Jampo, has criticized the leadership of organized labor for their decision to suspend the planned strike action over illegal mining.
We don't have any serious variation from what we were told on Monday, from what we are being told today. But suddenly, Joshua Ansah and Bampo said government has shown commitment, and so let us call off the strike. Well, our view as UTAG, as of yesterday, the 16 public universities, we had voted to go on strike on, as our response, to the fight against illegal mining. And we did not even, I looked at the motion that was tabled, it was not even tied to what organized labor wanted to do. And so I'm in touch with my national president. We are holding our own meeting this evening. And then I'm telling you that we are not going to go by this charade. We are not going to go by this show of incompetence and gross disrespect to other unions for constituting the labor, constituting organized labor. Clearly, they came with an agenda. Look, there are so many things that are being said about the leadership of organized labor and the kinds of things that happened here. First is those bogus charges and allegations.
President of the Coalition of Concerned Teachers, Ken Ali Audu, has called on the government to implement the roadmap agreed upon.
The issues that we are demanding has been largely attended to by the government. Yesterday, there was a meeting between organized labor and the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. One of the major things we're asking for is revocation of the LI that allow mining in water bodies and then forest reserves. The president today have issued a green paper. A copy has been brought to us, organized labor, instructing the revocation of the LI that allow mining in water bodies and forest reserves. The issue of Galamsey is a worry to everybody. However, going on strike is not something that organized labor always want to do. What we want to tell government is that the roadmap that has been agreed at should be implemented to the fullest so that we will not come back to what is happening now. We urge all employees to resume work after from 10th October and beyond.
Now, the Ghana Police Service has come under strong public criticism after the Minerals Commission boss revealed he had notified the police about an illegal mining activity which went on behind the Enyinem police station. Erastus Asaridonko was at the Enyinem police station and now report.
There are indications illegal mining has gone on about 200 meters behind the Enyinem police station. Just some 5-minute walk from the police station, illegal miners have redirected the course of the Brim River. Many of the residents are worried about the impunity with which illegal miners have taken over water resources in the community. One of them, who was willing to speak, shared his frustrations with us.
This is Enyinem, and behind me is the Enyinem police station. Now, this is what has become the subject of discussion of late. Behind this police station, about 200 meters, you will find an illegal mining site, which looks abandoned. But ahead of me, that is ahead of the Enyinem police station, about 100 meters from here, there are a lot of mining sites, illegal mining sites, lining the Brim River, which is just here to this direction. So I'm going to go over there and we're going to film and show you the number of mining sites we have ahead of the Enyinem police station.
We say the insunu, almost insunu ma insunu aprokunwa. In fact, having and the soko forma ultimi enfagalo. Te biase Automotive and ko is a fool. Enye ema abano so enemy eguase. E wo sene man ho. Ti me de se e kamen kwa na se ne ko mo ti chafan for on insunu mo. Ana ayi for no so akra enema ba ayi for se chana for no aka enema ba am okọ train station na chi ho no omoton se ho niema e chafan for no. Ti me de se kamen kwa anka aban gam se ni bia me so le betu nsu nsu bia mo nkunu wonche no no e ofan kotum.
On the inaction of the police, despite the proximity of the illegality to the law enforcement agency, he said the commander cannot act without the backing of the chief of the town.
Sadia say hin eto na mo ebe che command say be say na atomedia e ma command so hoden e ma so etusa e be command be to na mo no hin e de e sase e ma na ma fo e adwuma no e ma sa no say bi onu kwa say bi onu kwa na say bi o ya bakofo ayemman ana say bi onu command so no nko a opimpim mo e de emwe ni so hin no an support no dia wo de na hoden ntimi anya hwe.
Few days ago, you could see that there were a number of champagne machines working and operating here by the Brim River. Now you can see the nature of the river as it flows over here, prevented by a number of champagne machines which sit on it over there. Now the place has been cleared, but that is the Kumasi Accra Road, and that is the Enyinem Bridge over the Brim River. And the pollution has gone on for months under the direct watch of the police.
The result of the unchecked illegality at Enyinem is the highly polluted Brim flowing along the main Kumasi Accra Road. Time will tell whether these champagne operators are really gone. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asaredonko, Enyinem, Eastern Region.
Now, still on Galamsey, Catholic Archdiocese of Accra and the Conference of Major Superior of the Religious Congregations, Ghana, is set to embark on a peace march in Accra to demand a ban on all forms of mining. Speaking at a press conference, President of National Justice, Peace, Integrity of Creation, Reverend Father Nicholas Eisen, said it is their moral obligation to protect God's creation, hence their demand.
The goals of this prayer walk is to raise awareness about devastating effect of the Galamsey, advocate for government to declare a state of emergency to stop all forms of mining activities, to allow for evaluation of the damages and also healing of the land. Mobilize Catholics and Ghanaians to demand that government acts now and not keep giving promises. Foster collaboration among stakeholders to address the issue of mining activities that are destructive to our environment. And finally, to promote environmental sustainability and protection.
And indeed, a lot of people have been talking on social media, and MFI joins me in studio once again with the details from the social media. What have they been saying?
Okay, so we're streaming live what you're doing right now on Facebook, and I'll go to the comments right here under the live stream as we speak. And this one says the strike has been bought already. Someone will be smiling to the bank. And that's a Nanaya Kuma Kuma. We have Chris Mensa says you can no longer declare any strike regarding Galamsey. The fight is over. Let the country be destroyed. We all day inside. No, we all no day inside. Now, Ghana, Michael Ayabila says the potency of organized labor to fight anything in the near future is gone forever. And Crownly Prince says John Mahama and their cronies create the mess and won the score political points from it, but Ghanaians are awake. I don't know where that is coming from, and there's a lot of replies I don't even want to go into. Bereki Sukwade says they've collected the envelope. We all go suffer some, but some will suffer past some. Why? Shameless government, he says. And I just hope now that Labour has called off the strike, they will not raise their head when NDC John Mahama come to power in 2025. And these are some of the replies there. And some people are giving you evidence, real-time evidence of this particular action going on. And you've just seen...
And I believe we have a lot of messages, so if we can get through some of them again.
Okay, so this one from Evans Owusu says, facts will still remain facts and truth same. When I submitted yesterday, all of these movements are politically inclined. People came here at me, he says. At least he predicted that it was going to happen. And Kofi Otabil says the timing wasn't appropriate in terms of national security. All the presidential candidates should sign an agreement to fight Galamsey if and when they win power, what they would do. And this one from Idris Umar says this organized leadership of Labour highly disappointed. Kweku Sikanshra Asante says what happened to the demand for government to temporarily stop any form of Galamsey. Unfortunately, I opened that. So these are some of the messages and that we've received so far in terms of reaction on social media. There is a number of them also on our WhatsApp platforms and X Spaces, amongst others. The discussion continues.
Yeah, the conversation is getting heated up. Thank you so much, MFR, for those details. You're still watching Joy News Prime with me, Carlos Kaloni. We'll take a short break. We'll return with more. Please stay.
Let's take a selfie. Yay! Fast selfie. Give me. Yeah. Smile. Hey, smile. Let's add some filters. Filters? No!
Well, young Collins our how.
Let's keep it natural. Natural it is. Hey. Natural is definitely better.
Frutally, fruit juice. This advert is FDA approved.
How far with your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for interns. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
Actually, I'm on a line.
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download their app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me sign up quickly. Miss Seth, I'm starting work next month.
Good morning, Peter. We believe in ideas that can change the world.
We are for every dreamer, creator, striver, and believer. At ABSA CIB, we are invested in your story, and we invite you to write it with us because your story matters. ABSA.
Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Thank you very much for having me here today. The nation builder John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane are bringing you the Women's Development Bank. It is a very special bank run by only women, to serve only women. The aim is to empower millions of women across the country. The bank will have branches all over the nation to provide you with loans with very low interest and on very flexible terms.
Madam, I run a small makeup and nail bar. Do I qualify for a loan?
No need to bother, my sister. I mean hairdressers, market women, women-owned online businesses, female graduates, women in the corporate world, traders, agri, women in all fields qualify for loans. With John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane at the helm, the Ghanaian woman will surely rise.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. The chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Comfort, durability, finishing, quality. Choosing sofas and beds for your home, office, or hotel couldn't be easier with an exclusive range of sofas and beds in various designs and colors from latex foam. There is so much choice, whatever your budget. Latex foam, your partner for life.
Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Thank you very much for having me here today. The nation builder John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane are bringing you the Women's Development Bank. It is a very special bank run by only women, to serve only women. The aim is to empower millions of women across the country. The bank will have branches all over the nation to provide you with loans with very low interest and on very flexible terms.
Madam, I run a small makeup and nail bar. Do I qualify for a loan?
No need to bother, my sister. I mean hairdressers, market women, women-owned online businesses, female graduates, women in the corporate world, traders, agri, women in all fields qualify for loans. With John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane at the helm, the Ghanaian woman will surely rise.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
How do you keep thieves out of your house? You get a dog. How do you keep hunger out of your belly? You eat food. How do you keep sand out of your room? You sweep it out. How do you keep unwanted roaches, ants, and mosquitoes out of your house? You use Out multi-purpose insecticide spray and coils formulated with enough power to kill and drive pesky insects out of your house. Out multi-purpose insecticide and coils. Secure protection from pets. Get out. Out mosquito spray and coil. So we are bois. Faha. This advert is FDA approved.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Good energy brings you quality choices with Gov't Super XP. Available in many Gov't stations nationwide. It is fortified with special additives that help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Branch into a Gov't station today and energize your ride with Gov't Super XP, compatible with most vehicles. Gov't Super XP. Wufilia. Huh? Wubefeel. Gov't. Good energy.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors and surgeons are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and longoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital. Your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital. In to serve a peculiar health.
Welcome back. Now, legal practitioner Martin Pebo is slamming the criminal justice system, which he says has put impediment in the way of execution of bail for 52 protesters who were granted bail. Some of the protesters were granted bail as far back as Monday, but executing the bail had become an issue due to the bureaucratic nature of the system. Democracy Hub organizers of the protest had alleged the police was scheming to hold the protesters for longer periods. Speaking to JoyNews, Martin Pebo described the situation as shameful and called for urgent reform.
The situation is very, very, very untenable. This delay that protesters were given bail on Monday, and today, Wednesday, we are still struggling to go through the administrative processes, tells you that the justice system is failing us. It's failing us seriously. It is the registrar's prerogative to go inspect the places of the surety, etc. But because the registrar doesn't have enough men, it's been ceded practically to the police. And now that the police have been abusing this privilege they've been given, it's time for us to reform so that the court will have extra employees to do that work. You would also see that the failure of the justice system in this current state tells you that we need a 24-hour working shift when it comes to bail. So the 24-hour economy will be very helpful. Look at it this way, people. You know, the day the High Court judges granted bail, yes, the bail orders were not ready until the following day. Is that not correct?
Yes. So 2 p.m. the next day.
Because the court shuts down at 4 p.m., if we're operating a 24-hour economy, at 4, when that shift is gone home, another shift will come and continue. The orders are not ready till the following day around 2. No, that is totally untenable. Look, we all must be very, very, very angry about this because it tells you that the Supreme Court decision in table number 4 versus Attorney General number 4, that personal liberties are priceless, it's been thrown to the dogs. It tells you that we are not walking the talk. We are not walking the talk. If you open table number 4, versus Attorney General number 4, you find that Sophia Kufi, given the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court, said that so when it comes to bail matters, that the court registrars and the judicial system will even make provision for what do you call it? Overtime. So what extra hours? So you can't close the court at 4 p.m. if the bail orders and those staff are not ready. That is the law we gave in 2019.
Martin Pebo also weighed in on the decision by the court to deny Oliver Baka-Vomawa bail 3 times on a row. He described the position of the court as untenable.
That's also a very untenable situation. That provision you find. Remember that the 96 in section 5 says that the court should consider. It doesn't bind the court to necessarily come to a conclusion that he would he should not be granted bail. You know, there is a case called Oktoberfest versus the Republic, yes, in which Taylor J, and that's as far back as 1976, Oktoberfest versus the Republic. When Taylor J was confronted with Oko's case, Oko was on bail and then was alleged to be involved in another offense and was brought before Taylor J. Taylor J did a reasoned opinion, said no, he wasn't going to apply that provision. So Taylor J granted Oko bail. So I'm very sure that in no time, Oliver will be admitted to bail. Look at the first indication. You saw that the trial judge, the bail judge in the High Court made an order that if the trial will not start within 72 hours, then the circuit judge should admit him to bail. And now that I was saying that it cannot happen, my understanding from everything is that now the circuit judge says he needs a formal application, right? Yes. So practically, it's going to lead to a bit of delay. But you see how I'm talking. It means that as for personal liberties are priceless, as a society, it looks like we are still a long way from embracing it. Let's do something. So you see that it's going to take some more days before the lawyers will go back before the court and try to persuade the court. So effectively, looking at it, it means that if the status quo remains, it will take more than another week before Oliver comes out.
Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, Platinum Energy, Energizing Dreams, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, AICPA, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountant, German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty, as well as Chopbox Technologies, a convenience service and youth breed foundation, bridging the gap for positive youth development. And this evening, the national chairman of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, has indicated that his party would win the Hohwe constituency seat in December. According to him, the electorate have identified that the New Patriotic Party failed to fulfill the promise that lured them to vote for their parliamentary candidate and hence would return to the NDC. Mr. Nketia said this when he kicked off his campaign tour of the Volta region in the Hohwe constituency.
The NDC lost the Hohwe parliamentary seat to the NPP in 2020, where John Peter Amewu beat Professor Margaret Kweku with about 5,000 votes. It was the only seat the NPP won out of the 18 in the Volta region. However, the NDC has staged a massive comeback for the Hohwe parliamentary seat. The national chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, expressed optimism of the opposition party winning back the Hohwe seat during the campaign tour in the constituency.
Hohwe is coming back to NDC, and NDC is going to move Hohwe to the next level. Hohwe is potentially Kumasi in the east. And the game changer is the Western Corridor, Eastern Corridor Road. The game changer is the Eastern Corridor Road.
The Hohwe NDC parliamentary candidate, Wolanyo Chekpo, entreated the electorate to vote for him as their next member of parliament, as he has already begun implementing his development agenda for the constituency. Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews, Hohwe.
We cannot hear from the constituents of Dom Kwabenya who say the impact of development project will inform their choice of vote come December 7th.
Abawa Blekuma North Aosh Ona Metuaba. Okay, dear me pese oyam say street lights. If it's a mahama, no also or the pole besisi one. I statue street light near Blekuma. If you farm car besa kwa Blekuma kef, no street lights. The accident is sipa nti de obegyina ne yesre no. Yes, run on my street light him now or my.
It was about Kepkus, Elmina. Yeah, Impinidi or Yadi or Yejuma. Oko K. Oh, any cra or ma, Wama Binimu is an Juma, Wamo Bimu machine, Wama a fence or share a Binimusu, ma a fence. You say so too a mamma bioma or bebo.
Abenyang constituency, Agoba Ashoman, pure water. Yakwano enye, ye bibia say honum. Ya, Ashoma honum. One, ye ni toilet, Papa Bia honum, toilet near one, public toilet near Bakupe. And a yellow lequano, Oshafiti, estate honum, Ebefa showman, honma. Pano obia nyeye almost poly when in omu nye kwanu ye emaye na osho ye kwanu so afiti downtown e kwa blajensu sa kwanu so honum so asay someone be ye kwanu amaya ene du 7 December abano ye di ballot box mba ye ntu abano na ye nsuo no so omu hwe maye nso de we omu tumu ebi on betumi atumu 3 weeks 4 weeks na ye nya nsuo Bien vandale.
Normal bebre ne be hwe so aye de ato aba no. me to about Domi Kwabrinya constituency. No, me fa Pantan Tema. Osha gata o mayi e de ama o mo na. Sa adwuma ni bi na so mutimi yi ama pe ota fo na nka o mo so e de. Enso to a na yira fo mo. Enso to a na yira fo mo. Enya kwan ne keke na enyo. Gata o so mu yi gata kese e ma community no. Se na ebe ye enso ni betimi aye de. Afam.
Me to about Ablekumanov. Ablekumanov de onye aban ko omonya hwe wo ye. Na se ya shila ba yoko ba ko no so ba kwafie no so ba no so onya hwe ntimi de me se aba no de me nto kra ma mo kra because me nu de mo ye wo homayen se ba mo nyina mo bombo no to se bi wanya se bia o ya twifo kro mu nti bi de mpa bia no mo ye wo ma hwe na ba no anything na ba no no o hwe ni condition se de ba to se person adwuma ya wo no se bia put to den koso sa because Ablekumanov hwe da kuma ono ma gota no enye nsi to ho nyina yiri Adoko market enye kufu aba ba omi aba na naso aba omuntumi nsi ma Ablekumanov ye na so bia soro na tabama ambipifo eye nungwa se kese panti mama ba no mbesi ma ye ne hu se mama ye nipa betan den amaga na kono nim afi we abato no aye kwakoto no me mpaso so ne de to be frank ya kwan na me hwe na fi me ato aba ofa no light na issue de make say a little bit good but ya kwan de say no board de boss ni asase de aye kota mu fa bingu hoda gata sekra any ho enti no na me hwe na fi me ato aba ama incoming MP na obeba no because ya to aba to ye nya ho faso bia enti no in particular aye kwan no na me hwe na fi me ato aba o afi.
That's all we have on JoyNews Prime tonight. You can log on to myjoyonline.com for more stories. Prime Business is up next.
All be lie. Thank you, boss. See you next week. Yo, where is my passport? Where is my passport? Yo, man, I want to Waba.
What is that, Maba?
And then
give me my passport. You made me pay for express for 24 hours, and yet it's not in.
You told me that you are telling me this. What's going on? Hello.
This man here has taken my money. That within 24 hours, he will do my passport for me.
Oh, see, that's the terms applies to me. He told me last night. He's telling me this week. The process is what they do. Yeah. Oh, madam. Please relax. I'll get for you in 24 hours.
Hey, Goroma. So you never change? Eh? You get passport for someone within 24 hours, Madam Obwa. See, the normal working hours is 9 to 5. Eh? Not 24 hours, I'm fat. You guys have made a very big mistake by trusting these people. Now, through digitalization, passport application has been made so easy. Now, you don't need to stress yourself and join any long queue for your passport. All you have to do is to log on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website and begin your application. By buying a passport application voucher online. Simple and easy. And very soon, all you need to get your passport will be your Ghana card. What is it true? Obisa. It is possible.
A show off. Boot number 1 on the ballot.
Hello. On this episode of What's Right, we continue to talk about the myths and facts surrounding human trafficking in Ghana. The myth is victims will always seek help. The fact is, it's a misconception that victims of trafficking will always seek help when they are given the chance. Usually fear, manipulation, and psychological control prevents victims from reaching out. If you are a victim of trafficking or you suspect that someone has been trafficked, please report to the nearest police station or call the Human Trafficking Secretariat on toll-free number 0800 800 800 or 0800 800 900. If you see something, say something. Let's do what's right. Let's end human trafficking now.
Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Phoenix Club, uplifting women. Thank you very very much for having me here today. The nation builder John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane are bringing you the Women's Development Bank. It is a very special bank run by only women, to serve only women. The aim is to empower millions of women across the country. The bank will have branches all over the nation to provide you with loans with very low interest and on very flexible terms.
Madam, I run a small makeup and nail bar. Do I qualify for a loan?
No need to bother, my sister. I mean hairdressers, market women, women-owned online businesses, female graduates, women in the corporate world, traders, agri, women in all fields qualify for loans. With John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane at the helm, the Ghanaian woman will surely rise.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Hey, strong. Hey, tough. Syntax is coming and new. Syntax is coming. Today we are in Nima. Syntax, your trusted brand for everything water tank, domestico, industrial use, and we are promising all our communities listening or watching us right now. And oh, high five. That's right. Still Ghana's first to introduce double layer tank. The whole. Free water for everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please make sure you nominate your community. We will be right there to serve you. Papa Sintas, what's the next week? Hey! Yeah!
Keep nominating your communities on our social media handles and trust us, we might be at your doorstep.
Sintas, are you strong? Are you tough? Yeah!
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the SEMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
This October, come and encounter Jesus in a way you've never experienced before. The Maker's House Chapel International presents Experience Conference 2024 under the theme Jesus from 6th to 13th October. Join us for a week of divine connection and spiritual renewal. Be transformed by powerful ministrations from anointed men of God, Pastor Jonathan Miller, Reverend Eastwood Anaba, Dr. Dion Bias, and your host, Dr. Michael Brady Nyamiche. The venue is the Destiny Arena of the Maker's House Chapel International, Atomic Atchison School of Nuclear and Allied Sciences. Weekday services start 6:30 p.m. and weekends 8 a.m. Experience Conference 2024. Don't just hear about it, be a part of it. Experience Jesus.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
Pando. Daddy.
Della Papa, you can't survive a day without me. Oh, don't worry, it is on fire.
Della, I've run out of gas, and today I don't have money. I have only 40 cedis on me.
Oh, ma, who said you need a lot of money to buy gas? You can refill any amount per your pocket, even sell 20 cedis.
Are you sure?
Ma, it's true.
Okay, hurry up. Go and fill 40 cedis for me right now.
Oh, ma, take the cylinder and go to the junction and refill it.
My friend, go and fill it before the network in my okra cuts.
Oh, yes. Protect indigenous Ghanaian businesses, save over 10,000 local Ghanaian jobs, and salvage more than $400 million local investments by refilling your gas cylinders at your nearest gas station nationwide. LPG Refilling, your affordable, pocket-friendly, and transparent choice.
at the market. It's polite to wait your turn. You can patiently stand behind a person in front of you. It's your turn to pay. You are not the only person in a hurry.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
10 times stronger teeth.
In a place where conviction meets compassion, Heritage Christian University College stands tall, shaping futures and societies. Here, creativity isn't just a concept, it's the fuel for social change. But it's not just about entrepreneurship, it's about nurturing a spirit of service and community. We instill in our students the values of leadership and giving back. Our graduates don't just end degrees, they embody entrepreneurship, philanthropy, ethics, and global competence. Heritage is where innovation thrives amidst a serene environment, offering unparalleled experiences. Come, be part of our journey where creativity and community unite to shape a better tomorrow. Heritage Christian University College, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere.
Hey. 8K. Hey, you get an 8K. Get a packing so you have to come. Hey, wait.
You go put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
We'll ready. We are star 712. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved ones.
Mommy, mommy who's here?
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Oh.
Let me choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4.
Now, you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets.
I'm choosing random tickets.
Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5.
Baby, give me your 5 numbers.
And how much are we buying?
Babe, look at the body and buy you.
With your body,
Hey,
there tread cautiously. Now follow the prompts and prepare. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
Hello, welcome to Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. The National Petroleum Authority is assuring consumers of enough supply of LPG despite concerns being raised by the Marketers Association over what it describes as some bureaucracy in the petroleum sector. The marketers had earlier warned of a possible shortage of the product due to the current state of LPG reserves in the country and challenges with new rules for importing domestic gas. But reacting to the matter, Communications Manager of the NPA, Mohammed Abdul Kudus, maintains there is enough supply to meet demand.
We have 2 sources to this particular product. One is the local source that is coming from Atwabo. Then we have another that we import into the country. Atwabo has not shut down. There is a challenge in the quantity of volume that we are expecting from Atwabo. The understanding we've had from Atwabo is that hopefully by next week they would have gone back to the full production that they used to do. And that can help in the artificial shortage that we are currently witnessing from the enclave of the western part of this country. What is happening is that the procedure was to be loading for the people within a particular enclave to pick the product from around the Atwabo. But because of that inability to have the expected production, we've now actually exempted the cross-zonalization clause So people can now come to Tema. So BRVs can come to Tema and lift the product and send them to the Western region so that consumers out there can get it. So the issue that we see in Western region is artificial. It is not something that is of national character at all. And like I said from the beginning, we have more than enough in the country to meet the demands of the people. The issue is just about a certain technicality around distribution. That is as a result of the reduction in the volumes that we were expecting from Atwabo.
Now, Finance Minister Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam has reiterated government's commitment to align the country's investments with sustainable development and climate resilience. According to him, this will guide both private and public investments into projects that promote low-carbon growth and support the country's climate action. He was speaking at the 2024 Accra SDG Investment Fair. Here's a report.
Launch event themed Unlocking Green Growth, Financing Future through Sustainable Investment brought together key stakeholders from the financial sector, government agencies, and international partners to explore how this new taxonomy can accelerate Ghana's transition to a climate-resilient economy. Finance Minister Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam indicated that the taxonomy will provide clear guidelines for identifying sustainable economic activities.
But in doing this, we should do it in such a way that the economy is not negatively affected. Rather, the transition must provide opportunity for harnessing the potential associated with low-carbon economies and also to be able to create green jobs. But you cannot do this without accessing sustainable financing or green financing. And this is why the government, through this taxonomy, will provide that guide and work with the industries that impact our environment heavily to achieve eventually a low-carbon economy that creates jobs, that creates wealth and income, and that creates better opportunities for our people.
Ghana's launch of the Green Finance Taxonomy is seen as a significant step in advancing the climate resilient development and positioning it as a leader in green finance on the African continent.
The Petroleum Commission is still engaging various players in the oil and gas sector to minimize the practice of emitting carbon dioxide into the environment. This is to show commitment to the global energy transition by enforcing laws, including the payment of carbon dioxide tax and also reducing gas flaring on the oil fields. Engineer Che Bafor is in charge of metering and inspection at the Petroleum Commission and has been speaking to Joy Business at an upstream fiscal metering system here in Accra.
The seminar aims at creating a platform for stakeholders to share ideas on reviewing some regulations in the oil and gas sector, especially fiscal metering. Speaking to Joy Business after making a presentation, Engineer Che Bafor, engineer in charge of fiscal metering and inspection at the Petroleum Commission, disclosed that oil exploration firms are permitted to flare at an allowable limit in order to control environmental sustainability. He believes the payment of the carbon levy can help control flaring.
The state was trying to align itself with its energy transition policy, the public one. So in line with that, there will be some expectation that by virtue of the project we signed ourselves onto, that we would have to pay some sort of tax relating to CO2. Now for the upstream sector, our avenues for CO2 is through burning. And through burning means flaring on the facility. So emissions, leaks, seeps, those type of things will have to be measured. Now, in meeting that, we need to start looking at the guidelines that buttress that particular activity, which is the flaring. And of course, flaring is not a routine flaring. We don't have routine flaring in Ghana. But if there's any at all, we need to measure it to be able to demonstrate to the world that this is how much we are emitting in relation to CO2.
According to the Petroleum Commission, both Ghana and the partners lose huge sums of money in the event that measurements are wrongfully calibrated. He, however, assured that the partners have put in place measures to reduce exposure to losses.
0.05% offset, of course, was close to $400,000 a year. We don't want that on either party. Somebody is always losing if there's mismeasurement. So that's what we are trying to reduce.
Is this a loss to the state or to the company?
It can be everybody. Everybody's losing. The state will lose, the entities will lose, there's always going to be a loss if there's mismeasurement, especially systematic errors within measurement.
The seminar was also used to foster effective collaboration among partners.
Away from the energy sector, the National Insurance Commission is making a call on stakeholders to put in more effort to support the growth of the insurance industry in Ghana. According to the Commission, although the sector is projected to generate a gross premium of about 10 billion cedis by the end of 2024, this is lower than the growth experienced in many other African countries. Speaking at the launch of the Deloitte School for Actuarial Excellence, Head of Reinsurance at the National Insurance Commission, Esther Ama, charged stakeholders in the insurance sector to introduce more innovative products. Here's a report.
The Deloitte School of Actuarial Excellence aims at supporting industry players close the skills gap in the insurance sector with the use of the new standard IFRS 17. According to the National Insurance Commission, Ghana's insurance industry is expected to grow along with the expansion of the economy. Speaking on behalf of the Commissioner, the head of reinsurance at NIC, Esther Ama, charged players to take advantage of opportunities in the economy to attract more people into the sector.
Our market is projected to generate gross written premium way in excess of 10 billion cedis in 2024. But this is relatively small compared to some of our peers within the continent. Therefore, more effort is needed by all stakeholders, including Deloitte, to grow the industry at a rapid but sustainable pace. Ladies and gentlemen, as the economy expands, it is expected that individuals and businesses will have a greater capacity to purchase insurance products to protect their assets and mitigate risks. Additionally, the government's initiatives to promote public-private partnerships in sectors like healthcare and agriculture should drive the demand for insurance coverage. Therefore, let's make good use of these opportunities to grow our market.
Country Managing Partner of Deloitte, Daniel Kojowusu, explains the school is part of Deloitte's contribution to the growth of the sector.
There was no way we could leave them like that, and that we needed to carry them through into the subsequent years. So it's the need that we identify, the gaps that we picked up from implementation of IFRS 17, that we realize that we need to continue, and that's why we are setting up the school. The aim is to pick up especially students that are completing school, and then also those within the industry to just run those practical training, just to give them the practical sense of what it actually means. And that's exactly what is driving this.
Meanwhile, the National Insurance Commission is making efforts to foster collaboration with sector players to build more confidence in the insurance industry.
The Chief Executive of Lede HR, Dr. Ellen Hagan, is entreating organizations to review their standard operating procedures to enhance customer service delivery in the country. According to her, businesses must prioritize customers' needs to ensure the continuity and growth of their ventures. She was speaking at the 3rd edition of the International Customer Service Summit.
The International Customer Service Summit brought together experts in the customer service industry to share best practices and strategies for delivering exceptional customer experiences aimed at addressing common challenges and gaps in the industry. Participants were urged to leverage digital tools to enhance service delivery. Delivering her address, keynote speaker Dr. Ellen Hagan encouraged businesses to evaluate their processes and make changes to prudently respond to the needs of customers.
We've all heard the saying, the customer is always right. But today, the question is not just about whether the customer is right. It's about whether we are building our systems to reflect that reality. Are we making the customer experience easy, seamless, and enjoyable? Or are we so focused on our own processes that we forget the most critical factor, the customer? In a world of increasing competition and shrinking patience, organizations that fail to prioritize the customer's experience are at risk of falling behind. But the good news is that the solutions to these challenges are within reach, and they start reviewing and refining it must start with reviewing and refining our internal processes, particularly through the development and consistent application of standard operating procedures, SOPs.
Convener of the summit and Chief Executive of Customer Service Africa, Ursula Wellington, called on businesses to invest into training their human resources to enhance the quality of service delivered to customers.
Some of the challenges within the industry that have been is lack of empowered customer service professional, lack of customer-centric leadership, because leadership starts from the top. If we have leaders that are customer-centric, they're able to empower their team to do likewise. And we also have employees who are not empowered through training. We have teams that don't really understand the products and services that are being offered, and we believe that these thought-provoking messages or speeches from our speakers will empower the CEOs and managers and senior level management that are here for the third edition to go back to their various organizations and industry and empower their team by leading by example.
International Customer Service Summit was themed Customer Experience, Perception versus Reality.
In more business news, the African Continental Free Trade Area says it will commence the disbursement of its adjustment fund to Ghana or any other member state that wishes to take advantage of the gamut of financing options available under the initiative. The After Adjustment Fund was designed to provide short to medium-term financial support to state parties and eligible private sector projects that may be adversely affected by declining fiscal revenues as a result of tariff reductions and reduced competitiveness arising from trade liberalization. Secretary General of AFTA, Wamkele Meni, at a news conference in Rwanda, told journalists that his outfit has raised $1 billion so far. He further revealed that plans are in place to meet the $10 billion commitment for the fund.
Early next year is when we expect that the disbursements will commence. We will wait for the board to tell us when they are ready. I believe it will be very early next year. $1 billion for a continent as big as ours is obviously not much, but it is a good start. We will not be able to boil an ocean from the very beginning. So we will have to mobilize more development finance institutions, more commercial banks to invest in the fund, particularly the credit pillar of the fund. And that's where I foresee that we will have success in mobilizing our private sector, commercial banks, private equity firms to invest in the fund. Ourselves, the AFCFTA Secretariat and Afrexim Bank will go on a roadshow to talk to investors across the continent to have them invest in the adjustment fund so that more and more countries can be eligible for the support that they need. The guided trading.
Wamkele Meni there. Now, World Fish consultant and CEO of Fossil Farms, Evans Danso, has stated that Ghana's fisheries and aquaculture industry has the potential to generate over 10 billion jobs if properly harnessed. Now, he expressed concern over the slow progress in the fisheries sector, which has led to an inability to meet the growing demand for the produce. Mr. Danso was speaking on the Joy Business Masterclass Agribusiness Series focused on fish farming.
Ghana started very well, following Egypt as one of the fastest developing industries for aquaculture, but we slowed down a lot. In our slowing down, other nations picked up. There's a lot of aggressive development in Uganda, in Kenya, Zambia. Now, matter of fact, the top 3 largest fish farms now are in the Eastern Africa side, So they are contributing a lot, and in total, creating over 1 million jobs, So here in Ghana, the market specifically, the demand for fish in Ghana, it depends on who you are talking to. The ministry reports figures between 350 to 500 tons. Politicians will report figures 600 to 800, so it depends on who you're talking. And the FAO has their own information as well. But on the average, you can peg it around 450,000 as the demand. But the actual production in Ghana is less than 150,000 tons in total. The actual demand is less than 150,000. So we have a big demand there as well, minimum of 250,000 that we need to produce. So there's a big room for...
Are we able to meet it?
If we do our things right, we can. Do we have the resources to meet it? Yes. We have the one of the best lakes in the world for producing fish and the best rivers. Temperatures are very stable. Tilapia, catfish require temperatures between 28 and 29 all year round, and this is about what we have. So we have a big potential to produce this. If you look at the Volta River and Lake, for example, there is close to about, the last time we calculated, about 2.5 to 3 million gallons of water going into the sea every minute. You know, and all of this could be used to create or produce fish to meet this gap, and that has the potential to create more than 10 million jobs. 10
million?
Oh yes, the demand is big. The market size in Ghana is about 940 million. If we are able ever to meet the demand of 470,000 tons on the average, it gives on today's price about $940 million. You know, but if we take what is we are currently producing as a country now, being 135, we are doing less than $100 million as an industry. So it depends on you as an investor or somebody who has an interest, how much of this cake that you want to bite.
A reminder, you're still watching Prime Business. AngloGold Ashanti Obuasi Mine has re-emphasized its commitment to safeguarding the health and well-being of residents in its host communities as part of its drive to sustain socio-economic development. Now, through its regular healthcare programs, the gold mining company has since 2021 provided medical support to over 33,000 residents within its operational catchment area. There is more in this report.
The mini clinic is part of the AngloGold Ashanti Obuasi Mine's 10-year socio-economic development plan with focus on improving the well-being of residents. The company has since 2021 organized 15 health outreach programs, with more expected to be held under the decade-long development plan. Free screenings for a variety of health concerns, including eye examination, malaria tests, diabetes screening, dental assessment, mass deworming, and screening for hypertension. Community Relations Manager Edmond Odueje believes improving the healthcare of the residents would facilitate revamping their socio-economic activities in the area.
Health improvement, we believe that health is wealth. And we also understand that per our needs assessment, we realize that most of our community members, even though when they are sick, one, they don't have access to quality health care. Two, they don't have even the money to be able to even afford the medical bills and all. So based on our needs assessment and with the collaboration with the District Assembly, the Health Directorate, we decided to embark on mini clinics whereby we take the hospital in this context to the doorsteps of our host communities so that people who ordinarily wouldn't be able to access quality health care will be able to go through this process, get free medicating, get free screening, and then we'll be able to improve their health. We believe that when the health of the people are taken into consideration, it also helps in terms of the socioeconomic development.
With commitment to enhance quality healthcare accessibility to host communities, the AGA is investing in the construction of modern health facilities. For many of these residents who sought medical care, it was a time well spent in a quest for solutions for their ailments. For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel. Right quick.
I truly appreciate your time with me, Pius Kojo Baka, for Prime Business for today. That's it for the bulletin. Prime Sports is next. I leave you with commodities updates.
With Showmax, your favorite characters now follow you anywhere. Download it today and watch the best in local, international, and everything in between.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
Welcome to German Ozone Medical Center, the pioneer of ozone therapy clinics in Ghana and West Africa.
If you are dealing with conditions like diabetes, diabetic ulcers, stroke, arthritis, bodily or skeletal pain, viral infections, and more, we invite you to explore the advanced complementary therapy. Rediscover your true self through our facial, microneedle sauna for detoxification, bringing forth the radiant glow you've always dreamed of.
For exceptional dental health solutions, we offer services such as digital Hollywood zirconia smile, clear aligner treatment, implants, and digital dentistry. At the German Ozone Medical Center, our dedicated and friendly team of professionals are committed in providing you with unique and top-notch dental experience. Call us on 055-024-2222 or 055-025-2222.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia, #1 on the ballot.
Kwajo, why are you late?
Yes, Kojo. Why are you late again?
Kwajo.
Can't you talk? See, Mommy, I could lie like Amma and say I was doing my homework with my friends. Or lie like Amma and say I was helping Grandma buy food. Mommy, I will not lie like Amma. I was playing with my friends, and that is why I'm late.
Homework now. Thank you for not lying to me. Your Calipo is in the fridge.
Calipo, the natural fruit juice drink.
Abby, you know that.
This advert is FDA approved.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Introducing Schoolbox from Chopbox. boxonline.com or contact our customer service via WhatsApp. Call for all your boarding school needs from provisions, books, and birthday packages, all delivered on campus. Chopbox, a convenient service.
Hey, you're strong! Hey, you're tough! Syntax is coming and brand new. Syntax is coming. Today we are in Nima. Syntax, your trusted brand for everything water tank, domestico, industrial user, and we are promising all our communities listening or watching us right now. And oh, high five! That's right. Still Ghana's first to introduce double layer tank. The whole free water for everyone. Thank you, Syntax for saying, thank you so much. So please make sure you nominate your community. We will be right there to serve you. Papa Syntax, what's the next week? Hey! Yeah!
Keep nominating your communities on our social media handles and trust us, we might be at your doorstep.
Syntax tank! And you're strong! And you're tough! Yeah!
Hello, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Wasbout. Just some hours to that big game between Ghana and Sudan. Ahead of that, head coach Otuado is optimistic about his team's chances against Sudan, stating that the likelihood of a loss is minimal. Now, Ghana face Sudan on match day 3 and 4 of the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers in a bid to get their campaign back underway. Now, Otuado's side had a frustrating start to the qualifying series after just 1 point from 2 games against Angola and Niger. While cautioning against underestimating Sudan, Otuado remains hopeful of victory. We've got more for you in this report from the pre-game press conference that was held earlier today at the Accra Sports Stadium.
Once upon a time, James Kwesi Appiah was at the front line preparing Ghana into battle in the AFCON qualifiers. Today, he represents the enemy in the Black Stars' quest to book qualification for the 2025 AFCON in Morocco. After picking up 3 points from a possible 6 in their opening 2 games, Appiah's Sudan have put themselves in a promising position to snatch qualification from Ghana ahead of the first of their 2 meetings on Thursday. Preparation for the game, however, has not necessarily been satisfactory for the Sudanese.
It's been good. The only problem is the training pitch for us. Not good like that, but we will take it like that. But of course, what they gave us at St. Thomas there for us was not too good enough. And so, as it were, we are now trying to see how this pitch will be and how we will, like as it were, manage the game. But as it stands now for us, if we are likely to meet the pitch at Kwanas here, at the Accra Sports Stadium, I think we are going to see some awful football.
The game has been touted as a battle between the 2 coaches in Appiah against Otuado, although Sudan insists Kwesi Appiah's focus isn't on a personal battle against the Ghana coach.
And for Kwesi Appiah, everybody knows his pedigree as a coach. He has nothing to prove. Assistant coaches don't add anything. We don't have anything to prove. Sometimes, for 1 year now, nobody even knows I'm the assistant coach of Sudan unless you're a Ghanaian. So I have nothing to also prove because he has nothing. So it's just a matter of, that's why I said from beginning, from Muftau, it's only unfortunate that we had to meet. I wish this match never happened.
Ghana will be without the services of Captain Thomas Partey, Joseph Pinsel and Osman Bukari, a situation that has impacted the team's preparations. But Otuado is choosing not to dwell on the absences, but rather on those present.
Not happy if player which we called are not there, but to be honest, I don't use too much time to think about that. We are looking forward, so we are looking for what we can do, what we can influence. I can't influence if somebody's sick or injured or whatsoever. And we are happy that our replacements came in time and they're here to help us. And this is what we're looking at. I'm sorry for the guys. Wish them a speed recovery, and that's it.
Otuado also confirmed Kudus Mohammed will captain the team in Thursday's game.
Yeah, Kudus will lead the team. I think I said it before. I don't know. I'm not quite sure if that he will be the second captain, and so for this reason he will have the captaincy. And for us, and I don't know if I said it before, but it's about leadership and responsibility. It's not about having the captaincy. It's about all the players.
Black Stars players were lambasted by fans for their performance against Niger last time around. And GFA President Ketu Kreku decided to add his voice at the team's dinner on Tuesday.
The minimum I expect, the minimum Ghana expects, is a team of boys or men who show passion and desire to play for our country. Not when you are dribbled and you be seen walking on the pitch and the ball is heading towards your necks. That is impossible. I told the coach, you see that you guys decide to play for Ghana, to play for the 30 million plus people, or decide you will not play. Then you'll never be selected. I prefer being the man, being the leader, going out to the public space to say that, look, this is a group of dedicated players who want to play for Ghana. They are not ready, but we'll stay with them until they are ready. I'm prepared to make that statement.
Okreku's comments have, however, received backlash, but Otuado has backed the FA president's actions.
Sometimes it's good, and I understand the situation is very, very crucial. So sometimes it's also good if somebody comes and steps up to back up my words, And I'm also talking to the players. My staff is talking to the players, the importance of the game, and. So we always try to push each other, and I think it was a good talk, and hopefully it woke everyone up to show the passion which is needed on the field to win this game.
Otuado is confident his side can get the needed results if the playing body sticks to the plan.
Keeps me thinking positive about the game. I'm looking forward to the game to change things around. Happy that we made it, or the GFA made it happen, that we could play in Accra.
So the Black Stars of Ghana will take on Sudan here at the Accra Sports Stadium on Thursday night, hoping to breathe life back into their AFCON 2025 qualifying campaign. Ghana are currently third on the group standings with 1 point, with the Sudanese second with 3 points, and the Black Stars will be hoping to get all 3 points to boost their qualification campaign. Reporting for Joy Sports from the Accra Sports Stadium, my name is Daniel Kranting.
Now, that's Daniel Kranting with that report there. Now, let me connect with my colleague Fifi Manfred ahead of that game tomorrow. He's been studying the team, the changes that have been made to the squad, how Thomas Partey's absence is likely to impact the team, and even Mohamed Kudus picking up the captain armband, how that is likely also to affect the player's performance psychologically. Well, Fifi, thank you very much. So much to unpack here, but let's start with the president of the Ghana Football Association, Ketu Kreku, and his very passionate message to the Black Stars. That has created some controversy. There are those who believe that he's not in the capacity to convey that message to the players. But others say, considering the kind of performance the Black Stars have put up in recent games, it's a message that was badly needed. Where do you stand on this?
Thank you very much, Musbao. Good evening to your viewers. First of all, it's the conversation of the message and then the messenger. Like you did rightly put, a lot of people who disagree don't essentially disagree with the substance of what he said. They just disagree that he probably isn't the right person to drum it home. But really, what we all do understand and agree is the fact that that message needed to be echoed to the Black Stars, the players of the Black Stars. Somebody closer to the team had to tell them that. Somebody had to remind them of the fact that they are donning the jersey of